Chapter 21. The Decline of Superior Races. The modern world is far from being threatened by the danger of underpopulation. The cry of alarm some political leaders have launched in the past with the absurd slogan, "There is power in numbers," is totally unfounded. The truth is that we are facing an opposite danger, the constant and untrammeled increase of population in purely quantitative terms. The deterioration of the population affects only those stocks that should be considered the bearers of the forces that preside over the demos and the world of the masses and that contribute to any authentic human greatness. When I criticized the racist worldview, I mentioned that occult power, when present, alive, and at work, constitutes the principle of a superior generation that reacts on the world of quantity by bestowing upon it a form and quality. In this regard, one can say that the superior Western races have been agonizing for many centuries, and that the increasing growth in world population has the same meaning as the swarming of worms on a decomposing organism, or as the spreading of cancerous cells. Cancer is an uncontrolled hypertrophy of a plasma that devours the normal, differentiated structures of an organism after subtracting itself from the organism's regulating laws. This is the scenario facing the modern world. The regression and the decline of fecundating forces, with fecundating used in the higher sense of the term, and the forces that bear forms, parallels the unlimited proliferation of matter, of what is formless, of the masses. This phenomenon must be related to what I have mentioned in the previous chapter concerning the sexes, and concerning the relationship between men and women in this day and age, since they affect the issue of procreation and its meaning. If it is true that the modern world seems destined not to know any longer what the absolute woman and the absolute man are all about, and if in this world the sexualization is incomplete, that is, limited to the corporeal plane, then it must seem natural that the superior and even transcendent dimensions of sex, known by the world of tradition in multiple forms, have been lost, and that this loss may affect the regimen of sexual unions and the possibilities offered by them, either as a pure erotic experience or in view of a procreation that may not exhaust itself in a simple, opaque, biological event. The world of tradition effectively knew a sexual sacrum and a magic of sex. What constantly transpires in countless symbols and customs from all parts of the world is the acknowledgement of sex as a creative and primordial force, rather than as a generative power. In the woman, abyssal powers of passion and light, of danger and disintegration, were evoked. The chthonic power, namely the earth, lived in her, while heaven lived in man. Everything that is experienced by ordinary men, in the form of peripheral sensations and passional and corporeal impulses, was assumed in an organic and conscious way. Generation was decreed, and the being who was generated was willed as the child of duty, namely, as one who must undertake and nourish the supernatural element of his stock and the liberation of the ancestor, and who must receive and pass on to future generations strength, life, and stability. Today, all this has become an inane fancy. Men, instead of being in control of sex, are controlled by it, and wander about like drunkards, without having the least clue as to what takes place in the course of their embraces, and without seeing the guiding principle acting behind their quest for pleasure or behind their own passions. Without people being aware of any of this, beyond and often against their own will, what comes into existence as a result of their intercourse is a new being who will have no spiritual continuity and, as in the case of the most recent generations, even without the pale residue constituted by bourgeois affective bonds. This being the case, it is no wonder the superior races are dying out before the ineluctable logic of individualism, which especially in the so-called contemporary higher classes has caused people to lose all desire to procreate. Not to mention all the other degenerative factors connected to a mechanized and urbanized social life, and especially to a civilization that no longer respects the healthy and creative limitations constituted by the castes and by the traditions of blood lineage. Thus, proliferation is concentrated in the lower social classes and in the inferior races, where the animal-like impulse is stronger than any rational calculation and consideration. The unavoidable effects are a reversed selection, and the ascent and the onslaught of inferior elements against which the race of superior castes and people, now exhausted and defeated, can do very little as a spiritually dominating element. Though today people talk more frequently about population control, in view of the catastrophic effects of the demographical phenomenon that I have compared to a cancer, this still does not address the essential issue, since a differentiated and qualitative criterion does not come into play at all. But those who oppose population control on the basis of traditionalist and pseudo-moralistic ideas, which nowadays amount to mere prejudices, are guilty of an even greater obtuseness. If what really matters is the greatness and the might of a stock, it is useless to be concerned about the material quality of fatherhood, unless an equal concern for its spiritual dimension is present as well, in the sense of superior interests, of the correct relationship between the sexes, and above all, of what is really meant by virility, of what it still signifies on a plane that is not merely naturalistic. After exposing the decadence of modern woman, we must not forget that man is mostly responsible for such a decadence. Just like the plebeian, masses would have never been able to make their way into all the domains of social life and of civilization if real kings and real aristocrats would have been in power. Likewise, in a society run by real men, woman would never have yearned for, or even been capable of taking the path she is following today. The periods in which women have reached autonomy and preeminence almost always have coincided with epochs marked by manifest decadence in ancient civilizations. Thus, the best and most authentic reaction against feminism and against every other female aberration should not be aimed at women as such, but at men instead. It should not be expected of women that they return to what they really are and thus re-establish the necessary inner and outer conditions for a reintegration of a superior race, when men themselves retain only the semblance of true virility. If all efforts to reawaken the spiritual dimension of sexuality fail, and if the form of virility is not separated from what has become an amorphous and promiscuous spiritual substance, then everything is in vain. The virility that is physical, phallic, muscular, and animal is lifeless and does not contain any creative germ in the superior sense. Phallic man deceives himself by thinking that he dominates. The truth is that he is passive and is always susceptible to the subtler powers of women and to the feminine principle. The differentiation of the sexes is authentic and absolute only in the spirit. In all superior types of tradition, man has always been considered the bearer of the lineage of the Uranian solar principle. This principle transcends the mere blood principle, which is lost as soon as it converges into the feminine lineage. Its development is favored by the fertile ground, represented by a pure woman belonging to a higher caste, but in any event, it always remains the qualifying principle that bestows a form and that orders the feminine generating substance. This principle is related to the same supernatural element, to the power that can make the current ascend upward, and of which victory, fortune, and prosperity of a particular stock are usually the consequences. Hence the symbolical association, which did not have an obscene, but rather a real and deep meaning, typical of ancient traditional forms, of the male organ with ideas of resurrection, asceticism, and energies that confer the highest powers. As an echo of superior meanings found even among savage populations, we may find expressed in clear terms the idea that only the initiate is a true male, and that initiation marks in eminent ways one's entrance into virility. This means that prior to initiation, the individuals, notwithstanding their physical appearance, have not yet turned into men, and even if they are old, they belong to the same group of children and women and are deprived of all the privileges of the clan's virile elites. When the superbiological element that is at the center and the measure of true virility is lost, people can call themselves men, but in reality they are just eunuchs, and their paternity simply reflects the quality of animals, who, blinded by instinct, procreate randomly other animals, who in turn are mere vestiges of existence. If the expired civilization is propped up so as to make it look alive, and if men are treated like rabbits or stallions, their unions being carefully and rationally planned, let no one be fooled. What they will generate will either be a civilization of very beautiful animals destined to work, or If the individualistic and utilitarian element predominates, a stronger law will lead the races toward the path of regression or extinction, according to the same inexorability of the law of entropy and the degradation of energy. What will then be registered by future historians is only one of the several aspects of the decline of the West that are today very much in evidence. By way of introduction to the second part of this work, let me make a final point that is directly related to what I have previously mentioned concerning the relationships between spiritual virility and devotional religiosity. From these last considerations, what has emerged is that what in the West goes by the name of religion truly corresponds to an essentially feminine orientation. The relationship with the supernatural, conceived in a personalized form, or theism, as dedication, devotion, and inner renunciation of one's own will before the divine hypostasis, presents the typical traits of the path on which a feminine nature may realize itself. Moreover, and generally speaking, if the feminine element corresponds to the naturalistic element, then it is easy to see why in the world of tradition the inferior castes and races, in which the naturalistic element was more predominant than in those castes and races governed by the power of aristocratic rituals and divine heritage, benefited from the participation in a higher order precisely through relationships of a religious type. Thus, even religion could have a place and exercise its function within the whole hierarchy, though subordinated and relative to higher forms of spiritual realization such as initiation and the various types of higher asceticism. Following the mixing of the castes, or of analogous social bodies, and the coming to power of the inferior social strata and races, it was unavoidable that their spirit triumphed, even in this regard. That any relationship with the supernatural would be conceived exclusively in terms of religion, that any other higher form came under suspicion and was even stigmatized as sacrilegious and demonic. This feminization of spirituality was already foreshadowed in ancient times. Wherever it prevailed, it determined the first alteration of the primordial tradition in the races. The object of the considerations I will articulate in the second part of my work is to analyze this process of decadence together with all those processes that have led to the collapse of primordial humanity. Through these, the genesis and face of the modern world will become manifest. Part 2. Genesis and face of the modern world. Epigraph 1. Many things are known by the wise. They foresee many things, the decline of the world and the end of the Aesir. Voluspa, Strophe 44. Epigraph 2. I reveal to you a secret. The time has come when the groom will crown the bride. But where is the crown? In the north. And whence comes the groom? From the center, where the heat generates the light and turns toward the north, where the light becomes radiant. What are the people living in the south doing? They have fallen asleep in the heat, but they will reawaken in the storm, and many among them will be terrified unto death. Jakob Böhme, Aurora. Book 2, Chapter 11, Paragraph 43. Introduction. I would like to point out the difference between the methodology employed in the first part of this work and the methodology adopted in the second part. In the first part, which had a morphological and typological character, I attempted to draw from various testimonies those elements that were more suitable for characterizing, in a universal and meta-historical fashion, the nature of the traditional spirit and the traditional view of the world, of man, and of life. Therefore, I neglected to examine the relationship between the chosen elements and the overall spirit of the different historical traditions to which they belonged. Those elements that in the context of a particular and concrete tradition did not conform to the traditional spirit were considered to be absent and unable to influence the value and the meaning of the rest of the elements. I did not even attempt to determine up to what point certain attitudes and historical institutions had truly been traditional in the spirit, rather than just the form. Now my approach is going to be different. I will attempt to follow the dynamic unfolding of the traditional and anti-traditional forces in history, and therefore it will no longer be possible to apply the same methodology. it will be impossible to isolate and to bring out some particular elements in the complex of various historical civilizations because of their traditional potential. The overall spirit of a given civilization and the way it has concretely utilized all of the elements included in it will now become the relevant and specific object of my discussion. The synthetic consideration of the forces at work will replace my analysis, which had previously isolated the valid elements. I will attempt to discover the dominating factor within the various historical complexes and to determine the value of the different elements, not in an absolute and abstract way, but according to the action they exercised within a given civilization. While so far I have attempted to integrate the historical and particular element with the ideal, universal, and typical element, I will henceforth attempt to integrate the ideal element with the real one. The latter integration, just like the former, more than following the methods and the results of the researches of modern critical historiography, is going to be based mainly on a traditional and metaphysical perspective, on the intuition of a sense that cannot be deduced from the individual elements, but that presupposes them. By beginning from this sense, it is possible to grasp the different instrumental and organic roles that such elements may have played in various eras of the past and in the different historically conditioned forms. Therefore, it may happen that whatever has been left out in the first integration will become prominent in the second integration, and vice versa. In the framework of a given civilization, some elements may be valued and considered to be decisive, while in other civilizations they are present but in the background and deemed to be irrelevant. This warning may be helpful to a certain category of listeners. To shift from the consideration of tradition as meta-history to the consideration of tradition as history implies a change of perspectives. It causes the same elements to be valued differently. It causes united things to become separated, and separated things to unite, according to whatever the contingencies of history may determine from case to case. Chapter 22. The Doctrine of the Four Ages. Although modern man, until recently, has viewed and celebrated the meaning of the history known to him as epitomizing progress and evolution, the truth, as professed by traditional man, is quite the opposite. In all the traditional testimonies of traditional humanity, it is possible to find, in various forms, the idea of a regression or a fall. From originally higher states, beings have stooped to states increasingly conditioned by human, mortal, and contingent elements. This involutive process allegedly began in a very distant past. The term that best characterizes it is the Eddic term Ragnarökr, the twilight of the gods. In the traditional world, this teaching was not expressed in a vague and generic form, but rather was articulated in the organic doctrine of the Four Ages, which can be found with a large degree of uniformity in different civilizations. According to tradition, the actual sense of history and the genesis of what I have labeled, generally speaking, as the modern world, results from a process of gradual decadence through 4 cycles or generations. The best-known form of the doctrine of the Four Ages is that which was typical of the Greco-Roman tradition. Hesiod wrote about 4 eras, symbolized by 4 metals, gold, silver, bronze, and iron, inserting between the last two a 5th era, the era of the heroes, which, as we shall see, had only the meaning of a partial and special restoration of the primordial state. The Hindu tradition knows the same doctrine in the form of 4 cycles, called respectively Satya Yuga, or Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga, or Dark Age, together with the simile of the failing, during each of these, of one of the 4 hoofs or supports of the bull symbolizing Dharma, or the traditional law. The Persian version of this myth is similar to the Hellenic version. The 4 ages are known and characterized by gold, silver, steel, and an iron compound. The Chaldean version articulated the same view in almost identical terms. In particular, we can find a more recent simile of the chariot of the universe represented as a quadriga led by the supreme god. The quadriga is carried along a circular course by 4 horses representing the elements. The 4 ages were believed to correspond to the alternate predominance of each of these horses, which then leads the others according to the more or less luminous and rapid symbolic nature of the element that it represents. This view reappears, although in a special transposition, in the Hebrew tradition. In one of the prophetic writings, mention is made of a very bright statue, with the head made of gold, the chest and the arms of silver, the belly and the thighs of copper, the legs and the feet of iron and tile. This statue's 4 parts represent the 4 kingdoms that follow one another, beginning with the golden kingdom of the King of Kings, who has received dominion, strength, power, and glory from the God of heaven. If Egypt knew the tradition mentioned by Eusebius concerning the 3 distinct dynasties consisting respectively of gods, demigods, and manes, we can see in them the equivalent of the first 3 ages, golden, silver, and bronze. Likewise, the ancient Aztec traditions speak about 5 suns, or solar cycles, the first 4 of which correspond to the elements, and in which, as in the Eurasian traditions, one finds portrayed the catastrophes of fire, water, or flood, and the struggles against giants characterizing the cycle of heroes that Hesiod added to the other 4. In this we may recognize a variation of the same teaching, the memory of which may also be found more or less fragmentarily among other populations. Upon examining the meaning of each of these periods, it is opportune to anticipate some general considerations, since the above-mentioned view is in open contrast with the modern views concerning prehistory and the primordial world. To uphold with tradition that in the beginning there were no animal-like cavemen, but rather more than human beings, and that in ancient prehistory there was no civilization, but an era of the gods. This, to many people, who in one way or another believe in the gospel of Darwinism, amounts to pure and simple mythology. Since I have not invented this mythology myself, however, critics still have to explain its existence. That is, the fact that according to the most ancient testimonies and writings, there is no memory that may lend support to evolutionism. What is found in them instead is the opposite. In other words, the recurrent idea of a better, brighter, and superhuman or divine past. These same testimonies also know very little about animal origins. Constant mention is made, rather, of the original relationship between men and deities, and a memory is kept alive of a primordial state of immortality, together with the idea that the law of death appeared at one particular moment, almost as an unnatural fact or as an anathema. In 2 characteristic testimonies, the cause of the fall was identified with the mixing of the divine race with the human race, which was regarded as inferior. In some texts, that sin is compared to sodomy and to sexual mating with animals. On the one hand, there is the biblical myth of the Ben Elohim, the children of the gods, who mated with the daughters of men, with the consequence that in the end, quote, all mortals led depraved lives on earth, unquote. On the other hand, there is the Platonic myth of the inhabitants of Atlantis, conceived as the descendants and disciples of the gods, who lost the divine element and eventually allowed their human nature to become predominant because of their repeated intermingling with human beings. Tradition, in more recent eras, developed a variety of myths, referring to races as bearers of civilization and to the struggles between divine races and animal, cyclopic, or demonic races. They are the Aesir against the Elementarwesen, the Olympians and the heroes against giants and monsters of the darkness, the water, and the earth. They are the Aryan Deva fighting against the Asura, the enemies of the divine heroes. They are the Incas, the dominators who imposed their solar laws on the Aborigines who worshipped Mother Earth. They are the Tuatha De Danann, who, according to Irish legends, overcame the dreadful race of the Fomorians, and so on. On this basis, it can be argued that even though the traditional teaching retains the memory of the existence of stocks that could even correspond to the animalistic and inferior types described in the theory of evolution, this was the substratum predating the civilizations created by superior races, evolutionism mistakenly considers these animal-like stocks to be absolutely primordial, while they are so only relatively. Another mistake of evolutionism is to conceive of some forms of miscegenation that presuppose the emergence of other races that are superior either as civilizations and biological specimens or as products of evolution. These races had their own origins. Because so much time has elapsed, as in the case of the Hyperborean and the Atlantic races, and because of geophysical features, these races have left very few traces of their existence, and what remains is difficult to spot by those who are merely seeking archaeological and paleontological traces accessible to profane research. On the other hand, it is significant that populations that still live in the alleged original, primitive, and innocent state provide little comfort to the evolutionist hypothesis. These stocks, instead of evolving, tend to become extinguished, thereby demonstrating themselves to be the degenerate residues of cycles, the vital potential of which has long since been exhausted. In other words, they are heterogeneous elements and remnants left behind by the mainstream of humanity. This was the case of the Neanderthal man, who in his extreme morphological brutishness closely resembles the ape man. Neanderthal man mysteriously disappeared in a given period, and the races that followed, Aurignacian man and especially Cro-Magnon man, and that represented a superior type, so much so that we can recognize in it the stock of several contemporary human races, cannot be considered further evolutionary stages of this vanished type. The same goes for the Grimaldi race, which also became extinct, and for the many primitive populations still in existence. They are not evolving, but rather becoming extinct. Their becoming civilized is not an evolution, but almost always represents a sudden mutation that affects their vital possibilities. There are species that retain their characteristics even in conditions that are relatively different from their natural ones. Other species in similar circumstances instead become extinct. Otherwise, what takes place is racial mixing with other elements in which no assimilation or real evolution occurs. The result of this interbreeding closely resembles the processes that follow Mendel's laws concerning heredity. Once it disappears in the phenotype, the primitive element survives in the form of a separated, latent heredity that is capable of cropping up in sporadic apparitions, even though it is always endowed with a character of heterogeneity in regard to the superior type. Evolutionists believe they are positively sticking to the facts. They ignore that the facts per se are silent, and that if interpreted in different ways, they can lend support to the most incredible hypotheses. It has happened, however, that someone, though fully informed of all the data that are adduced to prove the theory of evolution, has shown these data to support the opposite thesis, which in more than one respect corresponds to the traditional teaching. I am referring to the thesis according to which man is not alone in being far from a product of the evolution of animal species, but many animal species must be considered as the offshoots, or as the abortions, of a primordial impulse. Only in the racially superior human species does this primordial impulse find its direct and adequate manifestation. There are also ancient myths about the struggle between divine races and monstrous entities or animal-like demons that allegedly took place before the advent of the human race, humanity at its earliest stage. These myths may refer to the struggle of the primordial human principle against its intrinsic animalistic potentialities, which were eventually isolated and left behind, so to speak, in the form of certain animal stocks. As far as the alleged ancestors of mankind, such as the anthropoid and the Iceman, are concerned, they could represent the first casualties in the above-mentioned struggle, or the best human elements that have been mixed together with or swept away by animal potentialities. If in totemism, which is found in inferior societies, the notion of the mythical collective ancestor of the clan is often confused with that of the demon or of a given animal species, this appears to reflect the memory of a similar stage of promiscuity. Although this is not the proper context to raise the issues related to anthropogenesis, which are to a certain degree of a transcendent nature, the absence of human fossils and the sole presence of animal fossils in remote prehistory may be interpreted to mean that primordial mankind, provided that we may call primordial man a type that would be very different from historical mankind, was the last form of life to undergo the process of materialization, which process endowed the earlier, animal-like human species with an organism capable of being. We may recall here that in some traditions there is the memory of a primordial race characterized by weak or soft bones. For instance, Lietzu, when talking about the Hyperborean region in which the present cycle began, mentioned that the inhabitants of this region have soft bones. In more recent times, the fact that superior races that came from the north did not bury, but cremated their dead, is just another factor that needs to be considered when facing the dilemma caused by the absence of pieces of bones. Somebody may object, "There is no trace whatsoever of this fantastic mankind." Besides being somewhat naive to think that superior beings could not have existed without leaving behind traces such as ruins, utensils, weapons, and so on, it must be noted that in relatively recent eras there are residues of cyclopic works, though not all of them are typical of a civilized society. The circle at Stonehenge, enormous stones put in a precarious and miraculous equilibrium, the Pedra Cansada in Peru, the Colossus of Tiahuanac, and the like. The archaeologists are baffled as to what means were employed just to gather and transport the necessary material. Going back in time, not only should we not conveniently forget what has already been admitted, or at least not excluded a priori, that is, the existence of ancient lost lands, and also that some lands were formed in recent geological eras, but we should also wonder whether it is fair to exclude a priori that a race in distinct spiritual contact with cosmic forces ever existed, as tradition claims to be the case in the origins, just because it did not work on materials such as stone or metal, like those races that no longer have the means to act in accord with the power of the elements and beings. Rather, it seems to me that the caveman is itself a legend. It seems that primitive man did not employ caves, many of which betray a sacred orientation, as animal-like dwellings, but as places of a cult that has remained in this form even in undoubtedly civilized eras, such as the Greek Minoan cult of caves and the ceremonies and the initiatory retreats on Mount Ida. It is only natural to find therein only traces, as a natural protection of the site, which in other sites the combined work of time, men, and the elements did not leave behind for our contemporaries. According to a very basic traditional idea, generally speaking, the state of knowledge and of civilization was the natural state, if not of mankind in general, at least of certain primordial elites. And knowledge was not constructed and acquired, just as true kingship did not originate from below. Joseph de Maistre, after remarking that what Rousseau and his epigones assumed to be the natural state, in reference to savages, is only the last stage of brutishness of some stocks that have either been scattered or suffered the consequences of some primordial act of degradation that affected their deepest substance, correctly pointed out, quote, "As far as the development of science is concerned, we are blinded by a gross misunderstanding. That is, to assume a judgmental attitude toward those times in which men saw effects in the causes, on the basis of times in which men with effort ascended from the effects to the causes, in which people only care about effects, in which it is said that it is useless to be concerned about causes, and in which people have forgotten what a cause really means." Unquote. In the beginning, mankind not only possessed a science, but, quote, "a very different science, which originated from above, and was therefore very dangerous. This explains why in the beginning science was always mysterious and confined to the temples, in which it eventually became extinct, when the only thing this flame could do was burn." Unquote. Thus, another science was slowly formed as a surrogate, namely the merely human and empirical science of which our contemporaries are so proud, and through which they have thought fit to judge everything that they consider to be civilization. This science merely represents the futile attempt to climb back up, through surrogates, from an unnatural and degenerated state. What is most sad is that it is no longer even perceived to be such, that did not characterize the origins at all. In any event, one must realize that these and similar indications will play a minimal role for those who are not determined to change their own frame of mind. Every epoch has its own myth through which it reflects a given collective climate. Today, the aristocratic idea that mankind has higher origins, namely a past of light and of spirit, has been replaced by the democratic idea of evolutionism, which derives the higher from the lower, man from animal, civilization from barbarism. This is not so much the objective result of a free and conscious scientific inquiry, but rather one of the many reflections that the advent of the modern world, characterized by inferior social and spiritual strata and by man without tradition, has necessarily produced on the intellectual and cultural plane. Thus we should not delude ourselves. Some positive superstitions will always produce alibis to defend themselves. The acknowledgement of new horizons will be possible not through the discovery of new findings, but rather through a new attitude toward these findings. Any attempt to validate, even from a scientific perspective, what the traditional dogmatic point of view upholds, will generate results only among those who are already spiritually well disposed to accept this kind of knowledge. Chapter 23. The Golden Age. I will now engage in an ideal and morphological assessment of the cycles corresponding to the 4 traditional eras. Further on, I will discuss their geographical and historical trajectories. First of all, the Golden Age. This era corresponds to an original civilization that was naturally and totally in conformity with what has been called the traditional spirit. For this reason, in both the location and the stock that the Golden Age is historically and metahistorically associated with, we find symbols and attributes that characterize the highest function of regality, symbols of polarity, solarity, height, stability, glory, and life in a higher sense. In later epochs, and in particular traditions, which are already mixed and scattered, the elites dominating in a traditional sense effectively appeared as those who still enjoyed or reproduced the state of being of the origins. This allows us, through a shift from the derivative to the integral, so to speak, to deduce also from the titles and the attributes of those dominating strata of society some elements that may help us to characterize the nature of the first era. The first era is essentially the era of being, and hence of truth in a transcendent sense. This is evident not only from the Hindu designation of Satya Yuga, Sat means being, hence Satya, or truth, but also from the Latin name Saturn, who is the king or god of the Golden Age. Saturn, who corresponds to the Hellenic Chronos, is a subtle reference to this idea, since in his name we find the Aryan root Sat, being, together with the attributive ending ornus, as in nocturnus. As far as the era of being or of spiritual stability is concerned, we shall see below that in several representations of the primordial site in which this cycle unfolded, it is possible to find the symbols of terra firma, surrounded by waters, or of the island, the mountain, or the middle land. As the age of being, the first era is also the era of the living, in the eminent sense of the word. According to Hesiod, death, which for most people is truly an end that bequeaths Hades, made its appearance only during the last 2 ages, the Iron and Bronze Ages. During Kronos' golden age, mortal people lived as if they were gods, os te theoi, and no miserable old age came their way. That cycle ended, but those men continued to live upon the earth, toi men esi, in an invisible way, mantling themselves in dark mist and watching, era esamenoi, over mortal men. These words allude to the previously mentioned doctrine, according to which the representatives of the primordial tradition, as well as their original site, disappeared. In the realm of Yima, the Persian king of the Golden Age, before the new cosmic events forced him to withdraw into a subterranean refuge, the inhabitants of which were thus enabled to evade the dark and painful destiny befallen the new generations, there was, quote, neither disease nor death, unquote. Yima, quote, the brilliant, the most glorious of those yet to be born, the sun-like one of men, unquote, banished death from his kingdom. Just as in Saturn's golden kingdom, according to both the Romans and Greeks, men and immortal gods shared one common life. The rulers of the first of the mythical Egyptian dynasties were called theoi, gods, or divine beings. According to a Chaldean myth, death reigns universally only in the post-Diluvian era, in which the gods left death to men while keeping eternal life for themselves. Chirnameo, the land of the living, and Chirnanog, the land of youth, are the names in the Celtic traditions of an island or a mysterious Atlantic land the Druids believed to be the birthplace of mankind. In the Ectraconlacane, where this land is identified with the land of the victorious one, Chirnabodog, it is called, quote, the land of the living, in which there is no death or old age, unquote. Moreover, the relationship that the first era always has with gold symbolizes what is incorruptible, solar, luminous, and bright. In the Hellenic tradition, gold had a relationship with the radiant splendor of light and with everything that is sacred and great. Thus, anything that was bright, radiant, and beautiful was designated as golden. In the Vedic tradition, the primordial germ, Hiranyagarbha, was golden. It was also said, quote, "For gold indeed is fire, light, and immortality," unquote. In the Egyptian tradition, the king was believed to be made of gold, or of the same solar fluid the incorruptible body of the heavenly gods and the immortals was made of. So much so that the title golden applied to the king, Horus made of gold, and designated his divine and solar origin, his incorruptibility and indestructibility. Plato believed gold to be the distinctive element that characterized the nature of the race of rulers. From the golden top of Mount Meru, which was considered to be a pole, the original homeland of mankind and the Olympian seat of the gods, and from the golden top of the ancient Asgard, which was believed to be the seat of the Aesir and of the divine Nordic kings located in the middle abode, to the pure land, Qingtu, and to equivalent locations portrayed in Chinese traditions, time and again we find the concept of the original cycle in which the spiritual quality, symbolized by gold, had its definitive and most eminent manifestation. We may also assume that in several myths that mention the deposit or the transmission of some golden object, reference is being made to the deposit or transmission of something closely related to the primordial tradition. According to the Eddic myth, immediately following the Ragnarökr, the twilight of the gods, a new race and a new sun will arise. Then the Aesir will be brought together again, and they will discover the mysterious golden tablets that they possessed in the time of the origins. Equivalent ideas or further explications of the golden symbol during the First Era are light, splendor, and the glory in that specific triumphal meaning that I already explained when discussing the concept of the Mazdian Varano. According to the Persian tradition, the primordial land, Aryanam Vayajo, inhabited by the seed of the Aryan race and by Yima himself, who was called the Glorious and the Radiant One, was regarded as, quote, "the first of the good lands and countries created by Ahura Mazda," unquote. According to an equivalent figuration found in the Hindu tradition, the Shveta Dvipa, the white island or continent situated in the north, just like Aztlan, the northern primordial seat of the Aztecs, which implies the idea of whiteness or brightness, is the land of Tejas, of a radiant force, and inhabited by the divine Narayana, who was regarded as the light, or as, quote, "he in whom a great fire shines, radiating in every direction," unquote. The Tula mentioned by the Greeks was characterized as the land of the sun. Someone said, quote, "Tula ultima a sole nomen habens," unquote. Though the etymology of the word Tula is obscure and uncertain, it still signifies the idea the ancients had concerning this divine region, and it points to the solar character of the ancient Tlapalan, Tulan, or Tula, a contraction of Tonalan, the place of the sun, the original home of the Toltecs and the paradise of their heroes. It also points to the home of the Hyperboreans, since, according to the sacred geography of ancient traditions, the Hyperboreans were a mysterious race that lived in an eternal light and whose region was believed to be the dwelling place and the homeland of the Delphic Apollo, who was the Doric god of light, Phoebos Apollon, the pure and radiant one, who is also represented as a golden god and as a god of the golden age. There were stocks like the Boreads that were simultaneously priestly and kingly, and who derived their dignity from the Apollonian land of the Hyperboreans. Here, too, there are plenty of references that can be cited. Cycle of being, solar cycle, cycle of light as glory, cycle of the living in an immanent and transcendent sense. These are the characteristics of the first age, the Golden Age, or the Era of the Gods, found in the traditional memories. Chapter 24. The Pole and the Hyperborean Region. At this time, it is important to consider a peculiar characteristic of the primordial age that allows us to associate with it very specific historical and geographical representations. I have previously discussed the symbolism of the pole. This pole is either represented as an island or as terra firma, and symbolizes spiritual stability, the seat of transcendent beings, heroes, and immortals, opposed to the contingency of the waters, or as a mountain or elevated place, usually associated with Olympian meanings. In ancient traditions, both of these representations were often associated with the polar symbolism that was applied to the supreme center of the world and thus to the archetype of any kind of regera in the supreme sense of the word. In addition to the symbol of the pole, there are some recurrent and very specific traditional data that indicate the north as the site of an island, terra firma, or mountain, the meaning of which is often confused with the location of the first era. In other words, we are confronted by a motif that simultaneously has a spiritual and a real meaning, pointing back to a time when the symbol was reality, and the reality a symbol, and history and metahistory were not two separated parts, but rather two parts reflecting each other. This is precisely the point in which it is possible to enter into the events conditioned by time. Allegedly, according to tradition, in an epoch of remote prehistory that corresponds to the Golden Age, or Age of Being, the symbolical island or polar land was a real location situated in the Arctic, in the area that today corresponds to the North Pole. This region was inhabited by beings, who by virtue of their possession of that non-human spirituality, characterized by gold, glory, light, and life, that in later times will be evoked by the above-mentioned symbolism, founded the race that exemplified the Uranian tradition in a pure state. This race, in turn, was the central and most direct source of the various forms and manifestations this tradition produced in other races and civilizations. The memory of this Arctic seat is the heritage of the traditions of many people, both in the form of real geographical references and in symbols of its function and its original meaning. These symbols were often elevated to a superhistorical plane. In other words, they were applied to other centers that were capable of being considered as replicas of the former. For this reason, there is often a confusion of memories, names, myths, and locations, but a trained eye will easily detect the single components. It is noteworthy to emphasize the interference of the Arctic theme with the Atlantic theme, of the mystery of the North with the mystery of the West, since the latter succeeded the original traditional pole as the main seat. We know that owing to an astrophysical cause, that is, to the tilting of the terrestrial axis, in every era there has been a change in climate. According to tradition, this inclination occurred at the specific moment in which the syntony of a physical and a metaphysical event occurred, as if to represent a state of disorder in the natural world that reflected an event of a spiritual nature. When Liu Tzu described the myth of the giant Kung Kung, who shatters the column of heaven, he was probably referring to such an event. In this Chinese tradition, we also find other concrete references, such as the following one, though it is mixed together with details that describe later cataclysms. Quote, "The pillars of heaven were shattered. The earth shook at its foundations. The northern skies descended lower and lower. The sun, the moon, and the stars changed their course. Their course appeared changed as a result of the tilting of the terrestrial axis. The earth's surface cracked, and the waters contained in its belly gushed forward and inundated various countries. Man was in a state of rebellion against heaven, and the universe fell victim to chaos. The sun darkened. The planets changed their course, because of the above-mentioned shift in perspective, and the great harmony of heaven was destroyed." Unquote. In any event, the freezing and the long night descended at a specific time on the polar region. Thus, when the forced migration from this seat ensued, the first cycle came to an end, and a new cycle, the Atlantic cycle, began. Aryan texts from India, such as the Vedas and the Mahabharata, preserve the memory of the Arctic seat through astronomical and calendar-related allusions that cannot be understood other than through an actual reference to such a seat. In the Hindu tradition, the term dvipa, which means insular continent, is often used to designate different cycles by virtue of a spatial transposition of a temporal notion. The cycle equals an island. Now, in the doctrine of the dvipa, we find meaningful recollections of the Arctic seat. even though they are mixed with other things. The above-mentioned Shvetadvipa, Island of Splendor, was situated in the far north. The Uttarakuru are often mentioned as an original northern race that originated from Jambudvipa, the polar insular continent that is the first of the various Dvipa and, at the same time, the center of them all. Its memory is mixed with the memory of the Shakadvipa, located in the White Sea or Milky Sea, namely the Arctic Sea. In this place, no deviation from the law from above occurred. According to the Kurma Purana, the seat of the solar Vishnu, symbolized by the polar cross, the hooked cross or swastika, coincides with the Shvetadvipa that the Padma Purana claims to be the homeland, located beyond anything connected with samsaric fear and fret of the great ascetics, the Mahayogi, and the children of Brahman, the equivalent of the transcendent beings who inhabited the northern regions, according to the Chinese tradition. These great souls live by Hari, who is Vishnu himself, represented as blonde and golden and living by a symbolic throne, quote, upheld by lions, which shines like the sun and radiates like fire, unquote. These are variations on the theme of the land of the sun. As a reflection of this, on a doctrinal plane, the Devayana, which is the way leading to solar immortality and to super-individual states of being, as opposed to the way or a return to the Mani or to the mothers, was called the Way of the North. In Sanskrit, north, Uttara, also means, quote, the most elevated or supreme region, unquote. Also, Uttarayana, northern path, is the ascending path, followed by the sun between the winter and summer solstices. Among the Aryans from Iran, we find more precise memories. Their original seat, Aryanambajyo, created by the god of light, and in which the glory dwells, and where the king Yima allegedly met Ahura Mazda, was a land situated in the far north. The tradition of the Zend-Avesta relates that Yima was warned in advance of the approaching of fatal winters, and that the serpent of winter, the pet of the god of darkness, Angramanyu, came upon Aryanambajyo. Then, quote, there were 10 months of winter and 2 of summer, and it was cold in the waters, on the earth, and the frost covered the vegetation, unquote. 10 months of winter and 2 months of summer. This is the climate of the Arctic regions. The Nordic Scandinavian tradition, notwithstanding its fragmentary nature, offers various testimonies that are often mixed together in a confused way. It is possible, however, to find analogous testimonies. Asgard, the primordial golden seat of the Aesir, was located by those traditions in Midgard, which was the land in the middle. This mythical land was in turn identified both with Gardarike, which is a semi-Arctic region, and with the Green Island, or Green Land, which, though portrayed in ancient cosmology as the first land to arise from the abyss, Ginnungagap, is likely to be related with Greenland itself. Greenland, as the name itself suggests, seems to have had a rich vegetation and to have been unaffected by the Ice Age up to the time of the Goths. In the early Middle Ages, we still find the idea that the northern regions were the original birthplace of all races and people. Moreover, in the Eddic tales describing the struggle of the gods against destiny, Ruk, an eschatological struggle that they believed was going to affect their own homeland, it is possible to recognize some data that refer to the end of the first cycle. In these tales, reminiscences of past events are mixed with apocalyptical themes. Here, just like in the Vendidad, we find the theme of a terrible winter. The breaking out of the natural elements was coupled with the dimming of the sun. According to the Gylfaginning, quote, first of all, a winter will come called Fimbulwinter, mighty or mysterious winter. Then snow will drift from all directions. There will be great frosts and keen winds. Unquote. In the Chinese tradition, the country of transcendent men and the country of a race of beings with soft bones are often identified with the northern region. An emperor of the First Dynasty was thought to have resided in a country located north of the Northern Sea, in a boundless region spared by inclement weather and endowed with a symbolic mountain, Hu Ling, and a water spring. This country was called Far North. Mu, another imperial type, was said to have been broken-hearted upon leaving it. Analogously, Tibet retains the memory of Chiang Shambhala, the mystical northern city, or city of peace, also thought to be an island on which the hero Gesar was said to have been born, just like Zarathustra was born in the Aryanam Vajjo. The masters of Tibetan traditions say that the northern paths lead the yogin to the great liberation. The recurrent tradition concerning the origins that is found in North America, from the Pacific to the region of the Great Lakes, mentions the sacred land of the far north, situated by the great waters, whence allegedly came the ancestors of the Nuatlans, the Toltecs, and the Aztecs. I previously mentioned that the name of this land, Aztlan, just like the Hindu Shvetadvipa, denotes the idea of whiteness, or of white land. In the northern traditions, there is the memory of a land inhabited by Gaelic races and situated by the Gulf of St. Lawrence, called Great Ireland or Fritram Amaland, which means homeland of white people. The names Wabanaki and Abenaki, found among the inhabitants of those regions, derive from the word Wabaya, which means white. Furthermore, some legends of Central America mention 4 primordial ancestors of the Quiche race who are trying to return to Tulla, the region of light. When they get there, they only find ice. Also, the sun seldom appears. Then they scatter and move to the country of the Quiche. This Tula, or Tulan, was the original homeland of the Toltecs' forefathers, who probably derived their tribal name from it and who eventually called Tula the center of the empire they established on the Mexican plateau. This Tula was also conceived as the land of the sun and was sometimes located east of North America, in the Atlantic. But this is probably due to the interference of the memory of a later location that was destined to perpetuate for some time the function of the primordial Tula, to which Aztlan probably corresponds, when the glacial weather descended upon it and when the sun disappeared. The name Tula, which visibly corresponds to the Greeks' Tula, was also applied to other regions. According to Greco-Roman traditions, Tula lay in the sea that derives its name from the god of the Golden Age, namely the Cronium Sea, which corresponds to the northern region of the Atlantic. A similar location was ascribed in later traditions to what became symbol and meta-history in the form of the Happy Islands, or the Islands of the Immortals, or the Lost Island. This island, as Honorius Augusta Dumensis wrote, quote, is hidden from people's sight. Sometimes it is discovered by chance, but when it is actively sought after, it cannot be found. Unquote. Tula is confused with both the legendary Hyperborean homeland, situated in the far north, and from which the original Achaean stocks brought the Delphic Apollo, and with the island of Ogygia, the sea's navel, located far away in the vast ocean. Plutarch situated this island north of Great Britain and claimed that it was in proximity of the Arctic region where Kronos, the god of the golden region, is still asleep. In this location, the sun sets only for 1 hour each day, and even then the darkness is not all-enveloping but looks more like a twilight, just like in the Arctic regions. The confused notion of the bright northern night became the foundation of the notion of the land of the Hyperboreans as a place of perennial light free of darkness. This representation and this memory were so vivid that an echo of it lasted until the end of the Roman civilization. After the primordial land was identified with Great Britain, it is said that Constantius Chlorus, who reigned AD 305 to 306, went there with his legions, not so much to pursue trophies and military victories, but rather in order to visit the land that is most sacred and closest to heaven, to be able to contemplate the father of the gods, Kronos, and to enjoy a day without night. In other words, to be able to anticipate the possession of the eternal light that is typical of imperial apotheosis. Even when the Golden Age was projected into the future as the hope of a new saeculum, we can still find references to Nordic symbolism. According to Lactantius, the mighty prince who will re-establish justice after the fall of Rome will come from the north. Ab extremis finibus plagae septentrionalis. The mystical and invincible Tibetan hero Gesar, who will re-establish a kingdom of justice and exterminate the usurpers, is expected to be reborn in the north. Shambhala, the sacred northern city, will be the birthplace of Kalki Avatara, the one who will put an end to the Dark Age. The Hyperborean Apollo, according to Virgil, will inaugurate a new golden and heroic age in the sign of Rome, and so on. After stating these essential points, I will not make further references to the law that connects physical and spiritual causes, as it is applied to a plane upon which, between what may be characterized as a fall, the deviation of an absolutely primordial race, and the physical tilting of the terrestrial axis, which determined radical changes in climate and periodical natural disasters affecting entire continents, it is possible to have a foreboding of an intimate connection. I will only point out that ever since the polar seat became deserted, it is possible to verify that progressive alteration and loss of the original tradition, which will eventually lead to the Iron Age, or Dark Age, or Kali Yuga, or Age of the Wolf, as the Edda puts it, and, strictly speaking, to modern times. Chapter 25. The Northern Atlantic Cycle. As far as the migration of the northern primordial race is concerned, it is necessary to distinguish two great waves, the first moving from north to south, the second from west to east. Groups of Hyperboreans carrying the same spirit, the same blood, and the same body of symbols, signs, and languages first reached North America and the northern regions of the Eurasian continent. Supposedly, tens of thousands of years later, a second great migratory wave ventured as far as Central America, reaching a land situated in the Atlantic region that is now lost, thereby establishing a new center modeled after the polar regions. This land may have been that Atlantis, described by Plato and Diodorus. The migration and the re-establishment of a center help to explain the transposition of names, symbols, and topographies that I have discussed in reference to the first two ages. In regard to this, it is fitting to talk about a northern Atlantic people and civilization. From this Atlantic seat, the races of the second cycle spread to the American, hence the previously mentioned memories of the Nahuatlans, Toltecs, and Aztecs concerning their original homeland, European, and African continents. Most likely, these races reached the borders of Western Europe in the early Paleolithic. These races supposedly corresponded to, among others, the Tuatha De Danann, the divine stock that came to Ireland from Avalon and who were led by Ogma Grian Einech, the hero with a sunny countenance, whose counterpart is the white and solar Quetzalcoatl, who came with his companions to America from the land situated beyond the waters. Anthropologically speaking, these races correspond to Cro-Magnon man, who made his appearance toward the end of the glacial age in the western part of Europe, especially in the area of the Franco-Cantabric civilization of the Madeleines, Gourdin, and Altamira. Cro-Magnon man was clearly superior, both culturally and biologically, to the aboriginal Mousterian man of the Ice Age, so much so that somebody recently nicknamed the Cro-Magnon the Greeks of the Paleolithic. As far as their origin is concerned, the similarity between their civilization and the civilization of the Hyperborean, which is found even in the vestiges of the people of the far north, the civilization of the reindeer, is very significant. Among other prehistoric traces of the same cycle are those found on the Baltic and Frisian Saxon shores. In the Doggerland, in a region that has partly disappeared, the legendary Wineta, a center of this civilization was eventually established. Besides Spain, other migratory waves landed on West African shores. Later on, between the Paleolithic and the Neolithic, and probably in conjunction with races of direct northern descent, other people moved through the continents from northwest to southeast toward Asia, into the area many believe to be the cradle of the Indo-European race, and then, further on, all the way to China. Other waves followed the North African shoreline all the way to Egypt, or went by sea from the Balearic Islands to Sardinia and to the prehistoric sites in the Aegean Sea. More particularly, in Europe and in the Near East, the origin of the megalithic civilization of the dolmen and the so-called battle-axe people, which remains as enigmatic as that of Cro-Magnon, is very similar. This migration occurred in separate waves, through fluxes and refluxes, interbreeding and conflicts with aboriginal or already mixed races. Thus, from north to south and from west to east, through diffusion, adaptation, or domination, there arose civilizations that originally shared, to a certain degree, the same matrix, and often strains of the same spiritual legacy found in the conquering elites. Encounters with inferior races, which were enslaved to the chthonic cult of demons and mixed with the animal nature, generated memories of struggles that were eventually expressed in mythologized forms that always underlie the contrast between a bright divine type, an element of northern origins, and a dark demonic type. Through the institution of traditional societies by the conquering races, a hierarchy was established that carried a spiritual, ethnic, and racial value. In India, in Iran, in Egypt, and even in Peru, we find rather evident traces of this in the institution of the caste system. I have said that originally the Atlantic center was supposed to reproduce the polar function of the Hyperborean seat, and that this second center occasioned frequent confusion in traditions and in memories. This confusion should not prevent us from detecting in a later period, yet still falling within a remote prehistory, a transformation of civilization and spirituality, and a differentiation leading from the first to the second era, from the Golden Age to the Silver Age, that eventually prepared the way for the third era, the Bronze Age or Titanic Age. This age should be characterized as the Age of Atlantis, considering that the Hellenic tradition regarded Atlas as related to the Titans by virtue of being Prometheus's brother. Anthropologically speaking, we must consider a first major group that became differentiated through ideo-variation, or variation without mixing. This group was mainly composed of the migratory waves of a more immediate Arctic derivation, and it made its last appearance in the various strains of the pure Aryan race. A second large group became differentiated through miscegenation, with the original aboriginal southern races, with Proto-Mongoloid and Negroid races, and with other races that probably represented the degenerated residues of the inhabitants of a second prehistoric continent, now lost, which was located in the south, and which some designated as Lemuria. The second group includes the red-skinned race of the last inhabitants of Atlantis. According to Plato's mythical account, those who forfeited their pristine divine nature because of the repeated unions with the human race. These people should be regarded as the original ethnic stock of several newer civilizations established by the migratory waves from west to east. The red race of Cretan Aegeans, Eteocrates, Pelasgians, Lycians, Egyptians, Kefti, etc., and of the American civilizations. These latter people in their myths remembered the country of origin of their ancestors who had come from the divine Atlantic land situated on the great waters. The name Phoenicians means the red ones, and most likely it is another memory of the first Atlantic navigators of the Neolithic Mediterranean. Two components must be considered both from an anthropological and from a spiritual point of view, the northern and the Atlantic components, in the vast material concerning traditions and institutions found in this second cycle. The first component is immediately related to the light of the north, and it retained for the most part the original Uranian and polar orientation. The second component reveals the transformation that occurred as a result of the contacts established with the southern populations. Before considering the meaning of such a transformation, which constitutes the first alteration or, so to speak, the inner counterpart of the loss of the polar residents, it is necessary to emphasize another point. Almost every people retains the memory of a catastrophe that ended the previous cycle of mankind. The myth of the flood is the most frequent form employed to describe this memory. It is shared by many people, from the Persians and Mexicans to the Mayas, from the Chaldeans and the Greeks to the Hindus and to the people who inhabited the Atlantic African coastline, to the Celts and to the Scandinavian people. Moreover, its original content is a historical event. According to the tale of Plato and Diodorus, it essentially represented the end of an Atlantic land. The center of the Atlantic civilization, to which its colonies were subordinated for a long time, sank into the sea in an era that far predates the time that, according to Hindu tradition, inaugurated the Dark Age. According to some traces of chronology built into the myth, this is what indeed happened. The historical memory of that center gradually disappeared in the civilizations that derived from it, but in which elements of the ancient heritage were retained in the blood of the dominating castes, the roots of various languages, and also in social institutions, signs, rituals, and hierograms. In the Hebrew tradition, the theme of the Tower of Babel, with the ensuing punishment represented by the confusion of the various languages, to quote Genesis chapter 11, verse 7, may refer to the period in which the unitary tradition was lost, and the various forms of civilization were dissociated from their common origin and could no longer understand each other after the catastrophe of the flood ended the cycle of Atlantic mankind. The historical memory was often preserved in myth, that is, in meta-history. The West, in which Atlantis was located during its original cycle, when it reproduced and perpetuated the much older polar function, very often represented a nostalgic reference point for the fallen ones. By virtue of a transposition onto a different plane, the waters that submerged the Atlantic land were called waters of death, which the following post-diluvian generations, consisting entirely of mortal beings, must cross through initiation in order to be reintegrated with the divine state of the dead, namely, with the lost race. On this basis, the well-known figurations of the island of the dead could be understood in a similar sense as transformations of the memory of the sunken insular continent. The mystery of paradise and of places of immortality in general was reconnected with the mystery of the West, and in some instances of the North too, and thus it formed a body of traditional teachings the same way the theme of those who are rescued from the waters, and of those who do not drown in the waters, shifted from the real historical sense that referred to the elites who escaped the catastrophe and went on to establish new traditional centers, to a symbolic meaning and appeared in the legends of prophets, heroes, and initiates. Generally speaking, the symbols proper to that primordial race surface again in enigmatic ways until relatively recent times, wherever traditional conquering kings and dynasties made their appearance. Moreover, the Greeks often discussed the exact spot of the divine garden, the Theon Kapos, which was the original dwelling of the Olympian god Zeus, and of the garden of the Hesperides, beyond the river Ocean. According to some, the Hesperides were the daughters of Atlas, the king of the western island. It was precisely this garden that Heracles was supposed to find in that symbolic feat that has often been associated with his winning Olympian immortality and having had Atlas as a guide who alone knows the dark depths of the sea. Generally speaking, the Hellenic equivalent of the Northern Solar Way, or of the Indo-Aryan Devayana, was a western path, or Zeus's Way, which led from the fortress of Kronos, located in the island of the heroes on the faraway sea, to the peaks of Mount Olympus. According to the Chaldean tradition, it is in the west, quote, beyond the deep waters of death, which have no ford and which have not been crossed for the longest time, unquote, that the divine garden is to be found, in which the king Shamashnapishtim, the hero who escaped the flood and who still retains the privilege of immortality, still reigns. This garden was reached by Gilgamesh, who followed the western path of the sun in order to receive the gift of life. It is significant that the Egyptian civilization did not have a barbaric prehistory. It arose all of a sudden, so to speak, enjoying from the start a high level of sophistication. According to tradition, the first Egyptian dynasties were formed by a race that had come from the West, also known as the race of Horus's companions, Shemsu, Heru, or of those marked by the sign of the first among the inhabitants of the western land, namely Osiris. Osiris himself was believed to be the eternal king on Yalu's fields in the land of sacred Amentet, beyond the waters of death, which was thought to exist in the far west, and which sometimes has been associated with the idea of a great insular land. The Egyptian funerary rite carried on the symbolism and the ancient memory. In this rite, the ritual formula was, "to the west," and it included the crossing of the waters and a procession carrying the sacred Ark of the Sun, that is, the Ark of those who had been rescued from the waters. Moreover, the Chinese and Tibetan traditions mention the existence of a western paradise, with trees bearing golden fruits, like the Hesperides garden. There is also a frequent image of Me Too, with a rope and the inscription, quote, "He who draws the souls to the west," unquote. On the other hand, the memory that was transformed into the myth of paradise is also found in the Celtic and Gaelic sagas concerning the land of the living, the Ma Mel, the pleasant plain, or Avalon, which were otherworldly regions located in western lands. Avalon was believed to be the place in which the survivors of the race from above, of the Tuatha De Danann, King Arthur himself, legendary heroes such as Conall, Oisin, Cuchulainn, Loegr, Ogier the Dane, and others came to enjoy eternal life. This mysterious Avalon is the equivalent of the Atlantic paradise described in American legends. It is the ancient Tlapalan, or Tulan. It is the land of the sun, or the Red Land, to which both the white god Quetzalcoatl and legendary heroes such as the Toltec priest Huemak, or Great Hand, mentioned in the Codex Chimalpopoca, returned, as did the Tuatha to Avalon, thus disappearing from people's sight. According to Jewish folklore, Enoch went to a western place, to the far end of the earth, in which there are symbolical mountains and divine trees guarded by the archangel Michael. These trees give life and salvation to the elect, but are barred to mere mortals until the time of the Last Judgment. The last echoes of this myth were kept secret until the Christian Middle Ages. The navigator monks of the monasteries of St. Matthias and of St. Albaeus allegedly found in a mysterious Atlantic land a golden city, which was believed to be the dwelling place of Enoch and Elijah, the prophets who never died. On the other hand, in the myth of the flood, the disappearance of the sacred land separated from continental land by a mare tenebrosum, the waters of death, may also assume a meaning that connects it to the symbolism of the ark, to the preservation of the germs of the living in an eminent and figurative sense. The disappearance of the legendary sacred land may also signify the passage of the center, which retains, in an unadulterated way, the primordial non-human spirituality, into the invisible, the occult, or the unmanifested. Hence, according to Hesiod, the beings of the first age, who never died, would continue to exist as humankind's invisible guardians. Thus, the legend of the subterranean people, or of the subterranean kingdom, is often the counterpart of the legend of the sunken land, island, or city. This legend is found among several populations. When impiety began to run rampant on the earth, the survivors of previous eras moved to an underground location. In other words, they acquired an invisible existence that is often situated in the mountains as a result of transpositions with the symbolism of the heights. These beings continue to exist on those mountain peaks until a new manifestation is made possible for them, as the end of the cycle of decadence approaches. Pindar said that the road leading to the Hyperboreans can be found neither by ship nor by marching feet, and that only heroes such as Perseus and Heracles were admitted to it. Montezuma, the last Mexican emperor, may enter Aztlan only after performing magical operations and undergoing a transformation of his physical body. Plutarch relates that the inhabitants of northern regions could commune with Kronos, the king of the Golden Age, and with the inhabitants of the far northern region only in their sleep. According to Lietzu, those marvelous regions he mentions that are connected to the Arctic and the Atlantic seat, quote, "you cannot reach by boat or carriage or on foot, only by a journey of the spirit," unquote. According to the Tibetan Lama's teachings, Shambhala, the mystical northern seat, is within everyone. This is how the testimonies concerning what was once a real location inhabited by non-human beings survived and assumed a metahistorical value, providing at the same time symbols of states beyond ordinary life that can only be reached through initiation. Besides the symbol, we find the idea that the original center still exists in an occult and usually unreachable location, similar to what Catholic theology said about the Garden of Eden. Only a change of state or of nature can open its doors to the generations living in the last ages. This is how the second great transposition of metaphysics and history was established. In reality, the symbol of the West, just like that of the pole, may acquire a universal value beyond all geographical and historical references. In the West, where the physical light that is subject to birth and to decline becomes extinguished, the unchanging spiritual light is kindled. There the journey of the sun's ship toward the land of the immortals commences. And since this region lies where the sun disappears beyond the horizon, it was also conceived as subterranean, or as underwater. This is straightforward symbolism directly inspired by natural observations and thus used by various populations, even by those who have no relation with Atlantic memories. This, however, does not mean that such a theme, situated within given limits determined by concomitant testimonies, such as the ones I have presented, may not also have a historical character. What I mean is that among the countless forms assumed by the mystery of the West, a group may be isolated for which it is legitimate to assume that the origin of the symbol did not consist in the natural phenomena of the course of the sun, but rather by virtue of a spiritual transposition in the distant memory of the disappeared Western land. In this regard, the surprising correspondence between American and European myths, especially Nordic and Celtic ones, constitutes a very decisive proof. Secondly, the mystery of the West always marks a particular stage in the history of the spirit that is no longer the primordial one. It corresponds to a type of spirituality that cannot be considered to be primordial, and therefore it is defined by the mystery of transformation. It is characterized by a dualism and by a discontinuous passage. A light is kindled, another fades away. Transcendence has gone underground. Supernature, unlike the original state, is no longer nature. It is the goal of an initiation and the object of a problematic quest. Even when considered in its general aspect, the mystery of the West appears to be typical of those more recent civilizations, the varieties and destinies of which I will examine in the next chapter. It is connected to the solar symbolism rather than to the polar one. We have now entered the second phase of the primordial tradition. Chapter 26. North and South. In the first part of this work, I pointed out the relationship between the solar symbolism and several traditional civilizations. This symbolism naturally occurs in a number of traces, memories, and myths connected to the primordial civilization. When considering the Atlantic cycle, however, we can distinguish a typical alteration and differentiation of the polar symbolism from the symbolism relating to the previous Hyperborean civilization. The Hyperborean stage may be characterized as that in which the luminous principle presents the characteristics of immutability and of centralism, which are, so to speak, typically Olympian. These are the same characteristics proper to the Hyperborean god Apollo, who, unlike Helios, does not represent the sun following its patterns of ascent and of descent over the horizon, but is rather the sun itself, the dominating and unchanging source of light. The swastika and other forms of the prehistoric cross that are found approximately at the beginning of the glacial period, like the other very ancient prehistoric solar symbol of the circle with an inner center that was sometimes represented by the colossal dolmen, originally seem to have had a connection with this early form of spirituality. In fact, the swastika is a solar symbol inasmuch as it represents a rotary movement around a determined and unmovable pivot corresponding to the center of another solar symbol, the circle. There are different kinds of solar wheels and swastikas. Circles, crosses, circles with crosses, and radiating circles. Later on, there are axes with a swastika, double axes, and axes and other objects made with aeroliths arranged in a circular pattern. And then images of the solar ship associated with the axes or with the Apollonian Hyperborean swan and reindeer. All of these symbols are traces of the original stage of the Northern tradition. There is also a different spirituality connected to the polar symbolism, though it emphasizes the relationship with the year god, and thus with a law of mutation, ascent, descent, death, and rebirth. The original theme, therefore, is distinct from what may be characterized as a Dionysian phase. Here we find the influences proper to another principle, another cult, another stock of races, and another geographical region. We notice a differentiating transposition. In order to classify this type of transposition, we may consider the most significant point in time for the symbol of the sun as the sun god, the winter solstice. Here a new element acquires an ever greater relevance. It is that element into which the light seems to disappear and from which it seems to rise again, almost by virtue of renewed contact with the original principle animating its own life. This symbol does not appear in the traditions of pure boreal stock, and if it does, it appears only in a very subordinated way. Conversely, in the southern civilizations and races, this symbol is predominant and it often acquires a central meaning. It is the feminine, telluric symbol, which is portrayed as the mother, the divine woman, the earth, or the waters, or serpent. These three characteristic expressions are equivalent to a great degree and are often related to one another: Mother Earth, the generating waters, and the serpent of the waters. The relationship established between the two principles, the mother and the sun, is what gives meaning to two different redactions of the symbolism, the first of which still retains traces of the polar tradition, while the second characterizes a new cycle, namely the Silver Age, and a mingling, which is already a degeneration, of North and South. From an abstract perspective, in those places in which solstices are celebrated, there is still a connection with the polar symbolism, the vertical axis running from north to south, while the symbolism of the equinoxes is connected with the longitudinal east-west direction, so much so that the predominance of either one of these two symbolisms in different civilizations, in and of itself, allows us to characterize whatever in them refers to either the Hyperborean or Atlantic heritage. In what may be more properly characterized as an Atlantic tradition and civilization, however, we find a mixed form. Here, together with the presence of the solstice symbolism, we still have a polar element. But in the predominance of the theme of the solar god who changes, and in the appearance and ensuing predominance of the figure of the mother, or of similar symbols during the solstices, we may detect the effects of yet another influence and of another type of civilization and spirituality. Therefore, when the center consists of the solar male principle, conceived of as life that arises and declines and that goes through winter and spring, or death and rebirth, as in the case of the so-called vegetation deities, while the identical and immutable principle is identified with the universal mother and with the earth conceived as the eternal principle of every life, as the cosmic matrix and the inexhaustible source and seat of all energy, then we are truly confronted by a decadent civilization and by the Second Era, which is traditionally under the aegis of the water or of the moon. Conversely, wherever the sun continues to be conceived of in terms of uncreated and unprecedented pure light and spiritual virility following the lines of an Olympian meaning, and wherever people's attention focuses on the luminous and heavenly nature of the fixed stars, since they appear to be exempt from the law of rising and setting, which in the opposite view affects the sun as the year god himself, then what we are witnessing are instances of the highest, purest, and most ancient spirituality, the cycle of the Iranian civilizations. This is a very general and yet fundamental scheme. Generally speaking, we can distinguish between a southern and a northern light. In the amount in which such an opposition has relatively well-defined traits within the mixed matter of what is historical and traceable back to the very distant ages, it is possible to distinguish between a Uranian and a lunar spirituality, between Arctic regions and Atlantis. Historically and geographically, Atlantis does not correspond to the south, but to the west. The south corresponds to Lemuria, which I have mentioned in passing, and some Negroid and southern populations may be considered the last crepuscular remnants of this continent. Since until now, however, I have essentially followed the trajectory of the decline of the primordial Hyperborean civilization, I will discuss Atlantis only in reference to a phase of this decline. Moreover, I will only consider the South in relation to the influence it exercised on primordial races and on northern civilizations during the Atlantic cycle, but not only in it, provided we do not give to this expression a general typological meaning. Or in relation to intermediate forms, which have the double meaning of an alteration of the primordial heritage and of the elevation to higher forms of the chthonic and demonic themes typical of the southern aboriginal races. This is why I did not simply say South, but Southern Light, and why I will use the term lunar spirituality to characterize the second cycle, in reference to the moon as a bright and yet non-solar symbol, which is almost similar to a heavenly earth, namely, to a purified land, the South. Because of numerous elements, there is no doubt that the themes of the mother or woman, the waters, and the earth all trace their origins to the South, and are also recurrent through transpositions and interpolations in all the ensuing Atlantic traces and memories. This has misled some into thinking that the cult of the mother was typical of the northern Atlantic civilization. According to a well-established idea, there is a connection between Moru, one of the creations that, according to the Zend-Avesta, came after the Arctic seat, and the Atlantic cycle, and therefore Moru should be equated with the land of the mother. Moreover, if some have attempted to see in the prehistoric Magdalenian civilization, of an Atlantic origin, the original center from which a civilization in which the mother goddess enjoyed such a predominant role that some could say that at the dawn of civilization the woman radiates such a bright light through religion that the male figure is confined to the shadows, spread throughout the Neolithic Mediterranean. And if some have claimed to have discerned in the Hyberic-Cantabric cycle the same characteristics of the lunar Demetrian mystery that is dominant in the pre-Hellenic Pelasgic civilization, undoubtedly there must be some truth in this. After all, the name Tuatha De Danann, which is found in the Irish cycle and characterizes a divine race from the west, means the people of the goddess Danu. The legends, the memories, and the meta-historical transpositions according to which a western island was the residence of a goddess, a queen, or a priestess ruler are numerous and very revealing. I previously mentioned some of these references. The custody of the golden apples, which may represent the traditional heritage of the First Age and the symbol of the spiritual states proper to it, located in Zeus's western garden, according to the myth, became the responsibility not only of women, but of the daughters of Atlas, the Hesperides. According to some Gaelic sagas, the Atlantic Avalon was ruled by a regal virgin. Also, the woman who appeared to Conall, in order to lure him to the land of the living, implied through symbols that this land was inhabited only by women and by children. Hesiod declared that the Silver Age was characterized by a long period of infancy under maternal tutelage. This is the same idea conveyed through the same symbolism. Even the designation Silver Age is a reminder of the lunar light and of a lunar matriarchal era. In Celtic myths, we find the recurrent theme of the woman who bestows immortality on the hero in the western island. This corresponds to 1. The Hellenic legend of Calypso, daughter of Atlas, queen of the mysterious island of Ogygia, a divine woman who enjoyed immortality and gave it to those whom she chose. 2. The theme of the virgin who sits on the throne of the seas, along the western path followed by Gilgamesh, and who is the goddess of wisdom and the guardian of life, a virgin who tends to be confused with the mother goddess Ishtar. 3. The Nordic myth of Idun, land of the ever-young, and of its apples that grant and renew eternal life. 4. The Far Eastern tradition concerning the Western Paradise, in the aspect in which it is also called land of the Western woman. And finally, 5. The great Mexican tradition relative to the divine woman, mother of the great Huitzilopochtli, who remained the ruler of the sacred oceanic land of Aztlan. These are the echoes that, directly or indirectly, refer to the same one idea. They are memories, symbols, and allegories that need to be dematerialized and regarded as universal references to a lunar spirituality, to a regere, and to the participation in a life that is not ephemeral, all of which have shifted from the solar and virile aegis to the lunar and feminine aegis of the divine woman. It would probably be possible to reach the same conclusions through the Hellenic myth of Aphrodite, a goddess who, in her Asiatic variations, characterizes the southern component of the Mediterranean civilizations, since, according to Hesiod, Aphrodite was born from the foam that gathered around the severed genitals of the primordial heavenly deity Uranus, whom some believe to represent both the Golden Age, like Kronos, and the northern center. According to the tradition of the Elder Edda, the appearance of the feminine element, of the three strong daughters of the giants, marks both the end of the Golden Age and the beginning of the first struggles between the divine races, the Aesir and Vanir, and later on between divine races and giants. These struggles, as we shall see later on, reflect the spirit of later epochs. Considered in her elementary chthonic aspect, the woman, together with the earthly demons, was really the main object of the southern aboriginal cults. This will be the source of the great Asiatic southern chthonic goddesses, and of those goddesses who represent the monstrous, stereotypic female idols of the early megalithic period. This goddess of the southern hemisphere, who is transfigured and reduced to a pure and almost Demetrian form, as exemplified in the Brasampui caves inhabited by Augneratian man, was introduced and became dominant in the new civilization of Western Atlantic origin. Along the path of Atlantic colonizers, from the Neolithic to the Minoan period, and from the Pyrenees to Egypt, we encounter female idols almost exclusively, while in the cult there were more priestesses than priests, or quite often effeminate priests. The same motif is present in Thracia, Illyria, Mesopotamia, and even in some northern and Celtic stocks all the way up to the time of the Germanic tribes, and especially in India, where it has been preserved in some southern forms of the Tantric cult and in the prehistoric traces of the civilization of Mohenjo-Daro, not to mention the most recent forms, which I will discuss later on in greater detail. This is but a brief reference to the primordial chthonic roots of the Southern Light, which can be associated with the southern component found in those civilizations, traditions, and institutions that emerged in the wake of the great migratory tides that moved from west to east. This is a disaggregating component, opposed to the original Olympian and Uranian type of spirituality connected with the races of a more immediate northern descent, the northern Atlantic, or with those races that were capable of retaining or of rekindling the fire of the primordial tradition even in an environment far removed from the influences of the original one. By virtue of the occult relationship that exists between what takes place on the visible plane, which is apparently shaped according to external conditions, and that which conveys a deep and even spiritual meaning, we can refer to environmental and climatic factors in order to explain analogically the differentiation that occurred. The experience of the sun, of light, and of fire itself naturally acted in the northern races as a liberating spirituality, especially during the long glacial winter. Uranian and solar, Olympian, or fiery figures also played a major role in the sacred symbolism of these races. Moreover, the rigorous climate, barren soil, and need for hunting, as well as the need to migrate across unknown seas and continents, naturally shaped those who innerly retain this spiritual experience of the sun, bright sky, and fire into warriors, conquerors, and navigators, and thus furthered that synthesis of virility and spirituality, the characteristic traces of which were retained in the Indo-European races. In relation to this, it becomes easier to understand another aspect of the previously mentioned symbolism of sacred stones. The stone or the rock is an expression of the hardness, the sacred and iron-like spiritual firmness of those who are rescued from the waters. The stone represents the main characteristic of those who eventually dominated in later times and who established the traditional centers following the Great Flood in places where the sign of the center, the pole, and God's house often re-emerged in the symbolic stone as a variation of the omphalos. Hence the Hellenic theme of the second race, born from stone after the flood. The idea that Mithras was believed to have been born from stone, that stones were believed to point out true kings, or that they are found at the beginning of the Via Sacra, see the Roman lapis niger, or black stone, that sacred stones were the material from which fatal swords are made, and finally, that meteorites, or stones from heaven, or thunderbolts, were often turned into axes, the weapon and the symbol of prehistoric conquerors. Conversely, it was only natural that in the South the object of the most immediate experience was not the solar principle, but rather its effects, displayed in the luscious fertility of the earth, and that the center shifted toward Mother Earth, portrayed as Magna Mater, while the symbolism shifted to chthonic deities or beings, to gods and goddesses of vegetation and of vegetal and animal fertility, while fire, once perceived as a divine, heavenly, and beneficial reality, eventually came to be perceived as something infernal, ambiguous, and telluric. The favorable climate and the natural plentiness eventually induced most people to seek peace and rest and to cultivate the feeling of contemplation and of getting lost in nature, rather than an active pursuit of affirmation and self-transcendence. Therefore, even in the order of what can be affected to a certain degree by external factors, while the northern light goes hand in hand through solar and Uranian symbols with the virile ethos and a warrior spirituality consisting of a harsh will to establish order and to dominate, conversely, in the southern traditions the predominance of the chthonic theme and of the pathos of death and resurrection corresponds to a certain propensity to promiscuity, escapism, a sense of abandonment, and a naturalistic pantheism with sensual or mystical and contemplative overtones. In every historical epoch that follows the descent of the northern races, it is possible to detect the action of two opposing tendencies that can be traced, one way or another, back to the fundamental polarity of north-south. In every civilization that emerged later on, it is possible to recognize the dynamic outcome of either the encounter or the clash of these two tendencies, which generated more or less lasting forms until the advent of forces and of processes that ushered in the later Bronze and Iron Ages. Not only within every single civilization, but even in the struggle between various civilizations and in the advent of one tendency and in the demise of the other, deeper meanings will often surface. It will also be possible to notice again the advent or the demise of forces that are inspired by either one of these spiritual poles, with a greater or lesser reference to the ethnic lines that originally either knew the northern light or fell under the spell of the mothers and of the southern ecstasies. Chapter 27. The Civilization of the Mother. In order to undertake this kind of research successfully, it is necessary to provide a more exact typological characterization of the forms of civilization that followed the primordial one. First of all, I will discuss the notion of the civilization of the mother. The characteristic trait of this civilization is a transposition into the metaphysical of the view of woman as the principle and substance of generation. A goddess expresses the supreme reality, while every being, conceived as a son or daughter, appears next to her as something conditioned, subordinated, lacking life in itself, and ephemeral. This is the type of the great Asiatic Mediterranean goddesses of life, such as Isis, Ashera, Cybele, Tanit, and especially Demeter, Ceres to the Romans, a central figure in the Pelasgic Minoan cycle. The representation of the solar principle as a child resting on the lap of the Great Mother, suggesting that it was generated from her. The Egyptian Minoan representations of queens or divine women holding the lotus and the key to life. Ishtar, celebrated by one of the most ancient recorded hymns with the words, quote, "There is no true God besides you," unquote, and who is often referred to as Umu Ilani, the mother of the gods. The various allusions, often with cosmological transpositions, to an alleged primacy of the night principle over the day principle arising from her bosom, and therefore of dark or lunar deities over manifested or diurnal ones. The ensuing characteristic sense of the occult as destiny and as a fatalistic law from which nobody can escape. The priority in some archaic symbolisms, often connected with the lunar rather than with the solar measure of time, of the sign or of the god of the moon over that of the sun. See, for instance, the primacy enjoyed by the Babylonian god Sin over Shamash, and the inversion whereby the moon was sometimes portrayed as a masculine deity and the sun as a feminine deity. The part assigned to the principle of the waters and to the relative cult of the serpent and of analogous entities, and also, on a different plane, the subordination of Adonis to Aphrodite, Virbius to Diana, and some forms of Osiris, who was transformed from his original solar form into a lunar god of the waters, to Isis, Iacchus to Demeter, the Asiatic Heracles to Miletus. All of these examples seem to point in the same direction. Little statues of the mother with child, dating back to the Neolithic, are found everywhere in the southern hemisphere, and from Mesopotamia to the Atlantic. In the civilization of Crete, where the homeland was called motherland, Matris, rather than fatherland, Patris, which also exhibits a specific relation with the Atlantic southern civilization and with the substratum of even more ancient cults in the south, the gods were believed to be mortal. Just like summer, every year they underwent death. In Cretan civilization, Zeus, Teshub, did not have a father, and his mother was the humid soil. The woman was therefore at the beginning, while the god himself was a generated and mortal being, and his sepulchre was shown from generation to generation on Crete's Mount Iuktas. Conversely, the unchanging feminine substratum of every form of life was believed to be immortal. According to Hesiod's Theogony, when the shadows of chaos are dispersed, the black goddess Gaia, Melaina Gaia, a feminine principle, makes her appearance. Gaia generates her own male or bridegroom without a spouse, after producing the great mountains, the ocean, and the Pontus. Gaia's entire divine offspring, which Hesiod lists following a tradition that should not be confused with that of the pure Olympian stock, is portrayed as a world subject to movement, change, and becoming. On a lower plane, and on the basis of traces that have been preserved until the earliest recorded historical times, it is possible to recognize in some of the Asiatic Mediterranean cults ritual expressions that characterize this inversion of values. Take, for instance, the Sacaean and Phrygian festivals. The Sacaean festivals, which were celebrated in honor of the great goddess, culminated in the slaying of a person who represented the male regal figure. The dismissal of the virile element on the occasion of the celebration of the goddess was also found in a dramatic way in the castrations performed during Cybele's mysteries. Sometimes the priests who felt possessed by the goddess would go so far as emasculating themselves in order to resemble her and to become transformed into the female type, which was conceived as the highest manifestation of the sacred. Moreover, from the temples of Astarte and of Artemis at Ephesus to Hierapolis, the priests were often eunuchs. Consider the following. A. The Lydian Hercules, dressed as a woman, who for 3 years serves the imperious Omphales, who was a type of the divine woman like Semiramis. B. The fact that those who participated in some mysteries consecrated to Heracles or to Dionysus often wore women's clothes. C. The fact that priests dressed in women's clothes would keep watch in the sacred woods by some ancient Germanic trees. D. The ritual inversion of sex, whereby some statues of Nana Ishtar in Susa and of Venus in Cyprus would display masculine features, and whereby women dressed as men and men dressed as women celebrated their cult. And finally, E. The Pelasgic Minoan offering of broken weapons to the goddess, and to the usurpation of the sacred Hyperborean warrior symbol of the battle axe by Amazonian figures and southern goddesses. All of these instances represent the fragmentary, materialized, and distorted echoes, none of them any less characteristic, of the overall view according to which, as the feminine became the fundamental symbol of sacredness, strength, and life, the masculine element and men in general came to be looked down upon as irrelevant, innerly inconsistent, ephemeral, of little value, and as a source of embarrassment. Mater equals earth. Gremium matris terrae. This equivalent suggests a main point, namely, that in the type of civilizations with southern roots, it is possible to include all the varieties of cults, myths, and rituals in which the chthonic theme predominates, in which the masculine element appears, and in which not only goddesses but gods of the earth, of growth, natural fertility, the waters, or the subterranean fire are to be found. The mothers presided over the subterranean world and the occult, conceived of in terms of night and darkness, and in opposition to coelum, which also suggests the generic idea of the invisible, though in its higher, luminous, and heavenly aspect. Moreover, there's a fundamental and well-known opposition between the deus, the type of the luminous deities of the Indo-European pantheon, and Al, who is the object of the demonic, ecstatic, and frenzied cult of the dark southern races that lack any contact with what is truly supernatural. In reality, the infernal demonic element, or the elemental kingdom of the subterranean powers, defines the lower aspect of the cult of the mother. In opposition to all this, there is the Olympian, immutable, an acosmic reality bathed in the light of a world of intelligible essences, cosmos noetos, and sometimes dramatized in the form of gods of war, victory, splendor, or heavenly fire. If in southern civilizations, in which the feminine telluric cult predominates, burial was the prevalent funerary rite, while cremation was practiced among civilizations of northern and Aryan origin, this reflects the above-mentioned view, namely, that the destiny of the individual was not to become purified from earthly residues and to ascend to heavenly regions, but rather to return to the depths of the earth and to become dissolved in the chthonic magna mater, who was the source of his ephemeral life. This explains the subterranean rather than heavenly location of the kingdom of the dead, which is typical of the most ancient ethnic strata of the South. According to its symbolical meaning, the burial of the dead was characteristic of the cycle of the mother. Generally speaking, it is possible to establish a relationship between feminine spirituality and pantheism, according to which ultimate reality is conceived as a great sea into which the nucleus of an individual merges and becomes dissolved like a grain of salt. In pantheism, personality is an illusory and temporary manifestation of the one undifferentiated substance, which is simultaneously spirit and nature as well as the only reality. In this Weltanschauung, there is no room for any authentically transcendent order. It is necessary to add, and this will be a key factor when assessing the meaning of later cycles, that those forms in which the divine is conceived of as a person represent a mixed and yet similar thing. In these forms, we find a connection between the naturalistic relationship of generation and creation of man and the corresponding pathos of utter dependence, humility, passivity, surrender, and renunciation of one's will. Strabo's opinion, in his Geographia, Book 7, Chapter 3, Paragraph 4, according to which prayer was taught to man by woman, is very significant in this regard. I had previously suggested that the materialization of true virility is the inevitable counterpart of the feminization of spirituality. This motif, which will introduce further modifications of various civilizations during the Bronze or Iron Age, helps to characterize other aspects of the civilization of the mother. When we compare femininity with virility understood in material terms, such as physical strength, harshness, and violent affirmation, it is only natural that the woman, owing to her characteristics of sensitivity, self-sacrifice, and love, not to mention the mystery of procreation, was regarded as the representative of a higher principle. She was even able to acquire authority and to appear as an image of the universal mother. Thus, it is not a contradiction that in some instances, spiritual and even social gynecocracy did not appear in effeminate but in violent and bellicose societies. Indeed, the general symbol of the Silver Age and of the Atlantic cycle was not a demonically telluric or a coarsely naturalistic symbol, as in the case of the cycle of the coarse, prehistoric feminine idols, but one in which the feminine principle was elevated to a higher form, almost like in the ancient symbol of the moon as a purified or heavenly earth, orania etheria gay, and as such ruling over anything terrestrial. A spiritual or moral authority was therefore bestowed upon femininity that predominates over purely material and physical virile instincts and qualities. We find this higher form in those regions where the entities that not only safeguard natural customs and laws, avenge sacrilege, and punish misdeeds, from the northern women to the Erinyes, Themis, and Dike, but that also mediate the gift of immortality, are portrayed as female. This form was usually characterized as Demetrian, and it was associated with chaste symbols of virgins or mothers who conceive without a male partner, or with goddesses of vegetal fertility and crops, such as Ceres. A true opposition exists between the Demetrian and the Aphrodistic type. This differentiation may be associated with the opposition found in Far Eastern countries between the Pure Land, inhabited by the Western woman, and the subterranean world of Emao. In the Hellenic traditions, this opposition existed between the symbol of Athena and the symbol of the Gorgons whom she fights. The pure and peaceful Demetrian spirituality, portrayed as the moon's light, characterized the type of the Silver Age and most likely the cycle of the first Atlantic civilization. Historically, however, it was not the original spirituality, but rather a product of an ensuing transformation. Effective forms of gynecocracy developed in those places where the symbol became a reality. Traces of it can be found in the most ancient substratum of several civilizations. Just as leaves are not born one from another but derive from the trunk, likewise, although man produces life, it is woman who begets it. The sun does not perpetuate the race, but merely enjoys an individual existence circumscribed to the time and place in which he happens to live. Real continuity abides in the feminine motherly principle. Hence, as a consequence, the woman as mother was the center and the foundation of a people's or a family's laws, and the genealogical transmission took place through the feminine bloodline. By transposition, if we go from the family to society at large, we arrive at structures of a collectivist and communist type. In reference to the unity of origin and to the maternal principle, of which we are all the children, equitas becomes equalitas. Relationships of universal brotherhood and equality are established, a sympathy reaching out beyond all boundaries and differences is affirmed, and a tendency to share whatever one possesses, which is considered to be a gift of Mother Earth, is encouraged. An echo of this motif is found in the fact that, until recently, during festivals that celebrated chthonic goddesses and the return of men to the great Mother of Life, not without a revival of an orgiastic element typical of the lowest southern forms, all men felt themselves to be free and equal. Caste and class distinctions no longer applied, but could be freely overturned, and a general licentiousness and pleasure and promiscuity tended to be rather widespread. On the other hand, the so-called natural law and common promiscuity typical of several savage populations of a totemic type in Africa and Polynesia, up to the so-called Slavic mir, almost always points to the typical context of the civilization of the mother, even in those places in which matriarchy was not found, and where, rather than mixed variations of the primordial boreal civilization, we find remnants of Tellurism inherent to inferior autochthonous races. The communal theme, together with the ideal of a society that does not know wars and that is free and harmonious, is found in various descriptions of the earlier ages, including the Golden Age and Plato's description of primordial Atlantis. But this, in my view, is merely due to mistaking a relatively recent memory with a more distant one. The lunar theme of peace and community, in a naturalistic sense, has little to do with those themes that characterize the First Age. Once we eliminate this misunderstanding and bring them back to their true setting, namely to the Second Age of the Mother, or Silver rather than Golden Age, the above-mentioned memories concerning a primordial, peaceful, and communitarian world close to nature and without conflicts and divisions become very significant. On the other hand, if we bring this order of ideas to its logical conclusion, we arrive at a morphological characterization of fundamental importance. In reference to what I have expounded in the first part of this work, concerning the meaning of the primordial regality and the relationships between regality and priesthood, it is possible to see that the type of society ruled by a priestly class and yet dominated by feminine spirituality, which is characterized by the subordination of the spirit to priestly matters and the confinement of the regal function to a subordinated and material role, this type of society tends to be dominated by a gynecocratic and lunar spirit or by a Demetrian form, especially if it is oriented toward the ideal of mystical unity and brotherhood. In opposition to a society articulated according to specific hierarchies and animated by a triumphal assumption of the spirit and culminating in regal superhumanity, this society reflects the truth of the mother, but in one of its sublimated versions. This version is in line with what probably characterized the best period of the Atlantic cycle, which was reproduced and preserved in the colonies that developed from the pelasgic populations into the cycle of the great Asiatic Mediterranean goddesses of life. Thus, in myth and ritual, in the general views concerning life and the sacred, and in laws, ethics, and even social forms, one finds specific elements. These elements can be found in the historical world only as fragments mixed together with other motifs, transposed to other planes, yet leading back, at least ideally, to the same basic orientation. This orientation corresponds to the southern alteration of the primordial tradition, and to the spiritual deviation from the pole that occurred, parallel to the change of location, in the mixed variations of the original boreal stock and the civilizations of the Silver Age. This is what must be held by those who accept the meanings of North and South, not only morphologically in relation to two universal types of civilization — it is always possible to limit oneself to this minimalist view — but also as points of reference, in order to integrate into a higher meaning the dynamics and the struggle of historical and spiritual forces in the development of recent civilizations, in the latest phase of the twilight of the gods. Chapter 28. The Cycles of Decadence and the Heroic Cycle. In relation to the period preceding the flood, the biblical myth mentions a race of, quote, heroes of old, the men of renown, unquote. Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, born of the union between the sons of heaven and the daughters of men. This union is an example of the miscegenation that caused the primordial spirituality to give way to the spirituality of the age of the mother. The offspring of this union was the race of the giants, Nephilim in Hebrew, whom the book of Enoch refers to as the people from the far west. The biblical myth relates that the earth became filled with violence and wickedness, thus drawing upon itself the catastrophe of the flood. The myth of a fantastic androgynous race of powerful beings that the gods themselves feared constitutes another example of non-human races. In order to neutralize these beings, the gods broke them into two halves, into male and female. The symbolism of the inimical pair, found in several traditions, sometimes refers to a similar division that destroys the power feared by the gods. This motif is susceptible to a historical and even a metaphysical interpretation. The primordial, powerful, and divine race of androgynous beings may be related with the period in which the Nephilim were men of renown. It is the race of the Golden Age. After this race, a new division occurred. The one generated the two, the couple, or the dyad. The first of the two elements is the woman, Atlantis. The second is man. This man was no longer pure spirit, and he eventually rebelled against the lunar symbolism by either affirming himself or by pursuing violent conquests and by attempting to usurp certain spiritual powers. This is the myth of the Titans. They are the giants. This is the Bronze Age. In Plato's Critias, violence and injustice, yearning for power, and covetousness are the qualities ascribed to the degenerated inhabitants of Atlantis. In another Hellenic myth, it is said that, quote, men living in primordial times, to which Deucalion, who survived the flood, belonged, were filled with arrogance and pride. They were guilty of many crimes. They broke oaths and were merciless, unquote. An essential feature of myth and symbol is that both are apt to convey multiple meanings, which must be separated in a clear-cut fashion and assigned methodically to different categories by means of adequate interpretations. This is also the case of the inimical pair and of the Titans. On the basis of the duality man-woman, in the sense of a materialized virility and of a merely priestly spirituality, which is the premise of the new types of civilization derived by involution from the primordial civilization, it is possible to define the following types. The first type of civilization is the Titanic one, in a negative sense, and refers to the spirit of a materialistic and violent race that no longer recognized the authority of the spiritual principle corresponding to the priestly symbol or to the spiritually feminine brother. For example, Cain versus Abel. This race affirmed itself and attempted to take possession, by surprise and through an inferior type of employment, of a body of knowledge that granted control over certain invisible powers inherent to things and people. Therefore, this represented an upheaval and a counterfeit of what would have been the privilege of the previous glorious men, namely of the virile spirituality connected to the function of order and of domination from above. It was Prometheus who usurped the heavenly fire in favor of the human races, and yet he did not know how to carry it. Thus the fire became his source of torment and damnation until he was freed by another hero, Heracles, who was worthier and also one reconciled with the Olympian principle, that is, with Zeus, and its ally in the struggle against the giants. The second race was far worse than the other, both naturally, phue, and mentally, noema. According to Hesiod, as early as the end of the First Age, it refused to pay respect to the gods and thus opened itself up to the influence of telluric forces. According to Hesiod, at the end of its cycle, it became the race of subterranean demons, the hypokthonioi. It eventually produced a mortal generation characterized by pertinacity, physical strength, and an uncontrolled pleasure in violence, war, and power. This corresponds to Hesiod's Bronze Age, to the Persians' Iron Age, and to the biblical giants, or Nephilim. According to yet another Hellenic tradition, Zeus is believed to have caused the flood in order to extinguish the fire element that threatened to destroy the entire earth, as Phaeton, the son of the sun, lost control of the quadriga that the frenzied horses had carried up into the sky. Quote, "Age of battle axes, age of swords, age of wolves, until the world is ruined. Brothers will fight and kill each other." Unquote. This is the prophecy contained in the Edda. Men living in this age have hearts as hard as iron. But no matter how scary these men may appear, they will fall victim to the Black Death and disappear into the moldering domain, the Oiroenta, of cold Hades. While the biblical myth claims that the flood put an end to this civilization, we may assume that the Atlantic cycle ended with a similar stock, and that a similar civilization was eventually swept away by the oceanic catastrophe, and maybe because of the previously mentioned abuse of certain secret powers, or titanic black magic. Generally speaking, according to the northern tradition, the age of the battle axes opened the way to the unleashing of the elemental powers that eventually swept away the divine race of the Aesir. In this context, this race may be made to correspond with the race of the residual groups of the Golden Race, and to the breaking down of the barriers of the fortress at the center of the world, which express figuratively the creative limits established by the primordial polar spirituality. The emergence of women and of a no longer virile spirituality heralded the twilight of the Aesir and the end of the golden cycle. During this time, the dark strength that the Aesir themselves had nourished, after keeping it chained for a while, symbolized by the wolf Fenrir, or better, by two wolves, grows tremendously. This corresponds to the usurpation of the Titans, which was immediately followed by the revolt and the emergence of all the elemental powers, the southern infernal fire, and the beings of the earth, Hrimthursar, that used to be kept outside the walls of Asgard. The bond is broken. After the age of the battle axe, the Bronze Age, one of the two wolves will, quote, "swallow the sun, then the other wolf will catch the moon," unquote. In other words, this is the end not only of the solar spirituality, but of the Demetrian lunar spirituality as well. Odin, the king of the Aesir, falls, and Vidar himself, who succeeded in killing the wolf Fenrir, falls victim to its poison. In other words, his own divine nature as an Aesir is corrupted by the lethal principle that is passed on to him by this wild creature. Fate, or the twilight, Ruk, of the gods, takes place with the collapse of the Bifrost Bridge that connects heaven and earth. This represents the earth abandoned to itself, lacking all connections with the divine element, following the rebellion of the Titans. This is the Dark Age, or Iron Age, that comes after the Bronze Age. A more concrete reference is given by the concurrent witnesses of the oral and written traditions of several peoples that mention a frequent opposition between the representatives of the spiritual and the temporal, that is, regal or warrior, powers, regardless of the special forms assumed by either one in adapting to different historical circumstances. This phenomenon was just another aspect of the process leading to the Third Age. The usurpation of the priestly caste was followed by the revolt of the warrior class, and by its struggle against the priestly class for the achievement of supreme authority. This was the prelude to an even lower stage than that reached by a Demetrian and priestly society. This was the social equivalent of the Bronze Age and of the Titanic, Luciferian, or Promethean motif. While the Titanic upheaval represented the degenerated, in a materialistic, violent, and almost individualistic sense, attempt to reinstate virility, it nevertheless corresponded to an analogous deviation from the sacred female law that characterized the Amazonian phenomenon. From a symbolic point of view, the Amazons and the generic type of armed goddesses can be understood, following Bachofen, as an abnormally empowered gynecocracy, or as an attempt to react and to reinstate the ancient authority of the feminine or lunar principle against the male revolt and usurpation. This attempt, though, was carried out on the same plane as the violent masculine affirmation, and in so doing it lost that spiritual element that alone established the primacy and the dignity of the Demetrian principle. Whether or not Amazonism enjoyed a historical and social reality, it is found throughout myths with constant traits, thus rendering it susceptible of characterizing analogically a certain type of civilization. Thus it is possible to prescind from the real appearance of women warriors in history or prehistory and understand Amazonism as the symbol of the reaction of a lunar or priestly spirituality, the feminine dimension of the spirit, that was unable to oppose the material or even temporal power, the masculine dimension of the spirit, which no longer acknowledged its laws, as for instance in the myth of the Titans, in any way other than in a material and temporal fashion, that is, by adopting the way of being of its opposite, the virile figure and strength of the Amazon. Thus, it is possible to refer to what I previously said concerning the alteration of the normal relationship between royalty and priesthood. In the above-mentioned generalization, there is Amazonism wherever there are priests who do not yearn to be kings, but rather to dominate kings. There is a very revealing legend, according to which the Amazons, who attempted in vain to conquer the symbolical White Island, the Luke Island, which has an equivalent in several traditions, did not flee at the sight of a Titan-like figure, but rather at the sight of a hero, Achilles. They were also fought by other heroes such as Theseus, who can be considered the founder of the virile state of Athens, and by Bellerophon. The Amazons, who had usurped the Hyperborean battle axe, came to the rescue of Venus's city, Troy, against the Achaeans. They were eventually exterminated by another hero, Heracles, the rescuer of Prometheus. Heracles grabbed from their queen the symbolic belt of Ares, Mars, and the axe, Labrus, that was the symbol of the supreme power of the Lydian dynasty of the Heraclidians. The meaning of Amazonism versus Olympian heroism will be discussed further on. A second type of civilization must also be considered. The pair always come first. There is, however, a crisis, and the feminine primacy is upheld through a new principle, the aphrodistic principle. The mother is replaced by the hetera, the son by the lover, and the solitary virgin by the divine couple that, as I have suggested, in various mythologies often characterizes a compromise between opposite cults. But the woman in this context, unlike in the Olympian synthesis, is not Hera, who is subordinated to Zeus, although always scheming behind his back. We do not even have, as in the Far Eastern synthesis, the yang principle that retains its active and heavenly character vis-a-vis the yin principle, which is its feminine and earthly complement. Instead, the chthonic and infernal nature penetrates the virile principle and lowers it to a phallic level. The woman now dominates man as he becomes enslaved to the senses and a mere instrument of procreation. Vis-a-vis the aphrodisiac goddess, the divine male is subjected to the magic of the feminine principle and is reduced to the likes of an earthly demon or a god of the fecundating waters. In other words, to an insufficient and dark power. From this theme derive, analogically and according to different adaptations, types of civilization that may be called aphrodisiac. This could be yet another meaning of the theory of Eros that Plato associated with the myth of the androgynous beings whose power was shattered when they became two, male and female. Sexual love arises between mortal beings from the deep-seated desire of the fallen male who realizes his inner insufficiency and who seeks, in the fulgurating ecstasies of orgasm, to reascend to the wholeness of the primordial androgynous state. In this sense, the erotic experience conceals a variation in the theme of the rebellion of the Titans, with the only difference being that, due to its own nature, it takes place under the aegis of the feminine principle. It is easy to remark that a principle of ethical decadence and corruption must necessarily be connected with a civilization oriented in this sense, as it is apparent in the various festivals that, up to relatively recent times, were inspired by Aphroditism. If Moru, the third creation of Ahura Mazda, which most likely corresponds to Atlantis, is seen as the Demetrian civilization, then the notion that the god of darkness set up various sins as some kind of counter-creation may refer to the following period of aphrodisiac degeneration in that civilization that is parallel to the Titanic upheaval itself. This is true especially if we consider the frequent associations between aphrodisiac goddesses and violent and brutally warlike divine figures. It is well known that Plato established a hierarchy of the forms of Eros, rising from the sensual and the profane up to the peaks of the sacred, and culminating in the Eros through which, quote, the mortal seeks to live forever and to become immortal, unquote. In Dionysianism, Eros becomes sacred frenzy, mystic orgiasm. It is the highest possibility inherent in this direction, and it is aimed at undoing the bonds of matter and at producing a transfiguration through frenzy, excess, and ecstasis. But if the symbol of Dionysus, who fights against the Amazons himself, reveals the highest ideal of this spiritual world, nevertheless it remains something inferior compared to what the third possibility of the new era will be, the heroic reintegration that alone is really detached from both the feminine and the telluric principle. In fact, Dionysus was also represented as a demon of the infernal regions. Quote, Hades is the same as Dionysus, unquote, said Heraclitus, and was often associated with the principle of the waters, Poseidon, or with the underground fire, Hephaestus. Often he is found together with feminine figures of mothers, virgins, or goddesses of nature turned into lovers, Demeter and Kore, Ariadne and Arabella, Semele and Libera. The masculinity of the Corybantes, who often dressed as women, like the priests in the Phrygian cult of the mother, was very ambiguous. The ecstatic and pantheistic orientation, associated with the sexual element, predominates in the mystery or in the sacred orgy. Frenzied contacts with the occult forces of the earth and monadic and pandemic liberations occur in a domain that is simultaneously that of unrestrained sex, night, and death. If in Rome the Bacchanalia were originally celebrated by women, and if in the Dionysian mysteries women could play the role of priestesses and initiators, and if historically all the memories of Dionysian epidemics are essentially to be attributed to the feminine element, in all this we have a clear indication of the survival during this cycle too of the theme of the woman's preeminence, not only in the coarsely aphrodisiac stage, in which she dominates through the bond that Eros in its carnal form imposes upon phallic man, but also as the woman inducing an ecstasis that may also signify dissolution, destruction of the form, and therefore attainment of the spirit, but only on condition of the renunciation of its possession in a virile form. The third and last type of civilization to be considered is the civilization of the heroes. Hesiod mentions that following the Bronze Age and prior to the Iron Age, Zeus created a better lineage out of those races whose destiny was, quote, to descend ingloriously to Hades, unquote. Hesiod called this lineage the race of heroes, to whom it is given the possibility of attaining immortality and partaking, despite all, in a state similar to that of the primordial age. In this type of civilization, we find evidence of the attempt to restore the tradition of the origins on the basis of the warrior principle and of membership in the warrior caste. Indeed, not all the heroes become immortal by escaping Hades. This is the fate of only some of them. And if we examine the body of Hellenic myths and the myths of other traditions, upon recognizing the affinity, hidden behind various symbols, of the deeds of the Titans with those of the heroes, we will realize that the hero and the Titans, after all, belong to the same stock. They are the daring ones who undertook the same transcendent adventure which can either fail or succeed. The heroes who become immortal are those whose adventure succeeds. In other words, they correspond to those who are really capable of overcoming, thanks to an inner impulse toward transcendence, the deviation proper to the titanic attempt to restore the primordial spiritual virility and the supremacy over the woman, that is, over the lunar spirit, both aphrodisiac and Amazonian. Conversely, the other heroes, those who are not capable of realizing such a possibility conferred upon them by the Olympian principle, or Zeus, the same possibility to which Jesus referred when he said, in Matthew chapter 11, verse 2, quote, "The kingdom of heaven has been subject to violence, and the violent are taking it by storm," unquote, descend to the same level as the race of the Titans and of the giants, who were cursed with various punishments and afflictions as a result of their boldness and their corruption, of which they were guilty, in the, quote, "ways of the flesh on earth," unquote. As far as these relationships between the way of the Titans and that of the heroes is concerned, there is an interesting myth, according to which, once Prometheus was freed, he taught Heracles the way to reach the garden of the Hesperides, where he could find the fruit that renders one immortal. Such a fruit, once obtained by Heracles, is taken back to Athena, who represents in this context the Olympian intellect, and put back, quote, "so that it may not be partaken of by anybody," unquote. This probably means that the attainment of that fruit should be reserved for the stock to which it belongs, and that it should not be desecrated by putting it at the disposal of the human race, as Prometheus intended to do. Even in the heroic cycle, we sometimes find the theme of the dyad, that is, of the pair, and of the woman, but with a different meaning from that of the cases I discussed in the first part concerning the saga of the Rex Nemorensis, the women who appoint divine kings, the women of the chivalric cycle, and so on. Concerning this different aspect, in which the same symbolism will appear to function differently, here it will suffice to say that the woman who embodies a vivifying principle, such as Eve, the living woman, Hebe, and what derives from the relation of the divine women with the tree of life, and so on, or a principle of transcendent or enlightening wisdom, such as Athena, born from the mind of the Olympian Zeus, Heracles' guide, or the Virgin Sophia, or the Lady Intelligence of the medieval Love's Lieges, and so on. Or a power, such as the Hindu Shaktis, the goddess of the Morrigoose battles who offers her love to the solar heroes of the Celtic Ulster cycle, and so on, is the object of conquest, and does not take from the hero his virile character, but allows him to integrate it on a higher plane. A relevant motif in the cycles of the heroic type is that of the opposition to any gynecocratic claim and to any Amazonian attempt to usurp power. This motif, together with the previous one, which is equally essential for a definition of the notion of hero and refers to an alliance with the Olympian principle and a struggle against the Titanic principle, had a very clear expression in the Hellenic cycle, especially in the figure of the Doric Heracles. We have already seen that Heracles, like Theseus, Bellerophon, and Achilles, fights against the Amazons and eventually exterminates them. Though the Lydian Heracles falls for Omphale, the Doric Heracles proves to be a true misogynos, an enemy of women. Since his birth, Hera, the earth goddess, is hostile to him. While still in his cradle, he choked 2 snakes she had sent to kill him. Heracles has constantly to battle Hera without winning, but succeeds instead in wounding her and in taking her only daughter Hebe, the perennial youth. If we consider other figures of this cycle in both East and West, we will always find these fundamental themes. Thus, Apollo, whose birth had been prevented many times by Hera, it is significant that she was helped in this by Ares, the violent god of war, who had sent the serpent Python to kill him, eventually has to fight against Tatius, Hera's son, who can count on his mother's protection. In the ensuing struggle, she is wounded by the Hyperborean hero, just like in the epic tale Aphrodite is wounded by Ajax. As uncertain as the final outcome may be of the saga of Gilgamesh, the Chaldean hero who set out to find the plant of immortality, the bottom line is that his story is the account of the struggle he waged against the goddess Ishtar, an aphrodisiac type of the mother of life. He turned her love down, reminding her of the fate of her former lovers. He finally slew the demonic animal that the goddess unleashed against him. In one of his actions that is considered heroic and virile, Indra, who is the heavenly prototype of the hero, strikes the Amazonian and heavenly woman Ushas with his thunderbolt, while being at the same time the lord of Shakti, whose name also means power. And if Parsifal's departure caused his mother, who opposed his heroic vocation as the heavenly knight, to die of grief, and if the Persian hero Rustam, according to the Shah-Namah, must thwart the plot of the dragon that approached him in the disguise of a seductive woman before freeing a blind king who, thanks to Rustam, gains his sight back and is revealed to be the one who attempted to ascend to heaven with the help of eagles. In all this we find the same theme over and over again. Generally speaking, the seductive snares of a woman who tries to distract from a symbolic feat a hero who is conceived of as a slayer of titans, monstrous beings, or rebellious warriors, or as a conqueror abiding by a higher law, is such a recurrent and popular theme as not to require individual examples. The element in these legends and sagas that must be firmly upheld, however, is that the woman's snares can be reduced to the plane of the flesh in the lowest sense of the word. If it is true that woman brings death and that man overcomes her through the spirit by passing from the phallic to the spiritual plane of virility, it must be added that the plot devised by the woman, or by the goddess, expresses in esoteric terms the snare represented by a form of spirituality that emasculates and tends to paralyze or to thwart any impulse toward the supernatural. Lordship over the origins. Not to be the original force, but to possess it. The quality of the autophues, to be a light unto oneself, and of the autotelestos, to have oneself as an end, which in Hellas was often associated with the heroic ideal. These qualities have sometimes been represented through the symbolism of parricide or of incest. Parricide in the sense of an emancipation and of becoming one's own guiding principle. Incest in an analogous sense, conveying the idea of possessing the prime generating matter. Thus, as a reflection of the same spirit in the world of the gods, we find, for instance, the type of Zeus, who killed his own father and possessed his mother Rhea, when in order to run away from him, she took the form of a snake. Indra himself, just like Apollo, who had killed the snake Puthon, slew the primordial serpent Ahi. He too was believed to have killed his heavenly father, Dios. Even in the symbolism of the Hermetic Ars Regia, we find the theme of the philosophical incest. With regard to the two accounts of the solar symbolism previously employed to point out the differentiation of traditions, we may generally assume that the heroic myth is related to the sun, which is associated with a principle of change, not with change as such, as in the destiny of caducity, and perennial dissolution into Mother Earth typical of the year god, but in a way that tends to become free from this principle, in order to become transfigured and reintegrated into an Olympian immutability and into a Uranian immortal nature. The heroic civilizations that arose prior to the Iron Age, an age deprived of every real spiritual principle, and around the time of the Bronze Age, and that overcame both the Demetrian aphrodisiac spirituality and the Titanic hubris, thus bringing about the end of the Amazonian upheavals, represent partial resurrections of the Northern Light, as well as instances of restoration of the golden Arctic cycle. It is very significant that among the feats that bestowed Olympian immortality upon Heracles, we find the adventure of the Garden of the Hesperides. According to some traditions, in order to reach that garden, Heracles went through the symbolic northern center, quote, which neither ship nor marching feet may find, unquote, namely the land of the Hyperboreans. Then Heracles, the handsome victor, Kalinikos, was believed to have carried away from this land the green olive leaf with which victors are crowned. In summary, I have reached a morphological determination of 6 basic types of civilization and tradition that came after the primordial one, the Golden Age. These are Demetrism, representing the pure southern light, the Silver Age, Atlantic cycle, societies ruled by a priestly caste; Aphroditism as a degenerated version of Demetrism; and finally, Amazonism, which was a deviated attempt at lunar restoration. On the other hand, we find Titanism, in a different, almost Luciferian context, which was a degeneration of the Northern Light, the Bronze Age, age of warriors and giants; Dionysianism, as a deviated and emasculated masculine spirituality, generating passive and promiscuous forms of ecstasis; and finally, heroism, as the restoration of the Olympian solar spirituality and the overcoming of both the Mother and Titan figures. These are the fundamental structures to which, generally speaking, we can analytically reduce any mixed form of civilization arising in historical times during the cycle of the Dark Age, or Age of Iron. Chapter 29. Tradition and Anti-Tradition. The American Cycle and the Eastern Mediterranean Cycle. For obvious reasons, I cannot include in the present work a metaphysics of history of the main ancient civilizations. I will limit myself to pointing out some of their most characteristic aspects and meanings, thus providing a common thread to those who want to pursue their own special research in any one of them. In any event, my scope will be confined to the Western world, since outside our hemisphere, the great majority of civilizations retained, in one way or another and until recent times, a traditional character, traditional in the widest sense of the term, which includes all of the previously described forms of civilization and associates them in a common opposition to the humanist cycle of the last ages. A character which they eventually lost, due to the eroding action exercised upon them by Western countries that had themselves fallen victim to a degenerative process. Thus, in order to understand the process that played a decisive role in the genesis of the modern world, it is necessary to look at the West. The traces of the northern and solar spirituality can be found in historical times mainly in the area of the Aryan civilizations. Considering the abuse that has been made of the term Aryan in some contemporary milieus, such a term should be used with some reservations. In other words, it should not be made to correspond to a merely biological or ethnic concept. In this regard, it would be more appropriate to talk about a boreal or northern Atlantic race, depending on the case at hand, but rather to the concept of a race of the spirit, whose correspondence to a physical race has varied from one civilization to another. Aryan corresponds more or less to heroic. The connection with the origin still exists as a dimmed legacy, but the decisive element is the tendency toward inner liberation and the reintegration in an active and combative form. The fact that in India the term Arya was the synonym of Dvija, twice-born or regenerated, supports this point. Concerning the area proper to the Aryan civilization, there is the interesting testimony of the Aitareya Brahmana. This text relates that the struggle between the Deva, the luminous deities, and the Asura, the enemies of the divine heroes, began in the 4 regions of space. The region in which the Deva triumphed, and that received the name of Sa-esha dig Aparajita, or unconquered region, was the region situated between north and east, which corresponds to the direction of the northern Atlantic migration. On the other hand, the south has been considered in India as the region inhabited by demons, by the forces hostile to the gods and to the Aryas. The southern fire of the ritual of 3 fires is aimed at exorcising these forces. As far as the Western world is concerned, a reference can be made to the so-called battle-axe cultures that are usually associated with the megalithic culture of the dolmen. To the profane sciences, the original seat of these races still remains shrouded in mystery, like the seat of the first races that were clearly superior to Neanderthal man and who have been called the Greeks of the Paleolithic. There is a connection between the appearance of the battle-axe cultures of the Neolithic and the more recent expansion of the Indo-European populations, or Aryans, in Europe. They are believed to have originated the political and military institutions and forms of government that opposed the Demetrian, peaceful, communitarian, and priestly type of culture, and that often replaced it. Other civilizations, in addition to the Aryan ones, have displayed traces of the primordial tradition up to historical times. To follow closely the interplay of the 2 opposite themes of South and North, however, with reference to an ethnic element, would take us too far afield and cause us to formulate uncertain hypotheses. In any event, with regard to pre-Columbian America, we must consider first of all the archaic substratum of a Telluric southern cycle of civilization related to the Atlantean cycle. In this cycle we find the civilizations of the Maya, the Tiahuanac, and the Pueblo, as well as those of other stocks or minor centers. Its traits are very similar to those that can be found in the prehistoric traces of some sort of southern belt extending from the Pelasgian Mediterranean to the vestiges of the pre-Aryan civilization of Mohenjo-Daro in India, and to analogous traces in pre-dynastic China. Such a civilization is prevalently of a Demetrian priestly type. Solar symbols survive together with a strong chthonic component, though in altered and weakened forms, so much so that one would search in vain for elements that are traceable to the principle of spiritual virility and Olympian superiority. This applies also to the civilization of the Maya, where we find prominent figures of priests and deities who assume the insignia of supreme sovereignty and royalty. There is a very characteristic Mayan figure in the Dresden Codex of the god Kukulkan, adorned with the insignia of royalty and with a priest kneeling before him, performing a bloody and mortifying ritual on himself. The Demetrian principle thus leads to forms of a religious type, in which fasts and bodily mortifications characterize the fall of man from his original dignity. Though the Maya built an empire called the Kingdom of the Great Snake, Nachan was a frequent and highly representative symbol of this civilization. It had a peaceful rather than a warrior and heroic character. The priestly sciences were highly developed, but once the empire reached a high stage of opulence, it slowly but increasingly degenerated into the forms of a hedonistic and aphrodistic civilization. It seems that among the Maya originated the figure of the god Quetzalcoatl, who was a solar Atlantean god who came to be worshipped in an emasculated type of cult that was of a peaceful, contemplative, and self-mortifying nature. According to a tradition, one day Quetzalcoatl left his subjects and withdrew to the Atlantic seat, whence he had come. This should probably be related to the invasions of the races of the Nahuatlans, Toltecs, and finally of the Aztecs, who overcame the Maya and their crepuscular civilization, forming new states. These are the races that retain in a more distinct way the memory of Tula and Aztlan, that is, of the northern Atlantic seat, and thus can be considered part of a heroic cycle. Their last creation was the ancient Mexican Empire, the capital of which, Tenochtitlan, according to a legend, was built on the site of an apparition of an eagle holding in its claws a snake. The same can be said of those Inca stocks who were sent as conquerors by the sun and who created the Peruvian Empire after subjugating races of lower types of civilizations and their animistic and chthonic cults, which had survived in the lowest strata of society. There is a very interesting legend about the race of the giants of Tiahuanac, whose heaven included only the moon, a lunar cycle with its titanic counterpart. A race that killed the sun's prophet only to be massacred and turned into stone by the ensuing apparition of the sun. This legend can be related to the advent of the Incas. Generally speaking, there are numerous legends concerning the American white stocks of supernatural conquerors credited with creating various civilizations. In Mexico, the following pairs of contrasting elements are very revealing. 1. A solar calendar opposed to a lunar one, which apparently belonged to the more ancient stratum of the aboriginal civilization and was mainly employed by the priestly caste. 2. An aristocratic and hereditary system of property that was opposed to a communist plebeian type. And finally 3. The opposition between the cult of fierce warrior deities such as Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca, and the surviving traces of the cult of Quetzalcoatl. In the most distant memories of these civilizations we find again, as in the Edda, the theme of the struggle against the giants and a recent generation affected by the flood. At the time of the Spanish invasion, the warrior civilization of these races showed a characteristic degeneration in the direction of a special and sinister version of Dionysicism, which may be called frenzy of blood. The themes of holy war and heroic death as a sacrifice that confers immortality, which were found among the Aztecs as well as among northern European stocks or Arab people in Central and South American civilizations, were mixed with some kind of frenzy of human sacrifices. These sacrifices, even in the form of collective slaughters, were performed in order to maintain contact with the divine, but with a dark, fierce exaltation derived from destroying life, the likeness of which is to be found nowhere else in the world. As in the case of the Inca Empire, other factors of a general degeneration, coupled with internal political strife, brought about the collapse of Mexican civilizations, which undoubtedly had a glorious and solar past, at the hands of a few groups of European adventurers. The vital and inner potential of these cycles had been depleted for a long time, and thus we cannot verify any subsistence or revival of the ancient spirit in the times following the conquest. Nevertheless, moranic fragments of the ancient heritage endured for a longer time in the spirit and in the race of some North American stocks. In these tribes, too, the heroic element was altered, thus generating forms of unprecedented cruelty and harshness. Nevertheless, for the most part, it is possible to subscribe to the view of Frithjof Schuon, who spoke about the, quote, singularly complete human type of the American Indian, his dignity, his pride, his moral uprightness and strength, his generosity and his heroism, which are all dimensions of an inner beauty represented by both the sun and by the eagle, command our respect and bespeak a spirituality without which these virtues would appear unintelligible and lacking a sufficient reason. Unquote. A similar situation can be verified during the late Neolithic in Europe, with regard to warrior stocks that may appear somewhat barbaric when compared to the societies of a Demetrian and priestly type that they swept away, subdued, or absorbed. In these stocks, notwithstanding a certain involution, there are visible traces of the formative action of the previous cycle of Nordic spirituality. This is also the case, as I will try to document, of the epigones of several northern people during the age of the invasions. As far as China is concerned, the ritual retained traces of an ancient dynastic transmission, following the feminine line, that was radically opposed to the spirit of the cosmocratic view, according to which the emperor embodied both the functions of male and of pole vis-à-vis the forces of the demos and of the world, and the spirit of one of the most rigorous types of paternal right ever seen. Even the recently discovered vestiges of a civilization similar to that of the Maya, which had a linear type of writing and was considered to be the unsuspected underground and most archaic stratum of the Chinese civilization, seemed to suggest that a Demetrian Atlantean phase was followed by a solar cycle. How such a thing could have happened still needs to be determined. That was not able to erase all of its traces. We find an echo of this phase in the following elements. 1. Those metaphysical views that show traces of the archaic idea in the assimilation of heaven to a woman or mother, which was conceived of as the original source of life. 2. The frequent recurrence of the primacy of the left over the right, and in the opposition between a lunar and a solar calendar. 3. The telluric element of the popular cult of demons. 4. The shamanic ritual with its disorderly and frenzied expressions. And finally, 5. The practice of magical techniques, which were originally the almost exclusive prerogative of women, in opposition to the non-mystical and almost Olympian austerity of the official Chinese patrician and imperial religion. From an ethnical perspective, in the Far East regions it is possible to recognize the encounter of two opposite currents. The first, which came from the north, was endowed with the characteristic of Ural-Altaic populations, in which there was a strong Aryan component, while the second originated in southeastern and austral regions. The periods in which the elements of the first current predominated also corresponded to the periods of China's greatness. These times were characterized by a marked propensity toward war and by territorial expansion, both of which played a similar role in the Japanese cycle. An in-depth investigation would easily bring similar data to light. In ancient China, the polar symbol of centrality played a prominent role. It was connected both to the view of the Middle Empire, which was underlined by local geographic elements, and to the recurrence of the ideas of the middle way and of equilibrium in views that influenced the ethical plane and that originated a special clear and ritualistic attitude toward life. Just like in ancient Rome, the Chinese representatives of power embodied a religious type too. The type of the priest appeared only in a later period and in relation to exogenous cults. The foundation of the Chinese wisdom tradition, namely the I Ching, was attributed to a mythical king, Fo He, just like the main commentaries to this text were believed to have been written by princes and nobles rather than priests. The teachings found therein, which according to Fo He himself are traceable to a very ancient and not easily individuated past, were the common foundation of two more recent doctrines, Taoism and Confucianism, that seem to have very little in common considering the different dimensions they address. These two doctrines represented a spiritual revival in a period of latent crisis and socio-political disintegration. Taoism contributed to the revival of the metaphysical element through initiatory and esoteric developments, while Confucianism helped to revive the ethical and ritualistic element. Thus, a regular traditional continuity was preserved in China in stable forms until relatively recent times. The same holds true for Japan. Its traditional national form, Shintoism, exemplifies an influence that rectified and raised to a higher level a cultural milieu that partially derived from a primitive stratum. Nothing relevant can be deduced from the presence of the isolated white stock of the Ainu. In historical times, at the heart of Shintoism, we find the imperial idea and the identification of the imperial tradition with the divine tradition. Quote, "Obeying a command, I have descended from heaven," unquote. It says in the Kojiki about the founding father of the Japanese imperial dynasty. In a commentary by the Prince Hakobun Itoe, it is said, quote, "The sacred throne was created when earth became separated from heaven." That is, at the time of the dissolution of the primordial unity of the earthly and the divine realities, an echo of which is also found in the Chinese tradition, thus quite often the ideograms representing nature and heaven are synonymous. "The emperor descends from heaven. He is divine and sacred," unquote. To the emperor was also attributed a solar principle, though with a confusing transposition of the feminine principle. His descendants came from the goddess Amaterasu Omikami. On this basis, the act of governing and of dominating formed one thing with the cult. The term Matsuri Goto signifies both government and pursuit of religious affairs. In the context of Shintoism, loyalty, unwavering faithfulness to the ruler, Chugi, assumed a religious meaning and was at the basis of its ethics. Any reprehensible, low, or criminal deed was not thought of as a transgression of an abstract social law, but rather as a betrayal, an act of disloyalty, and a disgrace. There were no guilty people in Japan, but rather traitors, or people without honor. These general values received a particular emphasis in the warrior nobility, bushi, or samurai, and in its ethics, the bushido. The orientation of tradition in Japan was essentially active and even militaristic, but its counterpart consisted of an inner formation. The samurai's ethics had a warrior and ascetical character, and also sacred and ritual features. It remarkably resembled the elements typical of the feudal and knightly European Middle Ages. Besides Shintoism, Zen, which is an esoteric form of Buddhism, played a role in the formation of the samurai, and also in the traditional formation of various aspects and customs of Japanese life, including the arts and crafts. The presence of sects that have practiced Buddhism in its most recent, weakened, and religious forms, such as Amitism, a devotional form of Buddhism, have not substantially modified the predominant character of the Japanese spirit. In Japan, together with the Bushido, we also find the traditional idea of the warrior's sacrificial death, exemplified by the kamikaze, the suicide pilots of World War II. Until recently, Japan has offered an example, unique in its kind, of the coexistence of a traditional orientation with the adoption, on a material plane, of the structures of modern technological society. In the aftermath of World War II, a millenary continuity was shattered and an equilibrium lost, thus marking the disappearance of the last state in the world that still recognized the principle of the solar regality of pure divine right. Because of the Dark Age and its laws, wherein technological and industrial potential, as well as organized material power, play a decisive role in the clash of world powers, the fate of this tradition has been sealed with the outcome of the last war. As far as Egypt is concerned, it is possible to gather some data on the primordial history of its civilization. The tradition relative to the very ancient dynasty of divine departed ones, who are confused with so-called followers of the ancient Horus, Shemsu Heru, and represented by the hieroglyphic of Osiris as the lord of the sacred western land, and who was believed to have come from the west, may reflect the memory of a primordial civilizing and conquering Atlantic stock. According to the title bestowed on divine kings, Horus is a god made of gold, like Apollo. In other words, he is connected to the primordial tradition. In Egypt, we also find the symbolism of the two inimical brothers, Osiris and Set, and of their struggle. In the Egyptian tradition, there is some evidence that would allow us to see in this struggle an ethnical counterpart, namely the struggle between two stocks that at the time represented the spirit symbolized by each god. While Osiris's death at the hands of Set, in addition to the sacrificial meaning I discussed in the first part of this work, may express on the historical plane a crisis that brought an end to the first age, called Age of the Gods, the Theoi. Osiris's resurrection as Horus could represent a restoration connected to the second Egyptian age, which the Greeks called Age of the Hemitheoi, which corresponds to one of the forms of the heroic cycle mentioned by Hesiod. According to tradition, the second age ended with Manes. The title Hor-Aha, fighting Horus, which was bestowed on this king, may underscore this meaning. The crisis that was initially overcome by the ancient Egyptians, however, must have re-emerged later on with disaggregating results. One of the indications of this crisis is the democratization of the notion of immortality, which can be observed as early as the end of the ancient empire, the 6th dynasty. Another sign of this crisis is the alteration in the character of spiritual centrality and in the immanent transcendence of the pharaoh, who tends to become a mere representative of the deity. In later times we can witness in Egypt, in addition to the presence of the solar theme, the emergence of the chthonic lunar theme, which was connected to the figure of Isis, the mother of all things, or the lady of the elements who was born at the beginning of time. In this regard, the legend in which Isis, who is conceived as an enchantress, wants to become herself the ruler of the world and a deity similar to the sun, Ra, both in heaven and on earth, is highly significant. For this purpose, Isis ambushed Ra as he sat on the throne of the two horizons. She caused a poisonous snake to bite him, and thus the god allowed his name to pass on to her. This is how the shift to the civilization of the mother occurred. From a solar god, Osiris turned into a lunar god, a god of the waters in a phallic sense, and into a god of wine, that is, of the Dionysian element, just as, at the advent of Isis, Horus degenerated to a mere symbol of the ephemeral world. The pathos of Osiris's death and resurrection acquires mystical and escapist overtones in radical contrast to the impassive solar spirituality of the aristocratic cult of Ra and of ancient Horus. Often the type of divine woman, of which Isis is an archetype, mediated the resurrection and eternal life. These are figures of virgins who carry the lotus, symbolizing rebirth and the key of life. This is reflected in ethics and in social customs in that Isis-like predominance of the woman and of the queen that Herodotus and Diodorus ascribed to the more recent Egyptian society and that found a typical expression in the dynasty of the so-called divine worshippers of the Nubian period. It is significant that corresponding to this, the center shifted from the regal to the priestly symbol. Around the time of the 21st dynasty, the Egyptian priests, instead of yearning to be at the service of the divine king, attempted to usurp the regal power. The Theban dynasty of regal priests was established at the expense of the pharaohs. Thus, what emerged was a priestly theocracy in lieu of the divine regality of the origins. This was another typical manifestation of the Southern Light. From this time on, the gods were regarded increasingly less as embodied presences and thus became transcendent beings whose efficacy is essentially mediated by the priest. The solar magical stage declined, followed by a new religious stage. Prayer replaced command, desire and sentimentalism replaced identification and magical techniques. For instance, while an ancient Egyptian sorcerer could say, "I am Ammon, who fertilizes his mother. I am the lord of the sword, and I possess a great power. Do not rise up against me. I am Set. Do not touch me, for I am Horus." And while a man who had been made into the image of Osiris could say things like, "I arise like a living god," or "I am the only one. My being is the being of all gods in eternity," or "If the risen one wishes your death, O gods, you will certainly die. But if he wishes you to live, you shall live," or "You command the gods." The last forms of Egyptian spirituality are marked by the emergence of the mystical elan and by supplications. O Ammon, Lord of the Silent Ones, who heeds the call of the poor ones, I cry out to you in my torment. Truly, you are the Savior. Thus the Egyptian cycle ended with a decadence taking place under the aegis of the mother. According to Greek historians, it was from Egypt that the main Demetrian and Chthonic cults reached the Pelasgians first and the Hellenes later. In any event, Egypt was destined to play a role in the interplay of Mediterranean civilizations, only as an Isis type of civilization under the influence of a mostly lunar, as the Pythagorean, wisdom. Isis's and Serapis's mysteries, and the royal hetera Cleopatra, were the best Egypt had to offer vis-à-vis the onslaught of Roman power. If we go from Egypt to Chaldea and Assyria, we will find an even more distinct version of the theme of the southern civilizations and of their materializations and alterations. In the more ancient substratum of those people, which was constituted by the Sumerian element, we find the characteristic theme of a primordial heavenly mother ruling over various manifested deities, as well as the theme of a son whom she generates without the need of father. This son was sometimes represented as a hero or as a god still subject to the law of death and resurrection. In the late Hittite civilization, the goddess overcame the god and ended up absorbing the attributes of the god of war by presenting herself as an Amazonian goddess. In such a civilization, there were also plenty of eunuch priests and armed priestesses of the great goddess. Chaldea lacked for the most part the idea of divine regality. With the exception of some minor influences from the Egyptian tradition, the Chaldean kings, even when they took on a priestly character, acknowledged themselves as being mere vicars of the deities and shepherds elected to watch over the human flock rather than divine natures. In that civilization, the god of the city was given the title of king, either my lord or my lady. The human king was entrusted by the god to rule over the city on his behalf and was made a prince in the sense of a mere representative. His title of En was mainly a priestly one. He was the priest, the shepherd, and the vicar. The priestly caste remained a separate entity, and it eventually ruled over the other castes. The yearly humiliation of the king in Babel, when he laid down his regal insignia before the statue of the god, put on the robes of a slave, and implored the god's mercy by confessing his sins, is characteristic of this dominance. He was even flogged by the priest who represented the deity. The Babylonian kings were often portrayed as the mother's creation, Ishtar Mami. In Hammurabi's code, the king received his crown and scepter from the goddess. Ashurbanipal even said to her, quote, I implore from you the gift of life, unquote. The formula, Omnipotent Queen, merciful protector, there is no other refuge but thee, was a characteristic confession of Babylonian spirituality and of the pathos with which it approached the sacred. The Chaldean science that represented the highest aspect of this cycle of civilization exemplifies for the most part the lunar and Demetrian type. Its science of the stars, unlike its Egyptian counterpart, was mostly concerned with the planets rather than with the fixed stars, and with the moon rather than with the sun. To the Babylonians, the night was more sacred than the day. Sin, the god of the moon, dominated Shamash, the god of the sun. Babylonian astrology was a science heavily influenced by fatalism and the belief in the omnipotence of a cosmic law or harmony, and characterized by little or no sense of an authentic kind of transcendence. In other words, it could not prescind from the naturalistic and anti-heroic limitation in the dimension of the spirit. In the more recent civilization, the Assyrian, which descended from the same stock, we find characteristics typical of the Titanic and Aphrodisiac cycles. In such a civilization, on the one hand, we find the emergence of races and virile deities of a violent, coarsely sensual, cruel, and bellicose type. On the other hand, we find a spirituality culminating in Aphrodisiac figurations such as the Great Mothers, to whom the male deities were subordinated. Although Gilgamesh represented the heroic, solar type who despises the goddess and attempts to conquer the Tree of Life, his attempt failed. Upon landing on the symbolic land, ruled by Shamashnapishtim, the divine hero who survived the flood, a serpent snatched away from him the gift of perennial youth that he had obtained, although with the intercession of a woman, the Virgin of the Seas, and that he intended to bring back to men, quote, so that they too may enjoy eternal life, unquote. This may symbolize the inability on the part of a materialistic warrior race, such as the Assyrian, to ascend to a transcendent plane and thereby be transformed into a stock of heroes fit to receive and to preserve the gift of life and to perpetuate the primordial tradition. Since the Assyrian Chaldean calendar was lunar, however, as opposed to the Egyptian solar calendar, we also find in these civilizations traces of gynecocracy of an aphrodistic type. See, for instance, the types like Semiramis, who was the real ruler of the kingdom of the Nile behind the effeminate Sardanapalus, almost as a reflection of the relationship between the divine couple composed by Ishtar and Ninip-Ador. Even though it seems that in these races the woman originally played a dominant role and was only later overcome by man, this shift in power may be interpreted as the analogous sign of a wider movement that represented a further involution rather than a restoration. The replacement of the Chaldeans by the Assyrians in many regards marks the passage from a Demetrian stage to a Titanic stage, which was expressed more significantly in the Assyrian bellicosity and fierceness that followed the Chaldean lunar and astrological priesthood. It is very significant that a legend established a relationship between Nimrod, who is credited with the foundation of Nineveh and of the Assyrian Empire, and the Nephilim and other types of antediluvian giants who, with their violence, filled the earth with wickedness. The Hebrew cycle and the Eastern Aryan cycle. The failure of the attempt of the Chaldean hero Gilgamesh corresponds to the fall of Adam in the myth of another civilization within the Semitic cycle, the Hebrew civilization. Here we find a fundamental and characteristic motif, the transformation into sin of what in the Aryan version of the myth was regarded as a heroic bold deed, often crowned by success, but that in Gilgamesh's myth had a negative outcome only because the hero was caught asleep. In the context of Hebrew Semitism, the one who attempts to take possession of the symbolic tree is univocally transformed into a victim of woman's seduction and a sinner. The curse he has to suffer, and the punishment that has been meted out to him by a jealous, terrible, and omnipotent God, follow him. There is no better hope in the end than that for a Redeemer who will provide a vicarious atonement. In the ancient Hebrew tradition, there are also elements of a different type. Moses himself, though he owed his life to a woman of the royal family, that is, Pharaoh's daughter, Exodus chapter 2, verse 5, was conceived of as having been rescued from the waters. Likewise, the events described in the book of Exodus are capable of esoteric interpretation. Besides Elijah and Enoch, Jacob too was a heroic type, because he fought an angel and won. In relation to this, even the name Israel, which the angel gave him, conveys the idea of victory over the deity, as in Genesis chapter 32, verse 29. These elements are still sporadic and reveal a curious oscillation, which is typical of the Jewish soul, between a sense of guilt, self-humiliation, deconsecration, and carnality, and an almost Luciferian pride and rebelliousness. Maybe this could be explained by the fact that even the initiatory tradition, which is also found in Judaism, for example, the Kabbalah, and which played an important role in the European Middle Ages, has some particularly involuted traits which characterize it at times as an accursed science. The Jews originally conceived the otherworld as the dark and mute Sheol, or as some kind of Hades without the counterpart of an island of heroes. Not even sacred kings such as David could escape it. This is the theme of the Way of the Ancestors, Pitarjana in Hinduism, which in this context has special relevance as the idea of an ever greater distance between man and God. Even on this plane, however, we find a double characteristic. On the one hand, according to the ancient Hebrews, Jehovah is the true king. Thus the Jews saw in the full and traditional understanding of regal dignity a disparagement of God's privilege. Whether historical or not, Samuel's opposition to the establishment of a monarchy is very significant. On the other hand, the Jewish people considered themselves to be a chosen people and God's people, who had been promised dominion over all the other peoples and possession of all the riches of the earth. They even derived from the Iranian tradition the theme of the hero Seoshant, who in Judaism becomes the Messiah, retaining for some time the traits typical of a manifestation of the Lord of hosts. Not without relation to all this, in ancient Judaism we find a very visible effort on the part of a priestly elite to dominate and coalesce a turbid, multiple, and turbulent ethnical substance by establishing the divine law as the foundation of its form, and by making it the surrogate of what in other people was the unity of the common fatherland and the common origins. From this formative action, which was connected to sacred and ritualistic values and preserved from the first redactions of the ancient Torah to the elaboration of the Talmuds, the Jewish type arose as that of a spiritual rather than a physical race. But the original substratum was never totally eliminated, as ancient Jewish history shows in the form of the recurrent betrayals of God and is becoming reconciled with Israel. This dualism and the ensuing tension help to explain the negative forms that Judaism assumed in later times. For Judaism, as in the case of other civilizations, the time frame between the 7th and 6th century BC was characterized by upheaval. Once the military fortunes of Israel declined, defeat came to be understood as a punishment for sins committed, and thus an expectation developed that after a dutiful expiation, Jehovah would once again assist his people and restore their power. This theme was dealt with in Jeremiah and in Isaiah. But since this did not happen, the prophetic expectations degenerated into an apocalyptic messianic myth and in the fantastic eschatological vision of a Savior who will redeem Israel. This marked the beginning of a process of disintegration. What derived from the traditional component eventually turned into a ritualistic formalism and thus became increasingly abstract and separated from real life. To be aware of the role that Chaldean priestly sciences played in this cycle would allow one to connect to this source everything that was successively articulated in Judaism in the form of abstract thought and even of mathematical insights, up to and including Spinoza's philosophy and the modern formal physics in which the Jewish component is very strong. Moreover, a connection was established with a human type, who in order to uphold values that he cannot realize and thus that appear to him increasingly abstract and utopian, eventually feels dissatisfied and frustrated before any existing positive order and any form of authority, especially when we find in him, though in an unconscious way, the old idea according to which the state of justice willed by God is only that in which Israel rules, so as to be a constant source of disorder and of revolution. Finally, we must consider another dimension of the Jewish soul. It is like somebody who, having failed to realize the values typical of the sacral and transcendent dimension in the course of the attempt to overcome the antithesis between spirit and flesh, which he exasperates in a characteristic way, eventually rejoices whenever he discovers the illusion and the irreality of those values and wherever he ascertains the failure of the yearning for redemption. This becomes for him some kind of alibi and self-justification. These are specific developments of the original guilt motif, which acted in a disaggregating way as Judaism became increasingly secularized and widespread during the most recent Western civilization. It is necessary to point out a characteristic moment in the development of the ancient Jewish spirit. The above-mentioned period of crisis witnessed the loss of anything that was pure and virile in the ancient cult of Jehovah and in the warrior figure of the Messiah. Already in Jeremiah and in Isaiah, there emerged a rebellious spirituality that condemned and disdained the hieratic ritual element. Such was the meaning of Hebrew prophetism, which originally displayed traits that were very similar to the cults of inferior castes and to the pandemic and ecstatic forms of the southern races. The figure of the seer, Roa, was replaced by the figure of the one obsessed by the Spirit of God. Other features of prophetism were the pathos of the servants of the Eternal, which replaced the proud and fanatical self-confidence of being God's people, and also an equivocal mysticism with apocalyptic overtones. The latter feature, once freed from the ancient Hebrew context, played a relevant role in the general crisis that affected the ancient Western world. The diaspora, or the scattering of the Jewish people, corresponded to the byproducts of the spiritual dissolution of a cycle that did not have a heroic restoration, and in which some sort of inner fracture promoted processes of an anti-traditional character. There are ancient traditions, according to which Typhon, a demon opposed to the solar god, was the father of the Hebrews. Various Gnostic authors considered the Hebrew god as one of Typhon's creatures. These are references to a demonic spirit characterized by a constant restlessness, by an obscure contamination, and by a latent revolt of the inferior elements. When this substance returned to a free state, and when it separated itself from the law, that is, from the tradition that had formed it, all these factors acted upon the Jewish substratum in a more dramatic and decisive way than in other people. This is the origin of one of the main hotbeds of those forces that exercised an often unconscious, though negative influence during the last phases of the Western cycle of the Iron Age. Even though it began relatively recently, I will briefly refer to another tradition, Islam, which originated among Semitic races and succeeded in overcoming those negative motifs. As in the case of priestly Judaism, the center in Islam also consisted of the law and tradition regarded as a formative force, to which the Arab stocks of the origins provided a purer and nobler human material that was shaped by a warrior spirit. The Islamic law, Sharia, is a divine law. Its foundation, the Quran, is thought of as God's very own word, Kalam Allah, as well as a non-human work and an uncreated book that exists in heaven ab aeterno. Although Islam considers itself the religion of Abraham, even to the point of attributing to him the foundation of the Kaaba, in which we again find the theme of the stone or the symbol of the center, it is nevertheless true that A, it claimed independence from both Judaism and Christianity, B, the Kaaba, with its symbolism of the center, is a pre-Islamic location and has even older origins that cannot be dated accurately. C, in the esoteric Islamic tradition, the main reference point is Al-Qadir, a popular figure conceived of as superior to and predating the biblical prophets, as in Quran chapter 18, verses 59 to 81. Islam rejects a theme found in Judaism and that in Christianity became the dogma and the basis of the mystery of the incarnation of the Logos. It retains, sensibly attenuated, the myth of Adam's fall without building upon it the theme of original sin. In this doctrine, Islam saw a diabolical illusion, talbis iblis, or the inverted theme of the fall of Satan, Iblis or Shaitan, which the Quran, chapter 18, verse 48, attributed to his refusal, together with all his angels, to bow down before Adam. Islam also not only rejected the idea of a redeemer or savior, which is so central in Christianity, but also the mediation of a priestly caste. By conceiving of the divine in terms of an absolute and pure monotheism, without a son, a father, or a mother of God, every person as a Muslim appears to respond directly to God and to be sanctified through the law, which permeates and organizes life in a radically unitary way in all of its juridical, religious, and social ramifications. In early Islam, the only form of asceticism was action, that is, jihad, or holy war. This type of war, at least theoretically, should never be interrupted until the full consolidation of the divine law has been achieved. It is precisely through the holy war, and not through preaching or missionary endeavor, that Islam came to enjoy a sudden prodigious expansion, originating the empire of the caliphs, as well as forging a unity typical of a race of the spirit, namely the Ummah, or Islamic nation. Finally, Islam presents a traditional completeness, since the Sharia and the Sunnah, that is, the exoteric law and tradition, have their complement not in a vague mysticism, but in full-fledged initiatory organizations, turuq, that are characterized by an esoteric teaching, ta'wil, and by the metaphysical doctrine of the supreme identity, tawhid. In these organizations, and in general in the Shia, the recurrent notions of the masum, of the double prerogative of the isma, doctrinal infallibility, and of the impossibility of being stained by any sin, which is the prerogative of the leaders, the visible and invisible imams, and the mujtahid, lead back to the line of an unbroken race, shaped by a tradition at a higher level than both Judaism and the religious beliefs that conquered the West. If in India, which in ancient times was called Aryavarna, land of the Aryans, the terms Varna designating the caste also meant color, and if the serfs' caste of the Shudras, which was opposite to the caste of the Aryans, the race of the twice-born, Dvija, was also called black race, Krishnavarna, the inimical race, Dasavarna, and the demonic race, Asura. In all this we can see the memory of the spiritual difference existing between two races that originally clashed and also of the nature of the race that formed the higher castes. Apart from its metaphysical content, the myth of Indra, called Hariyaka, the blonde god, or golden hair, is liable to have a historical meaning. The god Indra was born despite his mother's wish to the contrary. Eventually abandoned by her, he did not perish but found a glorious path. The myth of this luminous and heroic god who exterminated the multitudes of Black Krishna, who subdued the color Dasa by causing the fall of the Dasyu who wanted to ascend to heaven, who assisted the Aryans and who conquered even greater territories with the help of his white companions, is likely to have a historical meaning. Finally, in the feats of Indra, who fights against the serpent Ahi and the dreadful warlock Namusi, possibly an echo of the legendary struggle of the Devas against the Asura, in the fulguration of the goddess of the dawn who wanted to be great, and in the destruction of the demon Virta and of his mother by Indra, who thereby generated the sun and heaven, namely the Uranian solar cult, we find mythical events that may contain allusions to the struggle between the cult of the Aryan conquerors against the demonic and magical, in the lower sense of the word, cults of aboriginal Dravidian, Paleo-Malayan races. Moreover, since popular epics mention a primordial solar dynasty, Suryavamsha, that allegedly triumphed in India after it destroyed a lunar dynasty, this may well be an echo of the struggle against forms that are related to the southern Atlantic cycle. The story of Parashurama, the sixth avatar of Vishnu, who is a hero wielding the Hyperborean axe, who exterminated, after several incarnations, the rebellious warrior class during an era, Treta Yuga, in which the ancestors of the Hindus still inhabited a northern region, and who prepared the way for the race of Brahmana from his northern seat, and even the tradition concerning Vishnu, also called Golden God, who destroyed the Mlekas, the degenerated warrior stocks who had become alienated from the sacred, are among the various themes that allude to the overcoming of degenerated forms and to the reaffirmation or restoration of a heroic type. In historical India, however, we find traces of a modification that was probably due to the substratum of the autochthonous vanished races. Thus, by virtue of a subtle action that undermined the original spirituality of the Aryan conquerors, and despite the subsistence of virile asceticism and heroic fulfillment, India eventually took the course of contemplation and of priestly ways instead of remaining rigorously faithful to the original regal and solar path. The period of greater tension extended to the time of Vishvamitra, who incarnated the regal and priestly dignity and who exercised his authority over all the Aryan stocks living in the Punjab region. The following period, in which the Gangetic plains were invaded, already marked a time of division. The authority the priestly caste acquired in India may therefore be considered, as in the case of Egypt, a subsequent development, and it probably derived from the importance that the Purohita, the Brahmana working under the sacral king, slowly acquired as soon as the original dynasties decayed following the Aryan settlement in the recently conquered territories. These dynasties eventually ranked as a mere warrior nobility vis-à-vis the priestly caste. Popular epics recall a prolonged and violent struggle between the priestly and warrior caste for the control of India. The division, which took place in a later period, did not prevent the priests from having virile and regal traits, or the warrior caste, originally called the regal caste, Rajanya, from retaining its own spirituality, which in various instances triumphed over the priestly spirituality. In the warrior spirituality, we often find specific traces of the original boreal element. Moreover, the Nordic elements within the Indo-Aryan civilization were 1. The austere type of the ancient Atharvan, the Lord of Fire, he who first opened the paths through sacrifices, as well as the type of the Brahmana, he who dominates the Brahman and the gods through his formulas of power. 2. The doctrine of the absolute self, Atman, of the early Upanishadic period, which corresponds to the impassible and luminous principle of Samkhya. 3. The virile and conscious asceticism oriented to the unconditioned that also characterizes the Buddhist doctrine of awakening. 4. The doctrine of pure action and heroism expounded in the Bhagavad Gita, which was credited with a solar origin and a regal heritage. 5. The Vedic view of the world as order, Rita, and law, Dharma. And 6. The patriarchal rite, the cult of fire, the symbolically rich ritual of the cremation of the dead, the caste system, the cult of truth and honor, the myth of the universal sacred sovereign, Chakravartin. In all these elements we find the traditional poles of action and contemplation closely intertwined and elevated to a higher meaning. In India, in much older times, the southern component was found in everything that betrayed, unlike the purer and more spiritual elements of the Vedic cult, a kind of primacy of the imagination and a chaotic and tropical effusion of animal and vegetal symbols that eventually came to dominate the greater part of the external artistic and religious expressions of the Hindu civilization. Even though the Tantric cult, in its Shaivite trajectories, was purified and transformed into a superior type of magic, and into a doctrine of power, nevertheless, because of its deification of woman and its orgiastic elements, it represented the resurgence of a pre-Aryan and ancient root congenially akin to the Mediterranean Asiatic civilizations dominated by the figure and the cult of the mother. It is possible that this root encompassed all those features that in Hindu asceticism have a mortifying character. Allegedly, the same ideal orientation connected it with what emerged among the Maya and the civilizations of Sumerian stock. On the other hand, the disintegration of the Aryan worldview began in India when the identity between the Atman and Brahman was interpreted in a pantheistic sense that reflected the spirit of the South. Brahman was no longer conceived, as in the earlier period described in the Atharva Veda and in the Brahmanas, as the spirit of the formless magical force, characterized by an almost mana-like quality that the Aryan dominates and directs through his right. Brahman was instead conceived as the one and all from which all life forms proceed and into which they are redissolved. When it is interpreted in such a pantheistic fashion, the doctrine of the identity between Atman and Brahman leads to the denial of the spiritual personality and is transformed into a ferment of degeneration and promiscuity. One of its corollaries will be the equality of all creatures. The doctrine of reincarnation, understood as the primacy of the destiny of a recurrent and yet ephemeral reappearance in the conditioned world, samsara, a doctrine not found in the early Vedic period, became predominant. Thus, asceticism aimed at achieving a liberation that had the meaning of escapism, rather than a truly transcendent fulfillment. Early Buddhism, which was originated by Prince Siddhartha Gautama, an ascetic from a warrior clan, may be considered in many ways as a reaction against these views, as well as against the purely speculative interest and the ritualistic formalism that had become predominant in so many Brahmana circles. The Buddhist doctrine of awakening, by declaring that the view of the identification of the self with nature, with the all, and even with the divinity theistically conceived, Brahma, is proper to, quote, an uninstructed average person, taking no account of the pure ones, unskilled in the dharma of the pure ones, untrained in the dharma of the pure ones, unquote, firmly upheld the principle of an aristocratic asceticism oriented to an authentically transcendent goal. Thus, Buddhism represented a reformation that occurred at a time of crisis in traditional Indo-Aryan spirituality, and was contemporary with the crisis that was manifested in other civilizations, both Eastern and Western. With regard to this, we find in Buddhism a characteristic opposition, inspired by a pragmatic and realistic spirit, to the mere doctrine or dialectics that became philosophical thought in Greece. Buddhism was opposed to the traditional doctrine of Atman only inasmuch as the latter no longer corresponded to a living reality and had become an emasculated complex of theories and speculations of the priestly caste. By denying that every human being is endowed with an Atman, by denying the doctrine of reincarnation, Buddhism denies the existence of a personal nucleus that remains identical through various incarnations. According to Buddhism, what reincarnates is not a self, but craving, tanha. And by reaffirming the Atman as nirvana, as a state that can be achieved very rarely through asceticism, Buddhism promoted a heroic theme, the attainment of immortality, over and against the echoes of a primordial divine self-knowledge that had been preserved in various doctrines of the priestly caste. These doctrines, moreover, no longer corresponded to an experience for the majority of people, due to a process of decline already at work in those times. A characteristic phenomenon of this situation in more recent times, as the expression of two opposite views, is the opposition between the Bhakti doctrine of Ramanuja and the Vedanta doctrine of Shankara. The latter appears to be marked by the spirit of a strict and straightforward intellectual asceticism. Nevertheless, it was essentially oriented to the Demetrian lunar theme of the formless Brahman, Nirguna Brahma, in regard to which all determined forms are nothing but an illusion and a negation, or a sheer product of ignorance, avidya. Thus we can say that Shankara exemplifies the highest possibility of a civilization of the Silver Age. On the other hand, Ramanuja may be considered as the representative of the following age, which was determined by the merely human element, and of the new theme that appeared at the time of the decadence of Egypt and among Semitic cycles as well, the theme of the metaphysical distance between the human and the divine, which further removes from man the heroic possibility and leaves him mainly with a sentimental and devotional attitude toward the deity. Thus, while Vedanta acknowledged God as a person only at the level of an inferior knowledge, and while the highest state of supreme unity, Ekatabhava, ranked higher than devotion, which was conceived as a relationship between father and son, Pitar Putra Bhava, Ramanuja attacked these views as blasphemous and heretic, with a pathos similar to that of the early church apologists. In Ramanuja we find the awareness which humanity had eventually arrived at of the irreality of the ancient doctrine of Atman and the perception of the distance existing between the empirical self and the transcendent self, or Atman. The superior and yet exceptional possibility upheld by Buddhism, which was admitted to a certain degree even in Vedanta inasmuch as it upheld the principle of metaphysical identification, was excluded in Ramanuja's theistic worldview. Thus, in the Hindu civilization of historical times, we find a play of forms and meanings that can be reduced respectively to the Aryan, boreal spirituality, to which I referred whenever I drew examples from India of traditional spirit with regard to doctrine, and to various distortions of this spirituality, which betray influences of the substratum of the defeated aboriginal races, their chthonic cults, their unleashed imagination, their promiscuity, and the orgiastic and chaotic manifestations of their evocations and ecstasies. Although in more recent times India appears to be a traditional civilization, since in it life is totally and radically oriented toward a sacral and ritual direction, it nevertheless embodies one of the two secondary possibilities that were originally subsumed in a higher synthesis, the possibility represented by a traditional contemplative world. The pole of asceticism as knowledge, and not as action, characterizes the traditional spirit of India, despite the presence, rather than the dominance, of many other forms in which the orientation proper to the inner race of the warrior caste arose again in a heroic form. Iran appears to have remained more faithful to such an orientation, even though it did not reach the same metaphysical heights that India achieved by following the contemplative paths. The warrior character of the cult of Ahura Mazda speaks for itself, as do A, the ancient Iranian cult of fire, part of which is the well-known doctrine of the Varano, or glory, B, the rigorous patriarchal system, C, the Aryan ethic of truth and faithfulness, D, the view of the world as Ritam and Asha, as cosmos, right, and order, a view connected to that dominating Uranian principle that eventually led to the metaphysical ideal of the empire and the corresponding view of the sovereign as king of kings, once the original plurality of the first conquering stocks was overcome. Originally, next to the three castes corresponding to the three superior castes of the Hindu Aryans, the Brahmana, Kshatriya, and Vaishya, in ancient Iran there was no distinct caste of Shudras. It was almost as if in those regions the Aryan stocks had never met at all, or had never encountered as an important social stratum the aboriginal element of the south that was responsible for the alteration of the ancient Hindu spirit. Iran shares with India the cult of truth, faithfulness, and honor, the type of the Mede-Iranian Atharvan, the lord of the sacred fire, synonymous with the man of primordial law, Payariyo Thaisha, was the Hindu equivalent of the Atharvan, and the Brahmana in its original form, which was not yet a priestly one. Even within this aristocratic spirituality, however, there must have been a decline that culminated in a crisis, and in the appearance, in the person of Zarathustra, of the figure of a reformer similar to that of Buddha. Even in Zarathustra's life, we may detect a reaction aimed at reintegrating the principles of the original cult, which were getting lost, even in a naturalistic sense, in a pure and immaterial form, though they were not yet free in several aspects of a sort of moralism. There is a particularly meaningful legend found in the Yashna, and in the Bundahesh, according to which Zarathustra was born in the Aryanamvajo, the primordial boreal land, conceived in the legend as the seed of the race of the Aryans, and also as the seat of the Golden Age and of the regal glory. It was there that Zarathustra first revealed his doctrine. The precise era in which Zarathustra lived has been debated. The fact is that Zarathustra, like Hermes, the Egyptian Hermes, and other similar figures, designated more a given spiritual influence than a single individual, and therefore may be a name referring to several people who in different ages incarnated such an influence. The historical Zarathustra should be considered a specific manifestation of this figure and of the primordial Hyperborean Zarathustra, hence the theme of his birth in the primordial seat of mankind, whose mission was to exercise a rectifying action paralleling that of Buddha in an era that approximately corresponds to that of the above-mentioned crisis in other traditions. Interestingly enough, Zarathustra fought against the god of darkness, who had assumed the semblance of a female demon, and during his struggle he offered prayers to the good waters of the Daitya River, located in the Aryanamvajo. At a historical level, we find mention of the bitter struggles Zarathustra waged against the caste of the Magi, who in some later texts came to be considered as emissaries of the Deva, namely, of the beings who are sworn enemies of the god of light, Ahura Mazda. This testifies to the involution and decadence the priestly caste had fallen into. Within the Persian tradition, the dominating characteristic of which was essentially Aryan and regal, a tension arose at one point that was caused by the hegemonic claims of the priestly caste. Judging from the attempt by the priest Gaumata, who attempted to usurp the supreme power and establish a theocracy but was expelled by Darius I. This, though, was the first and only attempt of this kind in Persian history. The original theme, almost as if reinvigorated from contact with altered traditional forms of other people, arose again in Mithraism in the form of a new heroic cycle endowed with a specific initiatory foundation. Mithras, the solar hero who overcame the Telluric bull, and the ancient god of the luminous ether who was similar to Indra and to the Hindu Mitra, was a figure that stood alone, without those women and goddesses who usually accompany the Syrian gods and the decadent Egyptian gods in an Aphrodistic or Dionysian fashion. Thus he embodied in a characteristic way the northern Uranian spirit in its warrior form. Moreover, it is significant that Mithras was identified with Prometheus, rather than with the Hyperborean Apollo, the god of the Golden Age. This refers to the luminous transfiguration through which the Titan was confused with a deity personifying the primordial spirituality. Mithras was born from a stone, wielding the symbols of the sword and the light, a torch. In a theme also found in the myth of the Titans, we encounter figurations of Mithras using the leaves of a tree to cover himself before wrestling victoriously with the sun, becoming his ally, and eventually becoming identified with him. An anti-telluric spirit characterized Mithraism. Unlike the views of the followers of Serapis and Isis, Mithraism located the abode of the liberated ones in the spheres of the pure Uranian light rather than in the depths of the earth. The blessed would arrive in this heaven after the journey through the various planets divested them of all earthly attachments and passions. We should also take notice of the almost universal exclusion of women from the Mithraic cult and initiation. The ethos of the Mithraic community, in which the hierarchical principle was upheld together with the principle of brotherhood, was radically opposed to both the promiscuous feelings proper to the southern communities and to the obscure emphasis on blood that is recurrent, for instance, in Judaism. Rather than being based on the mysticism of love, the brotherhood of the Mithraic initiates, who took on the title of soldiers, milites, reflected more that clear and strongly individuated brotherhood existing between warriors committed to the same enterprise. The same ethos later surfaced both in ancient Rome and in the Germanic stocks. In reality, although Mithraism began to decline once Mithras was conceived of as a savior, soter, and a mediator, mesites, on an almost religious plane, nevertheless, in its central nucleus, it appeared historically, at a time of deep crisis in the ancient world, as the symbol of a different direction that the Romanized West could have taken instead of the direction represented by Christianity, which eventually prevailed and around which various anti-traditional and disaggregating influences crystallized. The last spiritual reaction of the ancient Roman world, represented by the Emperor Julian, himself an initiate to the Mithraic mysteries, drew inspiration from Mithraism. We shall recall in passing that even after the Islamic conquest of the ancient Iranian regions, some themes connected to the previous tradition eventually enjoyed a revival. Thus, from the reign of the Safavids, 1501 to 1722, onward, the official religion of Persia has been Imamism, which is based on the idea of an invisible leader, an imam, who after a period of absence will one day reappear to defeat injustice and to reestablish a golden age on earth. The Persian monarchs claim to be the spokesman of the hidden imam until the day of his return. It is the ancient Aryan Iranian theme of the Seoshant. Chapter 30. The Heroic Uranian Western Cycle. Part 1. The Hellenic Cycle. When considering the Western world, and in particular ancient Hellas, two aspects must be considered. The first is connected to meanings analogous to those I previously detected in the formation process of other great civilizations. These meanings point to a world that had not yet grown secularized and that was still permeated by the general principle of the sacred. The second aspect refers to processes that anticipate the last humanistic, lay, and rationalistic cycle. It is precisely because of this aspect that many moderns gladly regard Greece as the origin of their civilization. Hellenic civilization also has a much older Aegean and Pelasgic substratum in which we find the recurrence of the general theme of the Atlantic civilization of the Silver Age, especially in the form of Demetrism, together with frequent accretions of motifs of a lower order inspired by chthonic and demonic cults. Over and against this substratum, we find the typically Hellenic forms of that civilization created by the conquering Achaeans and Doric stocks and characterized by the Olympian ideal of the Homeric cycle and the cult of the Hyperborean Apollo. The victorious struggle of Apollo against the serpent Python, which was portrayed underneath Apollo's temple at Delphi. Prior to this cult at Delphi was the oracle of the mother, Gaia, who was associated with the demon of the waters, namely the Atlantic Pelasgic Poseidon, is one of those myths carrying a double meaning. It describes both a metaphysical event and a struggle between a race practicing a Uranian cult and a race practicing a chthonic cult. We must also consider the effects of the reemergence of the original stratum, which caused the triumph of several varieties of Dionysianism, Aphroditism, Pythagoreanism, as well as of other spiritualities connected to the chthonic cult and rite, including their corresponding social and moral forms. This is also true on the ethical plane. From this perspective, we can distinguish three strata. The first stratum is linked to remnants of races that were completely foreign to the races of the Northwestern or Atlantic cycle, and thus to the Indo-European races. The second stratum probably derives from a branching off of the Western Atlantic race, which in ancient times reached as far as the Mediterranean basin. This stratum may be called Paleo-Indo-European, though we should not forget the alteration and the involution that it underwent. The Pelasgic civilization is essentially connected with this stratum. The third stratum corresponds to the Hellenic populations of a northwestern origin that migrated to Greece in relatively recent times. This triple stratification and the dynamic of the corresponding influences were also present in the Italic civilization. As far as Hellas is concerned, it is possible that this stratification was reflected in the three classes of the Spartiates, the Perioikoi, and the Helots in ancient Sparta. This tripartition, instead of the traditional quadripartition, must be explained by the presence of an aristocracy that had simultaneously a warrior and a sacred character. This was the case with the stock of the Heraclids, or of the Galeontes, the radiant ones, who claim Zeus or Galeon as their symbolic forefather. Prescinding from the hostile way in which the Greek historians describe the Pelasgians, and from the connection they often establish between the Pelasgian and the Syrio-Egyptian cults and customs, the heterogeneity of the Achaean world, in comparison with the previous Pelasgic civilization, has nevertheless been acknowledged, even by modern researchers, who have also established the racial affinity and the similarities in customs and in the type of civilization of the Achaeans and the Dorians on the one hand, and of the northern Aryan stocks of the Celts, the Germanic tribes, the Scandinavian populations, and even the Aryans in India on the other. The following factors clearly illustrate what kind of forces clashed in ancient and prehistoric Greece. A. The plane, linear purity, the geometric and solar clarity, the essentialism and simplicity that signify liberation, power, and primordiality that was radically form and cosmos in the Doric style over and against the chaotic organicism and the employment of animal and vegetal symbols prevalent in the traces of the Cretan Minoan civilization. B. The luminous Olympian figurations versus the traditions concerned with god snakes and man serpents, demons with donkey heads, and black goddesses with horse heads, and the magical cult of the subterranean fire or of the deities of the waters. One of the stories of prehistoric Greece was of the demise of the legendary kingdom of Minos, who was enthroned in the Pelasgic land in which Zeus was considered a chthonic demon and thus a mortal being, in which the Black Mother Earth was the greatest and the mightiest of all the deities, in which we find the predominant cult, still connected with the feminine element and probably related to the Egyptian decadence, of Hera, Hestia, Themis, and of the Nereids, and in which the supreme limit consisted in the Demetrian lunar mystery characterized by gynecocratic transpositions in the rites and in the social customs. On a different plane, a trace of the victory of the new civilization over the old one is found in Aeschylus's Eumenides. In the assembly of the gods that is called to pass judgment over Orestes, who killed his mother Clytemnestra in order to avenge his father, the conflict between truth and virile privileges on the one hand, and truth and womanly privileges on the other, is clearly exemplified. Apollo and Athena side against the nocturnal female deities, the Erinyes, who want to take revenge on Orestes. If, in the Eumenides, it is declared that it is possible to be a father without a mother, a reference to the symbolical birth of Athena, and in opposition to the maternity of the primordial virgins who did not require mates, the purpose was to emphasize the superior ideal of virility and the idea of a spiritual and pure genesis free from that naturalistic plane in which the mother's right and status rule supreme. Thus, the absolution of Orestes marked the triumph of a new law, a new custom, a new cult, and a new rite. Such was the complaint of the Eumenides, who were the chthonic female deities with snakes' heads, the daughters of the night, and the symbols of the ancient pre-Hellenic era. It is significant that where the divine judgment took place in Aeschylus's tragedy was the hill sacred to the warrior god Ares, located in the ancient citadel of the Amazons who were massacred by Theseus. The Olympian conception of the divine was one of the most characteristic expressions of the northern light among the Hellenes. It was the view of a symbolical world of immortal and luminous essences, detached from the inferior region of earthly beings and of things subjected to becoming, even though sometimes a genesis was ascribed to some gods. It was a view of the sacred associated by analogy with bright skies and with snowy peaks, as in the symbols of the Eddic Asgard and of the Vedic Mount Meru. The ideas concerning A. Chaos as the primordial principle and its early manifestations, namely the night, and Erebus as the principle of a further generation, including the generating of light and of day. B. The earth as the universal mother who precedes her heavenly groom. And finally, C. The entire contingency of a chaotic becoming, succumbing, and being transformed that was attributed even to divine natures. All these ideas are really not Hellenic, but rather themes that betray the Pelasgic substratum in Hesiod syncretism. Ancient Hellas knew both the Olympian theme and the heroic theme. Likewise, the heroes were perceived to be above mortal and human nature and were regarded as demigods, who participated in the same Olympian immortality. The Dorian and the Achaean hero in many cases was defined and forged by action rather than by blood ties with the stock of the gods, that is, by an inherited supernatural status. His being was entirely epic, just as in the case of the types that are found in more recent cycles. His being did not know the mystical abandonments of the southern light, nor the return to the generating cosmic womb. Victory, Nike, crowns the Doric Heracles in the Olympian dwelling characterized by a pure virility that is immune from the Titanic element. The ideal type was not Prometheus, since the Hellenes regarded him as a vanquished foe of Zeus, the latter being the conqueror of Pelasgic deities, but rather the anti-gynecocratic hero Heracles, who triumphed over the Titanic element, freed Prometheus after siding with the Olympian gods, destroyed the Amazons, wounded the Great Mother herself, took the Hesperides apples after defeating the dragon, rescued Atlas after assuming the function of pole, not as a penance but as a test, and, after walking through fire, passed from an earthly existence to an Olympian immortality. Deities who suffer and die in order to come back to life as vegetal natures produced by the earth, as well as deities who personify the passion of the yearning and broken soul, were totally foreign to this primordial Hellenic spirituality. In contrast to the chthonic ritual associated with Aboriginal and Pelasgic strata, which was characterized by the fear of demonic forces, the deus daemonia, and by an all-pervasive sense of contamination, of evil that must be warded off, and of tragedies that must be averted, apopompai. The Olympian Achaean ritual knew only clear and precise relationships with the gods, who were positively conceived as principles of beneficial influences and who were dealt with without any fear and with the familiarity and dignity characteristic of an attitude of do ut des in a higher sense. The fate, i.e. Hades, that awaited most people living in the Dark Age did not frighten this virile mankind, but was confronted in a calm and impassive manner. The higher hope of the few rested in the purity of fire, to which the corpses of heroes and of great leaders were ritually offered, in view of their definitive liberation, in the ritual of cremation, as opposed to the burial practices that symbolize the return to the womb of Mother Earth found among pre-Hellenic and Pelasgic stocks. The world of the ancient Achaean soul did not know the pathos of expiation and of salvation. It also ignored ecstasies and mystical raptures. Here, too, it is necessary to differentiate the parts in what seems to be one block. It is necessary to restore to their respective antithetical origins what refers to each of them within the whole of the Hellenic civilization. Post-Homeric Greece shows many signs of the re-emergence and rebellion of the original subjugated strata against the properly Hellenic element. Chthonic themes typical of an older civilization reappeared because of contacts with neighboring civilizations which contributed to their revival. The peak of the crisis occurred between the 7th and the 6th century BC. During this time, Dionysian spirituality became prevalent, a very significant phenomenon considering that the feminine element prepared its way. I have already discussed the universal meaning of this phenomenon. Therefore, in this context, I will only point out that this meaning was preserved even in the passage from the wild Thracian forms to the Hellenized Orphic Dionysus, who was still regarded as an underground god and as a being associated with the chthonic Gaia and Zeus. Moreover, while in the frenzies and in the ecstasies of Thracian Dionysusm, the real experience of transcendence could occur in a flash, in Orphism we witness the slow but gradual predominance of a pathos similar to that shared by the all-too-human religions based on redemption. Just as a Jew feels cursed because of Adam's fall, which he conceives as sin, likewise the Orphic follower felt the need to expiate the crime of the Titans who devoured the god. Very rarely did the latter conceive of the authentic heroic possibility, preferring instead to await the gifts of health and liberation from the body from some kind of savior, who was also subjected to the same destiny of death and resurrection affecting plant gods and a year god. The infective disease, consisting of the guilt complex, in conjunction with the terror of punishments in the netherworld, and with an undignified yearning for an escapist liberation that is rooted in the inferior and passional part of one's being. This disease never plagued the Greeks during the better period of their history. Such a disease was characteristically anti-Hellenic, and it was caused by extraneous influences. The same applied to the increased emphasis on aesthetics and sensuality found in later Greek civilization and society as exemplified by the prevalence of the Ionian and Corinthian forms over the Doric ones. The crisis of the ancient aristocratic and sacral regime of the Greek cities occurred almost at the same time as the Dionysian epidemics. A revolutionary ferment altered the nature of the ancient institutions, the ancient view of the state, the law, and even property. By disassociating temporal authority from spiritual authority, promoting the electoral system, and establishing institutions that became increasingly open to inferior social strata, to an impure aristocracy, for example the caste of the merchants in Athens and in Cuma, and finally even to the plebs, protected by popular tyrants in Argon, Corinth, Sicyon, etc. This revolutionary ferment eventually engendered the democratic regime. Regality, oligarchy, bourgeoisie, and finally illegitimate rulers who derived their power from merely personal prestige and who leaned on the demos. These were the descending phases of the involution that took place in Greece, that occurred again in ancient Rome, and that are found on a grand scale in modern civilization. Greek democracy, rather than a conquest of Greek civilization, should be regarded as a victory of Asia Minor and of the southern hemisphere over the primordial Hellenic stocks that were too weak and scattered to react. The political phenomenon is strictly connected with similar apparitions that affect the spiritual plane in a more direct way, such as the democratization undergone by both the view of immortality and the notion of hero. Demeter's mysteries at Eleusis may be regarded as a sublimation of the ancient pre-Hellenic and Pelasgic mysteries by virtue of their original purity and aristocratic exclusivism. This ancient substratum arose and became predominant again once the Eleusinian mysteries allowed anybody to partake of the ritual that creates an unequal destiny after death, thus planting a seed that Christianity was destined to develop fully. In this view, the strange notion of immortality arose and spread in Greece as if immortality were a quality any mortal being's soul was naturally endowed with. At the same time, the notion of hero was democratized to the point that in some regions, such as Boeotia, the title of hero was bestowed on men whose only heroic deed merely consisted in having died. In Greece, Pythagoreanism represented in many ways a return of the Pelasgic spirit. Despite its astral and solar symbols, including a Hyperborean trace, the Pythagorean doctrine was essentially characterized by the Demetrian and pantheistic theme. After all, the lunar spirit of the Chaldean or Mayan priestly science was reflected in its view of the world in terms of numbers and of harmony. The dark, pessimistic, and fatalistic motif of Tellurism was retained in the Pythagorean notion of birth on this earth as a punishment and as a sentence, and also in the teaching concerning reincarnation, which I have previously described as a symptom of a spiritual disease. The soul that repeatedly reincarnates is the soul subjected to the chthonic law. The doctrine of reincarnation exemplifies the emphasis Pythagoreanism and Orphism gave to the principle that is tellurically subjected to rebirth, as well as the truth proper to the civilization of the mother. Pythagoras' nostalgia for ideas of a Demetrian type. After his birth, his home became a sanctuary of the goddess Demeter, including the dignity that women enjoyed in Pythagorean sects where they presided over initiations and where the ritual cremation of the dead was forbidden, as well as in the sect's horror of blood, are features that can easily be explained on this basis. In this kind of context, even the escape from the cycle of rebirths has a dubious character. It is significant that in Orphism, the dwelling of the blessed is not above the earth, as in the Achaean symbol of the Elysian fields, but rather under the earth in the company of infernal gods. A dubious character in comparison to the ideal of immortality that was proper of Zeus's path. At the end of this path there was a heavenly region or a Uranian world dominated by the spiritual virility of the light and inhabited by those who are, namely, beings who are detached and inaccessible in their perfection and purity. Generally speaking, Pindar's words, "Do not try to become a god," me matuese theos genesthai, already betray a gradual lessening of the tension of the ancient heroic impulse toward transcendence. What I have mentioned so far are only a few of the many symptoms of a struggle between two worlds that in ancient Hellas did not come to a conclusive end. The Hellenic cycle had its traditional center in the Achaean Zeus, in Delphi, and in the Hyperborean cult of the light. Likewise, the northern Aryan spirit was preserved in the Hellenic ideals of culture as form and cosmos that prevails over chaos. It was associated with the heroic and solar myths, and with an aversion for the indefinite, the limitless, the apeiron. The principle of the Delphic Apollo and the Olympian Zeus, however, did not succeed in creating for itself a universal body or in ultimately defeating the element personified by the demon Python, whose ritual slaying was reenacted every 8 years, and by that subterranean serpent that appears in the oldest stratum of the ritual of the Diasian Olympic festivity. Parallel to these views of culture as spiritual form, to heroic motifs, and to the speculative transpositions of the Uranian theme of the Olympian region, we find A, the inexorable unfolding of Aphroditism, sensualism, Dionysusism, and aestheticism, B, the prevalence of the mystic and nostalgic orientation of the Orphic spirituality, C. the theme of expiation, D. the contemplative Demetrian Pythagorean view of nature, and E. the virus of democracy and anti-traditionalism. On the one hand, although traces of the northern Aryan ethos were preserved in Hellenic traditionalism, on the other hand, in this context, this individualism appeared as a limitation. Nor was it able to withstand the influences of the ancient substratum, because of which it eventually degenerated in an anarchist and destructive sense. This was destined to happen many times in Italy until the Renaissance. What developed from the same northern path, trodden by the Delphic Apollo, was Alexander the Great's attempt to organize Hellas in a unitary fashion into an empire. In any event, the Greeks were not strong enough to uphold the universality that was intrinsic to the idea of the empire. The polis of the Macedonian Empire dissolved instead of becoming integrated. In this polis, too, unity and universality eventually had to confront that which paved the way for the first democratic and anti-traditional crises. They acted in a destructive and leveling way, instead of integrating that pluralistic and national element that provided a solid foundation for both the culture and tradition of individual Hellenic cities. It is here that the limitation of Greek individualism and particularism becomes especially evident. The reason for the caducity of Alexander's empire, which could have been the principle of a great new Indo-European cycle, does not lie in a mere historical contingency. When this empire declined, the calm and solar purity of the ancient Hellenic ideal was only a memory of the past. The torch of tradition moved somewhere else. I've already pointed out the simultaneous crises that broke out in various traditions between the 7th and 5th centuries BC. All of a sudden, it looked as if new aggregates of negative forces had emerged to sweep away a precarious world and begin a new era. Outside the West, these forces were neutralized for the most part by reforms, restorations, or by new traditional manifestations. Conversely, in the West, they apparently succeeded in breaking the traditional dam, rushing forward and ushering in the definitive collapse. I have previously discussed the decadence displayed by Egypt, the Mediterranean Eastern Cycle, and Israel. This decadence was destined to affect Greece, too. In Greece, humanism, a characteristic theme of the Iron Age, made its appearance as a result of the emergence of religious sentimentalism and the decline of ideals typical of a virile and sacral mankind. Humanism eventually affected other dimensions of Hellenic life. It marked the advent of philosophical thought and of scientific inquiry. No traditional reaction worthy of being remembered attempted to block the onslaught of these trends. What occurred instead was a regular process of development of a secular and anti-traditional criticism that may be compared to the spreading of a cancer in all the healthy and non-secular teachings that Greece still preserved. Modern man may be unaware of it, but the preeminence of thought is only a marginal and recent phenomenon in history, though not as recent as the tendency to look at nature in purely physical terms. The figures of the philosopher and the physicist arose as the products of a degeneration that reached an advanced stage in the Iron Age. That process of decentralization, which by following the previously mentioned phases alienated man from his origins, was destined to end with the transformation of humankind from beings into existences whose center is outside of themselves, mere ghosts or stumps, who nevertheless still nurture the illusion of being able to achieve truth, wholeness, and life through their own efforts. In Hellas, the shift from the plane of symbols to the plane of myths, with their personifications and latent aestheticism, foreshadowed the first stage of decadence. Later on, after the gods were reduced to the rank of mythological figures, they were turned into philosophical concepts, that is, into pure abstractions or objects of exoteric cults. The emancipation of the individual from tradition under the guise of thinker, and the affirmation of reason as an instrument of uninhibited criticism and profane knowledge arose on the margins of this historical development that found its early characteristic manifestations in Greece. The above-mentioned trend reached a complete development only much later, that is, after the Renaissance. Likewise, it was only with the advent of Christianity that humanism in the species of religious pathos became the dominant theme within an entire cycle of civilization. In Greece, however, philosophy had its center not so much within itself, but in metaphysical and mysteriosophic elements that echoed traditional teachings. Moreover, it always accompanied, even in Epicureanism and in skepticism, elements of spiritual formation, asceticism, and autarky. Nevertheless, the Greek physicist continued to engage in theology. Only the ignorance of some modern historians could suppose that, for instance, Thales's water or Anaximander's air corresponded to the real material elements. Some, like Socrates, even attempted to turn the new hermeneutical principle against itself in order to attempt a partial reconstruction of the shattered order. Socrates believed that the philosophical concept could help overcome both the contingency of particular opinions and the individualistic and disintegrating element of sophism, and at the same time help people find universal and super-individual truths. This attempt was destined to go wrong, however, and lead to an even more fatal deviation. The replacement of the spirit with discursive thought, and the representation as true being something that, although an image of being, still remained non-being, a human and unreal creation, and a pure abstraction. And while thought openly exhibited its negative characteristics in some writers, so much so as to represent the visible symptom of a fall rather than a danger, the most dangerous seduction and the most deceptive illusion consisted in thought seeking to situate the universal and being in the way that is proper to it, that is, rationally and philosophically, and to transcend through concept and rhetoric the particularism and contingency of the sensible world. This thought eventually became the instrument of that humanism and that profound and corruptive unrealism that centuries later completely seduced the Western world. The objectivism that some historians of philosophy decry in Greek thought was the support this thought derived, whether consciously or unconsciously, from traditional wisdom and from man's traditional attitude. Once this support collapsed, thought gradually became a reason unto itself, losing all transcendent and super-rational references, until it eventually culminated in modern rationalism and Kantian criticism. Here I will mention in passing another aspect of the humanistic upheaval found in Greece, the development of the arts and literature in a hypertrophic, profane, and individualistic sense. When compared to the strength of the origins, this development should be regarded as a degeneration and a disintegration. The peak of the ancient world is found wherever, next to a coarseness of external forms, an intimately sacral reality was translated without expressionism into the greatness of a clear and free world. Thus, the best period of Hellas corresponds to the so-called Greek Middle Ages, characterized by its epos and ethos, and by its ideals of Olympian spirituality and heroic transfiguration. The civilized and philosophical Greece, mother of the arts, which the moderns admire so much and completely empathize with, was a crepuscular Greece. This was clearly perceived by those people who still retain the same virile spirit of the Achaean era in a pure state, that is, by the original Romans. See, for instance, in the writings of Cato, lived 234 to 149 BC, the expressions of contempt for the new breed of philosophers and men of letters. In many ways, the Hellenization of Rome, under this aspect of humanistic and almost enlightened development promoted by poets, literary types, and scholars, was a prelude of its own decadence. Generally speaking, this was true, notwithstanding those sacral and symbolic elements that Greek art and literature occasionally retained beyond the individuality of some authors. Part 2. The Roman Cycle. Rome was founded during the period of the crises that surfaced everywhere in ancient traditional civilizations. With the exception of the Holy Roman Empire, which was a northern Teutonic attempt to revive the ancient Roman ideal, Rome should be regarded as the last great reaction against such a crisis, and also as the attempt, successful for an entire cycle, to wrest a group of people from the forces of decadence at work in Mediterranean civilizations and organize them into a unitary whole, thereby realizing on a stronger and more grandiose scale that which the power of Alexander the Great succeeded in creating for only a short while. The ultimate significance of Rome will elude us unless we first perceive the heterogeneity between what constituted the central course of its development and the traditions proper to the majority of the Italic populations among which Rome arose and affirmed itself. It has been correctly pointed out that the pre-Roman Italian peninsula was inhabited by Etruscans, Sabines, Sabellians, Volscians, and Samnites, as well as by Phoenicians, Seculi and Sicani, Greek and Syrian immigrants to the south, when, all of a sudden, without knowing how or why, a conflict erupted within all these populations and their cults, views of the law, and claims to political supremacy. A new principle appeared, powerful enough to subjugate everything in its path, to transform deeply the ancient customs and way of life, and which enjoyed an unrestrained and almost predestined expansion typical of the great forces of history. No one ever mentions the source of this principle, and the only references to the origins, which still fail to explain this phenomenon, are confined to an empirical and sociological plane. Therefore, those who stand in awe before the Roman miracle as an event, to be admired rather than to be explained, do better than those who attempt to explain it through secondary causes. Behind the greatness of Rome, we can recognize forces of the heroic Aryan Western cycle at work. Behind its decadence, we can see the alteration of these same forces. Naturally, in a mixed-up world far removed from its origins, it is necessary to refer essentially to a superhistorical idea, which is, however, capable of acting in history in a formative way. In this sense, we can talk of the presence in Rome of an Aryan element and of its struggle against the forces of the South. Our research cannot be based merely on the racial and ethnic plane. It has been ascertained that, prior to the Celtic migrations and the Etruscan cycle, nuclei that derived immediately from the boreal Western race made their appearance in Italy. These nuclei, compared to the aboriginal races and the crepuscular byproducts of the Paleo-Mediterranean civilization of Atlantic origins, had the same meaning as the appearance of the Dorians and Achaeans in Greece. The traces of these nuclei visibly point to the Hyperborean cycle and to the civilization of the reindeer and battle axe. Moreover, it is likely that the ancient Latins represented a surviving vein or a re-emergence of these nuclei variously intermingled with other Italic populations. In any event, we must refer to the plane of the spiritual race. The type of the Roman civilization and the Roman man bear witness to the presence and power within this civilization and also to the same force that was at the center of the heroic Uranian cycles of northern and western origin. As dubious as the racial homogeneity of Rome in the origins may be, there is no question concerning the formative action this force exercised on the material to which it was applied, elevating it to and differentiating it from what belonged to a different world. There are numerous elements that show the connections between both the Italic civilizations among which Rome arose and the residues of these civilizations in the early Roman world on the one hand, and the type of southern civilizations in their Telluric, Aphrodistic, and Demetrian variations on the other hand. The cult of the goddess, which in Greece was typical of the Pelasgic component, most likely played an important role among the Seculi and the Sabines. The greatest deity of the Sabines was the chthonic goddess Fortuna, who reappeared in the forms of Horta, Feronia, Vesuna, Heruntas, the Horai, Hera, Juno, Venus, Ceres, Bona Dea, Demeter, all of which are reincarnations of the same divine principle. The oldest Roman calendar was of a lunar type, and the early Roman myths had plenty of feminine figures. Mater Matuta, Luna, Diana, Egeria. Moreover, in the traditions concerning Mars, Hercules, and Flora, Hercules and Laurentia, Numa and Egeria, as well as in other traditions, the archaic theme of the subordination of the masculine to the feminine principle was also present in the background. These myths derive from pre-Roman traditions such as the Etruscan saga of Tanaquil, in which we find the type of the regal Asian Mediterranean woman that Rome attempted to purify from its aphrodistic traits and transform into a symbol of all the maternal virtues. These transformations that the Roman world was responsible for with regard to everything that was incompatible with its spirit, however, still did not permanently remove from underneath the recent stratum of the myth an even older stratum that was connected with a civilization opposed to the Roman one. This stratum can be recognized in the regal succession through the female line or in women's advent to the throne, these being typical features of primitive Rome, especially in relation to foreign dynasties and to kings bearing plebeian names. According to a legend, Servius Tullius, who achieved power thanks to a woman and became a champion of plebeian rights, was illegitimately conceived during one of the many orgiastic feasts celebrated by slaves who devoted themselves to the cult of southern deities, chthonic Saturn, Venus, and Flora, and who celebrated the return of mankind to the law of universal brotherhood and the promiscuity of the great mother of life. The Etruscans and the Sabines have left traces of a matriarchal system. Their inscriptions often reveal, as in Crete, filiation through the name of the mother instead of the father, and also the attribution of a particular honor, authority, importance, and freedom to women. Numerous Italic cities were named after women. The ritual of burial, as opposed to that of cremation, both of which were found in the ancient Roman world, was probably one of the many signs indicating the presence of two overlapping strata representing a Uranian and a Demetrian view of the afterlife, respectively. These strata were often mixed together, even though they retained their unmistakable features. What in Rome was retained as maternal sacredness and authority, matronarum sanctitas, or mater princeps familiae, rather than being a Roman feature, betrays the pre-Roman and gynecocratic component that in the new civilization was subordinated to the paternal right and thus put in its proper place. This did not, however, prevent the opposite process from taking place in other cases. While on the one hand the Roman Saturn Kronos retained some of his original traits, on the other hand he was portrayed as a telluric demon, and as the husband of Ops, the earth. The same was true for Mars, and the often contradictory varieties of the cult of Hercules. In all probability, Vesta was a feminine version, due to a southern influence, of the deity of fire, who always had a prevalent masculine and Uranian character among Aryan populations. This version even led to the association of this deity with Bona Dea, who was worshipped as a goddess of the earth and secretly celebrated at night. It is said that men were forbidden to participate in this cult and even forbidden to pronounce the name of the goddess. Tradition attributed to a non-Roman king, the Sabine Titus Tatius, the introduction into Rome of the most important chthonic cults, such as those of Ops and Flora, Re and Juno Chorus, Luna, the chthonic Kronos, Diana, and Vulcan, and even of the Lares. Likewise, the Libri Sibyllini, or Libri Fatalis, of Asiatic southern origin, which were sympathetic to the plebeian component of the Roman religion, were responsible for introducing the Great Mother and other deities of the chthonic cycle, Dis Pater, Flora, Saturn, and the triad Ceres, Liber, Libera. The strong pre-Aryan, Aegean Pelasgic, and partially Atlantic component, which can be detected from an ethnic and philological view in these populations that Rome encountered in Italy, still remains a fact to be reckoned with. The relationship between these populations and the original Roman nucleus was similar to that which occurred in Greece between the Pelasgian stocks on the one hand and the Achaean and Doric stocks on the other. According to a tradition, after being scattered, the Pelasgians often became slaves of other people. In Lucania and in Bruttium they formed the majority of the Bruttians, who were subjugated by the Sabellians and by the Samnites. Interestingly enough, these Bruttians sided with the Carthaginians in their struggle against Rome in one of the most important episodes in the conflict between North and South. Following their defeat, the Bruttians were eventually sold into slavery. Just as in India, the aristocracy of the Arya stood before the servile caste like a dominating stock stands before an aboriginal stock. In the same way, in the Roman opposition between patricians and plebeians, we may see an analogous phenomenon and thus consider the plebeians as the Pelasgians of Rome. The evidence suggests that the plebeians in Rome were inspired by the maternal, feminine, and material principle, while the patriciate derived its superior dignity from the paternal right. The plebs succeeded in becoming part of the state and even participating in the ius quiritum, but never in the political and juridical institutions connected to the superior chrism of the patricians. The listener will recall the saying patrem quiere posse in reference to divine ancestors, the so-called divi parentes, who were the prerogative of the patriciate and not of the plebs, which instead was considered to be made up of the children of the earth. Even if a direct ethnic relationship between Pelasgians and Etruscans is not persuasively demonstrated, the latter people, to whom Rome, according to many scholars, was heavily indebted, display the traits of a telluric and at most lunar and priestly civilization that can hardly be reconciled with the central line and with the spirit of the Roman world. It is true that the Etruscans, like the Assyrians and the Chaldeans, in addition to the telluric world of fertility and of the various mothers of nature, also knew a Uranian pantheon of masculine deities ruled by Tinia. Nevertheless, these deities, dii consentes, were very different from Olympian deities. They did not possess any real sovereignty, and were more like shadows dominated by an occult power that cannot be named, which overshadows everything else and subjects everything to the rules of the dii superiores et involuti. Thus, Etruscan Uranianism betrayed the spirit of the South in the same fatalistic and naturalistic way as in the case of the Pelasgic view of the generated Zeus who was subjected to the Stygian king Pluto, ruler of the underworld. The subordination of all beings, even divine ones, to a principle that shuns the light like the womb of the earth and whose law rules supreme over those who arise from it into a contingent life, was typical of the spirit of the South. Thus we find a return to the shadow of Isis, who warned, quote, "No one will be able to dissolve what I turn into a law," unquote, and to those Hellenic feminine deities, the creatures of the night and of Erebus, who embodied the destiny and the sovereignty of natural law. At the same time, the demonic and magical aspect that played a relevant role in the Etruscan cult through forms that contaminated the solar motifs and symbols reveals the role played in that civilization by the pre-Indo-European element, even in its lowest characteristics. In reality, the Etruscans living at the time of the birth of Rome had very few redeeming heroic and solar characteristics. They could only view the world in a sad and gloomy way. Besides the terror they had of the afterlife, they were so obsessed by the sense of an incumbent destiny and by expiation that they even predicted the end of their own nation. The union of the theme of Eros with that of death is found among the Etruscans in a characteristic fashion. They enjoyed with a voluptuous frenzy a fleeting life, dulled by ecstasies dominated by the infernal forces whose presence they were reminded of all the time. The priestly leaders of the Etruscan clans, the Lucomoni, regarded themselves as the children of the earth. A chthonic demon, Tagus, was traditionally credited with founding the Etruscan discipline, or Herauspikina. This discipline, the texts of which filled with fear and horror its students, was part of that type of fatalistic lunar science typical of the Chaldean priesthood, and that was eventually transmitted to the Hittites. The Herauspikina show evident analogies with the latter science, even from the technical point of view of some procedures. The fact that Rome partially incorporated such elements into the augural science that was the privilege of the patriciate, and that it allowed the Etruscan haruspexes to practice their art and did not disdain to consult them, reveals not only the different meaning that things may have when they are integrated in the context of a different civilization, but also a compromise and an antithesis that were often latent in the Roman world and that sometimes were often actualized and made evident. In reality, the revolt against the Tarquinians represented a revolt of aristocratic Rome against the Etruscan component. The expulsion of that dynasty was celebrated every year in Rome with a feast similar to the feast with which the Persians celebrated the Megaphonia, which was the massacre of the Median priests who had usurped the regality after the death of Cambyses. The Romans were always diffident to and fearful of the haruspex, as if he were an occult enemy of Rome. Among the many episodes concerning this uneasy relationship, we may recall the time when the haruspexes wanted to have the statue of Horatius Cocles buried because of their hatred toward Rome. However, when, contrary to the haruspicium, the statue was erected on the most elevated place and happy events befell Rome, the haruspexes were charged with betrayal and, after confessing, were executed. Thus, Rome departed from the background of the Italic populations of its origins that were still connected to the spirit of the ancient southern civilizations, thereby manifesting a new influence that can hardly be traced to its background. This influence, however, could only be exercised through a harsh struggle, both inner and outer, and a series of reactions, adaptations, and transformations. The ideal of conquering virility was embodied in Rome. This virility was manifested in the doctrine of the state and in the notions of auctoritas and imperium. The state was under the aegis of the Olympian deities, particularly the Capitoline Jupiter, who was detached, sovereign, ungenerated, and exempt from any naturalistic myths and generations. And originally it was not separated from the initiatory mystery of regality, aditum et initia regis, that had been declared inaccessible to ordinary people. The imperium, not in the hegemonical and territorial sense of the word, was understood in terms of power and the mystical and dreadful force of command that was the prerogative not only of political leaders, in whom it retained its immaterial character, beyond the often irregular and spurious variety of techniques used to attain it, but of the patricians and of the heads of households. The Roman symbol of fire reflected a similar spirituality, as did the strict paternal right and the articulations of a law that Vico did not hesitate to call heroic law, since it informed the Roman ethic of honor and faithfulness. This ethic was felt so strongly that, according to Livy, it eventually became a trademark of the Roman people. Whereas lacking a fides and following the contingencies of fate characterized those whom the Romans referred to as barbarians. The early Romans characteristically perceived the supernatural as noumen, as sheer power, rather than as deus. This represents the counterpart of a peculiar spiritual attitude. Other characteristics of the Roman world included the absence of pathos, lyricism and mysticism toward the divine, the presence of precise law for the necessary and necessitating right, and clear and sober views. In their reflection of a virile and magical attitude, these themes corresponded to the themes found in the early Vedic, Chinese, and Iranian periods, and to the Achaean Olympian ritual as well. The typical Roman religion had always been diffident toward the abandonment of the soul in God and toward the outbursts of devotion. It restrained, by force if necessary, anything that diminished that serious dignity proper to the relations between a civis Romanus and a god. Although the Etruscan component attempted to influence the plebeian strata of society by introducing the pathos of terrifying representations of the netherworld, Rome, at its best, remained faithful to the heroic view proper to early Hellas. Rome had personified heroes, but it also knew the imperturbability of mortal men who had no fear and no hopes concerning the afterlife, and who could not be dissuaded from conduct inspired by duty, fides, heroism, order, and dominion. A proof of this consisted in the good reception according to Lucretius's Epicureanism, in which the explanation of reality in terms of natural causes aimed at eliminating the fear of death and the gods, and at freeing human life by bestowing upon it calmness and a sense of security. Even in doctrines like Epicureanism, we find a view of the gods reflecting the Olympian ideal of impassive and detached essences that the wise regarded as models of perfection. While next to other peoples such as the Greeks and the Etruscans, the Romans may have at first appeared as barbarians, their lack of culture concealed, as in the case of some Germanic populations at the time of the barbarian invasions, an even older force that acted in a style compared to which all cultures of an urban type appeared as decadent and disaggregative. The first account of Rome that Greece ever had came from an ambassador who confessed that although he had expected to sit in the Roman Senate as if he were in a gathering of barbarians, he felt instead like being in the midst of an assembly of kings. Thus, although secret signs of tradition appeared in Rome from the start in invisible ways, nevertheless, the very epics and history of Rome, rather than its cultural theories and assumptions, contributed to express the truer myth of Rome and to give witness in a more immediate way, almost as if through a series of great symbols sculpted by the power and the very substance of history, to the spiritual struggle that forged the destiny and the greatness of this eternal city. All the phases of Rome's development represented conquests of the victorious Indo-European spirit. In the greatest historical and military tensions, we find the best manifestations of this spirit, even when the life of Rome was already altered because of exogenous influences and plebeian unrest. From the beginning, the myth presents elements that contain a deep meaning and indicate the two opposite forces at work in Rome. There is an interesting tradition according to which Saturn Kronos created Saturnia, which was regarded as a city and at times as a fortress and was supposedly located where Rome was eventually built. For this purpose, this god allegedly employed a hidden power, latens deus, that was present in Latium. Concerning the legend of the birth of Rome, in the story of King Numitor and Amulius, we already find the theme of the antagonist couple. Amulius seems to embody the violent principle, evident in his attempted usurpation of Numitor, who in turn corresponds to a great degree to the regal and sacred principle. The duality is found again in the couple Romulus and Remus. Here we have a characteristic theme of the heroic cycles, since the two brothers were generated from an intercourse between a virgin in charge of tending the sacred fire and the warrior god Mars. Second, we find the historical and metaphysical theme of being rescued from the waters. Third, the fig tree ruminal, under which the twins take refuge, corresponds to the universal symbol of the tree of life and the supernatural nourishment that it grants. In ancient Latin, the attributive ruminus was given to Jupiter, as it signified his role as he who gives nourishment. The twins were fed by a she-wolf. I have already described the double meaning of the symbolism of the wolf. Not only in the classical world, but also in the Celtic and Nordic world, the themes of the wolf and the light were often intertwined to the point the wolf came to be associated with the Hyperborean Apollo. Moreover, the wolf represents a wild force, an elemental and unrestrained power. In Nordic mythology, the Age of the Wolf designated the age in which the rebellious elemental powers are out of control. The duality latent in the principle that nourishes the twins corresponds to the duality of Romulus and Remus, Osiris and Set, Cain and Abel, and so on. Romulus marked the boundaries of the city with a sacred rite based on a principle symbolizing order, limit, and law. Remus was disrespectful of this delimitation and was killed by his brother. This was the first episode and the prelude of a dramatic, internal and external, spiritual and social struggle, partially well-known, partially represented by silent symbols, on the part of Rome to generate a universal heroic tradition in the Mediterranean world. The mythical account of the period of the kings of Rome indicates the antagonism between a heroic and warrior aristocratic principle and the element connected with the plebeians, the Pelasgians of Rome, and the lunar priestly component of an Etruscan Sabine origin. This antagonism was expressed as well in geographical terms, namely, by the Palatine and by the Aventine. It was from the Palatine that Romulus saw the symbol of the 12 vultures that bestowed on him supremacy over Remus, who had chosen the Aventine for himself. After Remus's death, the duality seems to re-emerge in the form of a compromise in the pair Romulus-Tatius. Tatius was a king of the Sabines, a people of a prevalently Telluric and lunar cult. Following Romulus's death, a war erupted between the Albans, a warrior stock of Nordic type, and the Sabines. Moreover, according to the ancient Italic tradition, it was on the Palatine that Hercules met the good king Evander, who had erected on it a temple dedicated to the goddess Victoria. After slaying Cacus, the son of the Pelasgic god of chthonic fire, and after erecting in the latter's cave, located on the Aventine, an altar to the Olympian god. The same Hercules, as triumphal Hercules, and the sworn enemy of Bona Dea, was destined to play a significant role, together with Jupiter, Mars, and Apollo, in the theme of the Roman Uranian and virile spirituality, and thus came to be celebrated in rituals from which women were excluded. Moreover, the Aventine, the mountain of the slain Cacus and of Remus, was also the mountain sacred to the goddess. On top of it was the most important temple of Diana Luna, the great goddess of the night, which was founded by Servius Tullius, the plebeian king and the friend of the people. The plebeians who rebelled against the patriciate took refuge in this temple. In this temple, slaves celebrated feasts in honor of Servius Tullius. On the Aventine, other feminine cults were also established, such as those of Bona Dea, Carmenta, Juno Regina, in 392 BC, a deity imported from the vanquished Veii, and of whom the Romans in the beginning were not very fond, or of Telluric and virile cults, such as that of Faunus. The succession of the legendary kings of Rome is a sequence of episodes in the struggle between two principles. After Romulus, who was transformed into a hero in the guise of Quirinus, the undefeated god of whom Caesar considered himself an incarnation, we find in Numa the re-emergence of the lunar type of the regal Etruscan Pelasgian priest who was guided by the feminine principle, the Hegeria, and who anticipated the schism between the regal and the priestly powers. In Tullus Hostilius, however, we can see the symptoms of the reaction of the characteristic Roman virile principle against the Etruscan priestly principle. This king appeared as the type of the imperator and the warrior leader. Although Tully died because he climbed an altar and caused a thunderbolt to rend the sky, which was the prerogative of the priests, the symbolism of his gesture alluded to the attempt to reintegrate the sacred within the warrior aristocracy. Conversely, in the Etruscan dynasty of the Tarquinians, the themes of the woman and of a regality often favoring the plebeian strata against the aristocracy became predominant in Rome. A fundamental event in the history of Rome was the revolt of the Roman patriciate in 509 BC, which, after killing Servius, expelled the second Tarquin, put an end to the foreign dynasty, and broke the yoke of the previous civilization, almost at the same time as the expulsion of the popular tyrants and of the Doric restoration in Athens in 510 BC. After this, it is of little importance to follow the development of inner struggles and the alternation of patrician resistance and plebeian usurpation in Rome. The center shifted from the inside to the outside. Rather than the compromise that some institutions and laws represented until the imperial age, we should consider the myth represented by the historical process of the growth of Rome's greatness. Despite the endurance or the infiltration into Rome's social network of a heterogeneous and southern element, the political structures in which this element took a firm hold were nevertheless affected. Eventually, they were either inexorably destroyed or swept away by a different, antithetical, and nobler civilization. To this effect, all we have to do is think about the unusual and significant violence with which Rome destroyed the centers of the previous civilization, especially the Etruscan ones, successfully wiping out all traces of their previous power, their traditions, and even their languages. Like Alba, so did Veii, the city of Juno Regina. Tarquinia and Lacedaemon disappear from history. In this destruction we find the sense of a destiny fulfilled, being methodically carried out, more than merely contemplated, by a race that always believed that its greatness and good fortune were due to divine forces. Next to fall was Capua, which was the center of southern weakness and opulence, the personification of the culture of the aesthetic and Aphroditized Greece, no longer under Doric influence. That civilization was destined to seduce and weaken a segment of the Roman patriciate. The two traditions clashed especially during the Punic Wars in the form of political realities and powers. With the destruction of Carthage, which was, in 146 BC, the city of the goddess Astarte Tanit and the regal woman Dido, who had tried to seduce the legendary forefather of the Roman nobility, we may say with Bachofen that Rome shifted the center of the historical West from the Telluric to the Uranian mystery, from the lunar world of the mothers to the solar world of the fathers. The original and invisible seed of the Roman race actualized an inner formation of life with an ethos and a law that consolidated this meaning despite the continuous and subtle action of the opposite element. Truthfully, the Roman rite of the conquering arms, together with the mystical view of victory, was radically antithetical to Etruscan fatalism and to any contemplative abandonment. The virile idea of the state took hold in opposition to any hieratic Demetrian form, nevertheless retaining in all of its structures the chrism proper to a sacred and ritual element. This idea strengthened the soul and made the whole life vastly superior to all naturalistic elements. The asceticism of action developed in the traditional forms that I mentioned before. It even permeated the articulations of the corporate organizations with a sense of discipline and military style. Gens and familia were organized according to the strict paternal rite. The heart of society consisted in the patres, who were the priests of the sacred fire, the arbiters of justice, and the military leaders of their own people and of their slaves or clients, and the highly visible elements of the aristocratic senate. The civitas itself, which was the embodiment of the law, was nothing but rhythm, order, and number. The mystical numbers 3, 10, 12, and their multiples formed the basis of its political divisions. Although Rome did not succeed in shrugging off the influence of the Libri Sibyllini, or Libri Fatalis, which represented the Asiatic element mixed with a spurious Hellenism allegedly introduced by the second Tarquin, these books met the taste of the plebeian rite by introducing new and equivocal deities in the ancient and exclusive patrician cult. Nevertheless, Rome reacted wherever the inimical element clearly manifested itself and threatened its deepest reality. Thus Rome, A, fought against the Bacchic and Aphrodistic influences and banned the Bacchanalia. B, was suspicious of mysteries of Asiatic origin because they increasingly gravitated around an unhealthy mysticism. C, tolerated exotic cults, among which we find the chthonic and the mothers themes, as long as they did not exercise a harmful influence on the social virile lifestyle. The destruction of the apocryphal books of Numa Pompilius and the ban of the philosophers, especially of the Pythagoreans, were motivated by reasons that were more than political and not contingent. Just like the Etruscan remnants, Pythagoreanism too, which in Greece arose as a Pelasgic reemergence, despite the presence of different elements, may be considered an offshoot of a purified Demetrian civilization. It is significant that classical authors believed that a close relationship existed between Pythagoras and the Etruscans, and that the banned commentaries of Numa Pompilius's books tended to sanction this relationship and open the doors, behind the mask of an alleged traditional spirit, to the antithetical and anti-Roman Pelasgic Etruscan element. Other historical events that from a metaphysical view of civilization have the meaning of symbols were the fall of the Isis-like kingdoms of Cleopatra and of Jerusalem, which marked the turning points in the inner Western life and took place through the dynamics of the archetypal antitheses themselves reflected in the Civil War. In Pompeius, Brutus, Cassius, and Antony, we find the southern theme in the tenacious but thwarted attempt to slow down and to overcome the new reality. While Cleopatra was the symbol of an Aphrodisiac civilization under whose spell Antony fell victim, Caesar embodied the Aryan Western type of the conqueror. With the words, quote, "The gens Julia can claim both the sanctity of kings, who reign supreme among mortals, and the reverence due to gods, who hold even kings in their power," unquote, he foretold the re-emergence in Rome of the highest view of the imperium. In reality, with Augustus, who in the eyes of the Romans embodied the numen and the aeternitas of the son of Apollo the sun, the unity of the two powers was re-established following a reformation that meant to restore the principles of the ancient Roman religion against the invasion of the exotic cults and superstitions. Augustus represented a state that justified itself with the solar Olympian idea and that naturally tended to implement the ideal of universality. The idea of Rome eventually affirmed itself beyond all ethnic and religious particularisms. Once the imperial cult was defined, it respected and welcomed into some sort of religious feudalism the various gods that corresponded to the traditions of the different peoples that were incorporated into the Roman ecumene. Above any particular national religion, it was given witness to by a superior fides, which was connected with a supernatural principle embodied by the emperor or by the genius of the emperor, and symbolized by the victory as a mystical entity and to which the Senate swore faithfulness. At the time of Augustus, the asceticism of action characterized by an element of destiny had created a sufficiently vast body so that Roman universalism could also have a tangible expression and bestow its chrism on a heterogeneous group of populations and races. Rome appeared as the genetrix of men and of gods, as a city in whose temples one is not far from heaven, and which had made of different people one nation, fecisti patriam diversis gentibus unam. The Pax Augusta et Profunda, as Pax Romana, seemed to stretch as far as the limits of the known world. It was as if tradition were destined to rise again in the forms proper to a heroic cycle. It looked as if the Iron Age had come to an end, and the return of the primordial age of the Hyperborean Apollo had begun. Quote, "Now the last age of Cumai's prophecy has come. The great succession of centuries is born anew. Now too returns the Virgin. Saturn's rule returns. Now a new generation descends from heaven's height. O chaste Lucina, look with blessing on the newborn boy, whose birth will end the race of iron at last, and raise a race of gold throughout the world. Now your brother Apollo reigns. He will receive the divine life and see the gods mingling with heroes, and himself be seen one of them." Unquote. This feeling was so strong that later on it affirmed itself and turned Rome into a super-historical symbol. Even Christians said that while Rome was safe and wholesome, the dreadful convulsions of the last age were not to be feared, but that when Rome fell, humanity would find itself close to the end. Chapter 31. Syncope of the Western Tradition. Early Christianity. The advent of Christianity marked the beginning of an unprecedented decline. In the previous pages, I have emphasized the central force in Rome and its unfolding through a complex development. In the course of this development, heterogeneous influences acted only fragmentarily vis-à-vis the supernatural element that gave to Rome its specific physiognomy. The Rome that emancipated itself from its aboriginal Atlantic and Etruscan Pelagian roots destroyed in rapid succession the great centers of the more recent southern civilization. It despised Greek philosophers and banned the Pythagorean sect, and outlawed the Bacchanalia, thus reacting against the avant-garde of the Alexandrian deities in the persecutions of 59, 58, 53, 50, and 40 BC. That same Rome, that is, the sacral, patrician, and virile Rome inspired by the notions of jus, fas, and mos, increasingly fell under the spell of the onslaught of the Asiatic cults that rapidly infiltrated the structure of the empire and altered its physiognomy. Rome witnessed the return of the symbols of the mother and of the most spurious forms of the various mystical and pantheistic cults of the southern deities, which were a far cry from the Demetrian clarity of the origins, and were associated with the corruption of the customs and of the innermost Roman virtus more than with the corruption of the institutions. This was a process of disintegration that eventually affected the imperial idea itself. The sacred content of the imperial idea was preserved, but only as a mere symbol. It was carried by a turbid and chaotic current as a chrism that rarely corresponded to the dignity of those who were marked by it. Historically and politically, even the representatives of the empire acted in a way that ran counter to that which would have required its defense and its reaffirmation as a solid and organic social order. Instead of reacting, selecting, and rallying the surviving elements of the Roman race around the heart of the state in order to contain adequately the new forces flowing into the empire, the Caesars began to practice an absolutist centralization and a leveling. Once the Senate lost its influence, the distinction between Roman citizens, Latin citizens, and the mass of other subjects was abolished, and Roman citizenship was extended to everybody. The Caesars thought that a despotism based on military dictatorship and on a soulless bureaucratic and administrative structure could successfully hold together the Roman ecumene, which had truly been reduced to a cosmopolitan and disarticulated mass. Nobody was able to do anything decisive to stem the general process of decadence, not even people who exhibited traits of greatness and ancient Roman dignity, who embodied some features typical of a sidereal nature and the quality of a stone, which had the sense of what true wisdom was, and who at times even received an initiatory consecration, like the Emperor Julian. The imperial age exhibits, in the course of its development, this contradictory double nature. On the one hand, the theology, metaphysics, and liturgy of regality became increasingly defined. On the other hand, there were plenty of references to a new golden age. Every Caesar was acclaimed with the formula expectate veni. His apparition resembled a mystical event, an adventus Augusti, and it was accompanied by natural wonders, just like his decline was marked by bad omens. He was the reditor lucis aeterni, in the words of Constantius Chlorus. He was again the Pontifex Magnus, and the one who received from the Olympian god the universal dominion symbolized by a sphere. The crown resembling the rays of the sun and the scepter of the King of Heaven were Caesar's royal insignia. His laws were regarded as sacred or divine. Even in the Senate, the ceremony that consecrated him had a liturgical character. His image was worshipped in the temples of the various provinces, portrayed on various military standards, and regarded as the supreme reference point of the fides and of the cult of his soldiers, and as the symbol of the unity of the empire. But this was just a ray of light shining in the middle of a dark night of forces, passions, murders, cruelties, and betrayals that assumed epidemic proportions. With the passing of time, this background became increasingly tragic, bloody, and fragmentary, despite the sporadic appearance of harsh leaders who were able to command obedience and respect in a world that was weak and falling apart. Eventually, a point was reached when the imperial function existed only nominally. Rome remained faithful to it almost desperately, in a world lacerated by dreadful upheavals. And yet, the throne was vacant, so to speak. The subversive influence of Christianity added its weight to all of this. If, on the one hand, we should not ignore the complexity and the heterogeneity of the elements that were found in primitive Christianity, on the other hand, we should not minimize the existing antithesis between the dominating forces and the pathos found in these elements and the original Roman spirit. At this point, I do not purport to focus on the traditional elements found in this or that historical civilization. I rather intend to assess in what function and according to what spirit the historical currents have acted as a whole. Thus, the presence of some traditional elements within Christianity, and more specifically within Catholicism, should not prevent us from recognizing the subversive nature of these two currents. We already know what kind of equivocal spirituality is associated with Judaism, from which Christianity grew, and with the Asiatic cults of decadence that facilitated the expansion of the new faith beyond its birthplace. The immediate antecedent of Christianity was not traditional Judaism, but rather prophetism, and analogous currents in which the notions of sin and of expiation prevailed, in which a desperate form of spirituality emerged, and in which the type of the warrior Messiah, as an emanation of the Lord of Hosts, was replaced with the type of the Messiah as Son of Man, predestined to be the sacrificial victim, the persecuted one, the hope of the afflicted and the rejected, as well as the object of a confused and ecstatic cult. It is a well-known fact that the mystical figure of Jesus Christ originally derived his power and inspiration from an environment impregnated with this messianic pathos, the size of which grew with time as a result of prophetic preaching and various apocalyptic expectations. By regarding Jesus as Savior, and by breaking away from the law, that is, from Jewish orthodoxy, primitive Christianity took up several themes typical of the Semitic soul at large. These themes were those proper to an innerly divided human type and constituted fertile ground for the growth of an anti-traditional virus, especially vis-à-vis a tradition like the Roman one. Through Paul's theology, these elements were universalized and activated without a direct relationship to their Jewish origins. As far as Orphism is concerned, it facilitated the acceptance of Christianity in several areas of the ancient world, not so much as an initiatory doctrine of the mysteries, but as its profanation, paralleling the onslaught of the cults of Mediterranean decadence. These cults were characterized by the idea of salvation in a merely religious sense, and by the ideal of a religion open to everyone and therefore alien to any notion of race, tradition, and caste. In other words, this ideal welcomed all those who had no race, tradition, or caste. A confused need started to grow among these masses, in concert with the parallel action of the universalist cults of Eastern origins, until the figure of the founder of Christianity became the precipitating catalyst and the crystallization of what had been saturating the spiritual atmosphere. When this happened, it was no longer a matter of a state of mind or a widespread influence, but of a well-defined force opposing the world of tradition. From a doctrinal point of view, Christianity appears as a desperate version of Dionysianism. Modeling itself after a broken human type, it appealed to the irrational part of being, and instead of the paths of heroic, sapiential, and initiatory spiritual growth, posited faith as its fundamental instrument, the elan of a restless and perturbed soul that is attracted to the supernatural in a confused way. Through its suggestions concerning the imminent advent of the kingdom of God and its vivid portrayals of either eternal salvation or eternal damnation, primitive Christianity exasperated the crisis of such a human type and strengthened the force of faith, thus opening a problematic path of liberation through the symbol of salvation and redemption found in the crucified Christ. If in the symbolism of Christ there are traces of a mystery pattern, through new references to Orphism and to analogous currents, nevertheless, the proprium, or typical feature of the new religion, was the employment of such a pattern on a plane that was no longer based on initiation, but rather on feelings and on a confused mysticism. Therefore, it can rightly be said that with Christianity, God became a human being. In Christianity, we no longer find the pure religion of the law, as in traditional Judaism, nor a true initiatory mystery, but rather an intermediate form, a surrogate of the latter in a formulation proper to the above-mentioned broken human type. This type felt relieved from his abjection, redeemed through the feeling of grace, animated by a new hope, justified and rescued from the world, the flesh, and from death. All of this represented something fundamentally alien to the Roman and classical spirit, better yet to the Indo-European spirit as a whole. Historically, this signified the predominance of pathos over ethos, and of that equivocal, deficient soteriology that had always been opposed by the noble demeanor of the sacred Roman patriciate, by the strict style of the jurists, the leaders, and the pagan sages. God was no longer conceived of as the symbol of an essence not liable to passion and change, which establishes an unbridgeable distance between itself and all that is merely human. Nor was he the God of the patricians, who is invoked in an erect position, who is carried in front of the legions, and who becomes embodied in the winner. The God who came to be worshipped was a figure who in his passion took up and affirmed in an exclusivist fashion, as in John chapter 14, verses 6-7, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one can come to the Father except through me. The Pelasgic Dionysian motif of the sacrificed gods and the gods who die and rise again in the shadow of the great mothers. Even the myth of the virginal birth reflects an analogous influence, since it reminds us of the goddesses who generate without a mate, like Hesiod's Gaia. In this regard, the relevant role that the cult of the Mother of God, or the Divine Virgin, was destined to play in the development of Christianity is significant. In Catholicism, Mary, the Mother of God, is the Queen of angels and of all the saints. She is also thought of as the adoptive mother of mankind, as the Queen of the world, and as the bestower of all favors. These expressions, which are exaggerated in comparison to the effective role played by Mary in the myth of the Synoptic Gospels, echo the attributes of the sovereign divine mothers of the pre-Indo-European Southern Hemisphere. Although Christianity is essentially a religion of the Christ, more so than of the Father, its representations of both the infant Jesus and the body of the crucified Christ in the arms of the deified Mother show definite similarities with the representations of the Eastern Mediterranean cults, thereby giving new emphasis to the antithesis that exists between itself and the ideal of the purely Olympian deities who are exempt from passions and free of the telluric maternal element. The symbol that the Church herself eventually adopted was that of the Mother Church. The epitome of true religiosity became that of the imploring and prayerful soul that is aware of its unworthiness, sinfulness, and powerlessness before the crucified one. The hatred early Christianity felt toward any form of virile spirituality, and its stigmatization as folly and sin of pride, anything that may promote an active overcoming of the human condition, express in a clear fashion its lack of understanding of the heroic symbol. The potential that the new faith was able to generate among those who felt the live mystery of the Christ, or of the Savior, and who drew from it the inner strength to pursue martyrdom frantically, does not prevent the advent of Christianity from representing a fall. Its advent characterized a special form of that spiritual emasculation typical of the cycles of a lunar and priestly type. Even in Christian morality, the role played by Southern and non-Aryan influences is rather visible. It does not really make much of a difference that it was in the name of a god instead of a goddess that equality among human beings was spiritually proclaimed and that love was adopted as the supreme principle. This belief in human equality essentially belongs to a general worldview, a version of which is that natural law that crept into Roman law during decadent times. It exercised an antithetical function to the heroic ideal of personality and to the value bestowed on anything that a being, by becoming differentiated, by giving itself a form, is able to claim for itself within a hierarchical social order. And so it happened that Christian egalitarianism, based on the principles of brotherhood, love, and community, became the mystical and religious foundation of a social ideal radically opposed to the pure Roman idea. Instead of universality, which is only authentic in its function as a hierarchical peak that does not abolish but presupposes and sanctions the differences among human beings, what arose was the ideal of collectivity, reaffirmed in the symbol of the mystical body of Christ. This latter ideal contained in embryonic form a further regressive and involutive influence that Catholicism itself, despite its Romanization, was neither able nor entirely willing to overcome. Some people attempt to see a value in Christianity as a doctrine because of its idea of the supernatural and the dualism that it upheld. Here, however, we find a typical case of a different action that the same principle can exercise according to the function under which it is assumed. Christian dualism essentially derives from the dualism proper to the Semitic spirit. It acted in a totally opposite way from the spirit according to which the doctrine of the two natures constituted the basis of any achievement of traditional humanity. In early Christianity, the rigid opposition of the natural and supernatural orders may have had a pragmatic justification motivated by a particular historical and existential situation of a given human type. Such dualism differs from the traditional dualism, however, in that it is not subordinated to a higher principle or to a higher truth, and that it claims for itself an absolute and ontological character rather than a relative and functional one. The two orders, the natural and the supernatural, as well as the distance between them, were hypostatized, and thus any real and active contact was prevented from taking place. Thus, in regard to man, here too because of a parallel influence of a Jewish theme, what emerged were a. the notion of the creature, separated by an essential distance from God as its creator, and as a personal distinct being, and b. the exasperation of this distance through the revival and the accentuation of the idea, of Jewish origin as well, of original sin. More particularly, This dualism generated the understanding of all manifestations of spiritual influence in the passive terms of grace, election, and salvation, as well as the disavowal, at times accompanied by real animosity, of all heroic human possibilities. The counterpart of this disavowal consisted in humility, fear of God, mortification of the flesh, and prayer. Jesus is saying in Matthew chapter 11, verse 12, concerning the violence suffered by the kingdom of heaven and the revival of the Davidic saying, "You are gods," in John chapter 10, verse 34, belong to elements that exercise virtually no influence on the main pathos of early Christianity. But in Christianity in general, it is evident that what has been universalized, rendered exclusive, and exalted are the way, the truth, and the attitude that pertain only to an inferior human type, or to those lower strata of a society for whom the exoteric forms of tradition have been devised. This was precisely one of the characteristic signs of the climate of the Dark Age, or Kali Yuga. What has been said concerns the relationship of man with the divine. The second consequence of Christian dualism was the deconsecration of nature. Christian supernaturalism caused the natural myths of antiquity to be misunderstood once and for all. Nature ceased to be something living. That magical and symbolical perception of nature that formed the basis of priestly sciences was rejected and branded as pagan. Following the triumph of Christianity, these sciences underwent a rapid process of degeneration, with the exception of a weakened residue represented by the later Catholic tradition of the rites. Thus, nature came to be perceived as something alien and even diabolical. Again, this constituted the basis for the development of an asceticism of a monastic and mortifying type, hostile to the world and to life, Christian asceticism, and radically antithetical to the classical and Roman sensibility. The third consequence concerns the political domain. The principles found in John chapter 18:36, "My kingdom is not of this world," and Matthew chapter 22, verse 21, "Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's," represented a direct attack on the concept of traditional sovereignty and of that unity of the two powers that had formerly been re-established in imperial Rome. According to Gelasius I, after Christ, no man can simultaneously be king and priest. The unity of sacerdotium and regnum, when it is vindicated by a king, is a diabolical deception and a counterfeit of the true priestly regality that belongs to Christ alone. It was precisely at this point that the contrast between Christian and Roman ideas escalated into an open conflict. When Christianity developed, the Roman pantheon was so inclusive that even the cult of the Christian Savior could have found its proper place within it, among other cults, as a particular cult derived from a schism in Judaism. As I have previously suggested, it was typical of the imperial universalism to exercise a higher unifying and organizing function over and above any particular cult, which it did not need to deny or to oppose. What was required, though, was an act demonstrating a superordained fides in reference to the principle from above, embodied in the representative of the empire, namely, in the Augustus. The Christians refused to perform this very act, consisting of a ritual and sacrificial offering made before the imperial symbol, since they claimed that it was incompatible with their faith. This was the only reason why there was such an epidemic of martyrs, which may have appeared as pure folly in the eyes of the Roman magistrates. In this way, the new belief imposed itself. Over and against a particular universalism, a new opposite universalism based on a metaphysical dualism affirmed itself. The traditional hierarchical view, according to which loyalty enjoyed a supernatural sanction and a religious value, since every power descended from above, was undermined at its very foundation. In this sinful world, there can only be room for a civitas diaboli. The civitas Dei, or the divine state, was thought to belong to a separate plane and to consist in the unity of those who are drawn to the other world by a confused longing and who, as Christians, acknowledge only Christ as their leader as they await the last day. Wherever this idea did not result in a virus that proved to be a defeatist and subversive one, and wherever Caesar was still given the things which are Caesar's, the fides remained deconsecrated and secularized. It merely had the value of a contingent obedience to a power that was merely temporal. The Pauline saying, "All authority comes from God," was destined to remain ineffectual and meaningless. And thus, although Christianity upheld the spiritual and supernatural principle, Historically speaking, this principle was destined to act in a dissociative and even destructive fashion. It did not represent something capable of galvanizing whatever in the Roman world had become materialized and fragmented, but rather represented something heterogeneous, a different current drawn to what in Rome was no longer Roman, and to forces that the Northern Light had successfully kept under control for the duration of an entire cycle. It helped to rescind the last contacts and to accelerate the end of a great tradition. It is not surprising that Rutilius Namatianus put Christians and Jews on the same level, insofar as both groups were hostile to Rome's authority. He also blamed the former for spreading a fatal disease, excisae pestis contagia, outside the boundaries of Judea, which was under the legion's yoke, and the latter for spreading a poison that altered both the race and the spirit, tunc mutabantur corpora, nunc animi. When considering the enigmatic witnesses offered by ancient symbols, one cannot help noticing the role the motif of the ass played in the myth of Jesus. Not only was the ass present in the nativity scene, but it was on an ass that the Virgin and the divine child escaped to Egypt. Most of all, it was on an ass that Jesus rode during his triumphal entrance into Jerusalem. The ass was a traditional symbol of an infernal, dissolutive force. In Egypt, it was the animal sacred to Set, who embodied this force, had an anti-solar character, and was associated with the children of the powerless rebellion. In India, the ass was the mount of Mudevi, who represented the infernal aspect of the feminine deity. Also in Greece, the ass was the symbolic animal that in Lethe's plain continuously ate Ocnus's handiwork, and that had a relationship with the chthonic and infernal goddess Hecate. This is how this symbol could represent the secret sign of a force that was associated with primitive Christianity and to which it partially owed its success. It was the force that emerged and assumed an active part wherever what corresponded to the cosmos principle within a traditional structure vacillated and disintegrated. In reality, the advent of Christianity would not have been possible if the vital possibilities of the Roman heroic cycle had not been exhausted. If the Roman race had not been broken in its spirit and in its representatives, a proof of this was the failure of the attempted restoration promoted by Emperor Julian, if the ancient traditions had not been dimmed, and if, in the context of an ethnic chaos and a cosmopolitan disintegration, the imperial symbol had not been contaminated and reduced to merely surviving in a world of ruins. Chapter 32. The Revival of the Empire and the Ghibelline Middle Ages. The tradition that shaped the Roman world manifested its power vis-à-vis Christianity in the fact that, although the new faith was successful in overthrowing the ancient civilization, it nevertheless was not able to conquer the Western world as pure Christianity. Wherever it achieved some greatness, it did so only thanks to Roman and classical pre-Christian elements borrowed from the previous tradition, and not because of the Christian element in its original form. For all practical purposes, Christianity converted Western man only superficially. It constituted his faith in the most abstract sense, while his real life continued to obey the more or less material forms of the opposite tradition of action, and later on, during the Middle Ages, an ethos that was essentially shaped by the Northern Aryan spirit. In theory, the Western world accepted Christianity, but for all practical purposes, it remained pagan. The fact that Europe was able to incorporate so many motifs that were connected with the Jewish and Levantine way of life has always been a source of surprise among historians. Thus, the outcome was some sort of hybridism. Even in its attenuated and Romanized Catholic version, the Christian faith represented an obstacle that deprived Western man of the possibility of integrating his authentic and irrepressible way of being through a concept and in a relationship with the sacred that was most congenial to him. In turn, this way of being prevented Christianity from definitely shaping the West into a tradition of the opposite kind. That is, into a priestly and religious one, conformed to the ideals of the ecclesia of the origins, the evangelical pathos, and the symbol of the mystical body of Christ. Further on, I will closely analyze the effects of this double antithesis on the course of Western history. Strictly speaking, this antithesis represented an important factor in the processes leading to the modern world. In a particular cycle, however, the Christian idea, in those concepts in which the supernatural was emphasized, seemed to have become absorbed by the Roman idea in forms that again elevated the imperial idea to new heights, even though the tradition of this idea, found in the center constituted by the eternal city, had by then decayed. Such was the Byzantine cycle, or the cycle of the Eastern Roman Empire. What occurred in the East, however, corresponded to what had previously occurred in the Low Empire. The Byzantine imperial idea displayed a high degree of traditional spirit, at least theoretically. For instance, it upheld the ideal of the sacred ruler, Basileus Autocrator, whose authority came from above and whose law, reflecting the divine law, had a universal value. Also, the clergy was subjected to him because the emperor was in charge of both temporal and spiritual affairs. Likewise, in the Eastern Empire, the idea of the Romaioi, the Romans, took hold and came to represent the unity of those who were elevated by the chrism inherent in the participation in the Roman Christian ecumene to a dignity higher than any other people ever achieved. The empire once again was sacrum, and its pax had a supernatural meaning. And yet, even more so than during the Roman decadence, all this remained a symbol carried by chaotic and murky forces, since the ethnic substance was characterized, much more so than in the previous imperial Roman cycle, by demon worship, anarchy, and the principle of undying restlessness typical of the decadent and crepuscular Hellenic Eastern world. Here, too, the Byzantine emperors incorrectly assumed that despotism and a bureaucratic centralized administrative structure could achieve that which only proceeds from the spiritual authority of worthy representatives who surround themselves with people who had the quality of Romans, not just nominally, but imprinted in their inner character. Therefore, the forces of dissolution were destined to prevail, even though Byzantium lasted as a political reality for almost a millennium. What remained of the Byzantine Roman Christian idea were mere echoes, partially absorbed in a very modified form by Slavic peoples and partially brought together again in that revival of tradition constituted by the Ghibelline Middle Ages. In order to follow the development of forces that shaped the Western world, it is necessary to briefly consider Catholicism. Catholicism developed through a. the rectification of various extremist features of primitive Christianity, b. the organization of a ritual, dogmatic, and symbolic corpus beyond the mere mystical, soteriological element, and c. the absorption and adaptation of doctrinal and organizational elements that were borrowed from the Roman world and from classical civilization in general. This is how Catholicism at times displayed traditional features, which nevertheless should not deceive us. That which in Catholicism has a truly traditional character is not typically Christian, and that which in Catholicism is specifically Christian can hardly be considered traditional. Historically, despite all the efforts that were made to reconcile heterogeneous and contradictory elements, and despite the work of absorption and adaptation on a large scale, Catholicism always betrays the spirit of lunar priestly civilizations, and thus it continues, in yet another form, the antagonistic action of the Southern influences, to which it offered a real organization through the Church and her hierarchy. This becomes evident when we examine the development of the principle of authority that was claimed by the Church. During the early centuries of the Christianized empire, and during the Byzantine period, the Church still appeared to be subordinated to imperial authority. At church councils, the bishops left the last word to the ruler, not only in disciplinary, but also in doctrinal matters. Gradually, a shift occurred to the belief in the equality of the two powers of church and empire. Both institutions came to be regarded as enjoying a supernatural authority and a divine origin. With the passage of time, we find in the Carolingian ideal the principle according to which the king is supposed to rule over both clergy and the people, on the one hand, while on the other hand the idea was developed according to which the royal function was compared to that of the body and the priestly function to that of the soul. Thereby the idea of the equality of the two powers was implicitly abandoned, thus preparing the way for the real inversion of relations. By analogy, if in every rational being the soul is the principle that decides what the body will do, how could one think that those who admitted to having authority only in matters of social and political concern should not be subordinated to the Church, to whom they willingly recognized the exclusive right over and direction of souls? Thus, the Church eventually disputed and regarded as tantamount to heresy and a prevarication dictated by pride that doctrine of the divine and origin of regality. It also came to regard the ruler as a mere layman, equal to all other men before God and his Church. and a mere official invested by mortal beings with the power to rule over others in accordance with natural law. According to the Church, the ruler should receive from the ecclesiastical hierarchy the spiritual element that prevents his government from becoming the civitas diaboli. Boniface VIII, who did not hesitate to ascend to the throne of Constantine with a sword, crown, and scepter, and to declare, "I am Caesar, I am the emperor," embodies the logical conclusion of a theocratic southern upheaval in which the priest was entrusted with both evangelical swords, the spiritual and the temporal. The imperium itself came to be regarded as a beneficium conferred by the Pope to somebody who in return owed to the Church the same vassalage and obedience a feudal vassal owes the person who has invested him. However, since the spirituality that the head of the Roman Church incarnated remained in its essence that of the servants of God, we can say that far from representing the restoration of the primordial and solar unity of the two powers, Guelphism merely testifies to how Rome had lost its ancient tradition and how it came to represent the opposite principle and the triumph of the southern Weltanschauung in Europe. In the confusion that was beginning to affect even the symbols, the Church, who on the one hand claimed for herself the symbol of the sun vis-à-vis the empire, to which she attributed the symbol of the moon, on the other hand employed the symbol of the mother to refer to herself and considered the emperor as one of her children. Thus, the Guelph idea of political supremacy marked the return to the ancient gynecocratic vision in which the authority, superiority, and privilege of spiritual primacy was accorded to the maternal principle over the male principle, which was then associated with the temporal and ephemeral reality. Thus, a change occurred. The Roman idea was revived by races of a direct northern origin, which various migrations had pushed into the area of Roman civilization. The Germanic element was destined to defend the imperial idea against the Church and to restore to new life the formative vis of the ancient Roman world. This is how the Holy Roman Empire and the feudal civilization arose, both of which represented the two last great traditional manifestations the West ever knew. As far as the Germans were concerned, since the times of Tacitus, they appeared to be very similar to the Achaean, Paleo-Iranian, Paleo-Roman, and Northern Aryan stocks that had been preserved in many aspects, including the racial one, in a state of prehistoric purity. The Germanic populations, just like the Goths, the Longobards, the Burgundians, and the Franks, were looked down upon as barbarians by that decadent civilization that had been reduced to a juridical administrative structure and that had degenerated into aphrodistic forms of hedonistic urban refinement, intellectualism, aestheticism, and cosmopolitan dissolution. And yet, in the coarse and unsophisticated forms of their customs, one could find the expression of an existence characterized by the principles of honor, faithfulness, and pride. It was precisely this barbaric element that represented a vital force, the lack of which had been one of the main causes of Roman and Byzantine decadence. The fact that the ancient Germans were young races has prevented many scholars from seeing the full picture of earlier antiquity. These races were young only because of the youth typical of that which still maintains contact with the origins. These races descended from the last offshoots to leave the Arctic seat, and that therefore had not suffered the miscegenation and the alterations experienced by similar populations that had abandoned the Arctic seat much earlier, as is the case with the Paleo-Indo-European stocks that had settled in the prehistoric Mediterranean. The Nordic Germanic people, besides their ethos, carried in their midst the traces of a tradition that derived immediately from the primordial tradition. The fact that during the period in which they appeared as decisive forces on the stage of European history, these stocks lost the memory of their origins, and that the primordial tradition was present in those stocks only in the form of fragmentary, often altered and unrefined residues, did not prevent them from carrying as a deep inner legacy the possibilities and the acquired Weltanschauung from which heroic cycles derive. The myth of the Edda spoke about both the impending doom and the heroic will opposed to it. In the older parts of that myth, there remained the memory of a deep freeze that arrested the 12 streams originating from the primordial and luminous center of Muspelheim, located at the far end of the earth. This center corresponded to the Arianem Vajejo, the Iranian equivalent of the Hyperborean seat, to the radiant northern island of the Hindus, and to the other figurations of the seat of the Golden Age. Moreover, the Edda mentions a green land floating on the abyss and surrounded by the ocean. According to some traditions, this was the original location of the fall and of dark and tragic times, since it was here that the warm current of the Muspelheim, in this order of traditional myths, the waters represent the force that gives life to people and to races, met the frigid current of Hvergelmir. Just as in the Zendavesta, the freezing and dark winter that depopulated Arianemvaijo was conceived as the work of an evil god opposed to the luminous creation. Likewise, this Eddic myth may allude to the alteration that precipitated the new cycle. This is true especially if we consider that the myth mentions a generation of giants and elemental telluric beings, creatures that were defrosted by the warm current and against whom the race of the Aesir is going to fight. In the Edda, the theme of Ragnarök, or Ragnarökr, the destiny, or the twilight of the gods, is the equivalent of the traditional teaching concerning the four-stage involutive process. It threatens the struggling world, which is already dominated by dualistic thinking. From an esoteric point of view, this twilight affects the gods only metaphorically. It also signifies the dimming of the gods in human consciousness, because mankind loses the gods, that is, the possibility of establishing a contact with them. Such a destiny may be avoided, however, by preserving the purity of the deposit of that primordial and symbolic element, gold, with which the palace of the heroes, the hall of Odin's 12 thrones, was built in the mythical Asgard. This gold, which could act as a source of good health so long as it was not touched by an elemental or by a human being, eventually fell into the hands of Alberich, the king of the subterranean beings that in the later version of the myth are called the Nibelungs. This clearly shows the echo of what in other traditions was the advent of the Bronze Age, the cycle of the Titanic Promethean rebellion, which was probably connected with the magical involution of the inferior sense of previous cults. Over and against this stands the world of the Aesir, the Nordic Germanic deities who embody the Uranian principle in its warrior aspect. The god Donar Thor was the slayer of Thrym and Hrungnir, the strongest of all, the irresistible, the lord who rescues from terror, whose fearful weapon, the double hammer Mjolnir, was both a variation of the symbolic Hyperborean battle axe and a sign of the thunderbolt force proper to the Uranian gods of the Aryan cycle. The god Woden Odin was he who granted victory and who had wisdom. He was the master of very powerful formulae that were not to be revealed to any woman, not even to the king's daughter. He was the eagle. He was the host and the father of the dead heroes who were selected by the Valkyries on the battlefields. It was he who bestowed on the noble ones that, quote, spirit that lives on and which does not die when the body is dissolved into the earth, unquote. And he was the deity to whom the royal stocks attributed their origin. The god Tyr Tiuz was another god of battles and the god of the day, of the radiant solar sky, who was represented by the rune form which recalls the very ancient and northern Atlantic sign of the cosmic man with his hands raised. One of the motifs of the heroic cycles appears in the saga concerning the stock of the Volsungs, which was generated from the union of a god with a woman. Sigmund, who will one day extract the sword inserted in the divine tree, came from this stock. In this saga, the hero Sigurd, or Siegfried, after taking possession of the gold that had fallen into the hands of the Nibelungs, kills the dragon Fafnir, which is another form of the serpent Nidhogg. This serpent, in the action of corroding the roots of the divine tree Yggdrasil, its collapse will mark the twilight of the race of the gods, personifies the dark power of decadence. Although Sigurd, in the end, is killed by treachery and the gold is returned to the waters, he nevertheless remains the heroic type endowed with the Tarnkappa, the symbolic power that can transfer a person from the bodily dimension to the invisible, and predestined to possess the divine woman, either in the form of a vanquished Amazonian queen, Brunhild as the queen of the northern island, or in the form of a Valkyrie, a woman warrior who went from an earthly to a divine seat. The oldest Nordic stocks regarded Gardarike, a land located in the far north, as their original homeland. This seat, even when it was identified with the Scandinavian region, was associated with the echo of the polar function of Midgard, of the primordial center. This was a transposition of memories from the physical to the metaphysical dimension, by virtue of which Gardarike was also identified with Asgard. Asgard, allegedly, was the dwelling place of non-human ancestors of the noble Nordic families. In Asgard, Scandinavian sacred kings, such as Gylfi, who had gone there to proclaim their power, allegedly received the traditional teaching of the Edda. Asgard was also a sacred land, the land of the Nordic Olympian gods and of the Aesir, access to which was precluded to the race of giants. These motifs were found in the traditional legacy of Nordic Germanic populations. As a view of the world, the insight into the outcome of the decline, Ragnarökr, was associated with ideals and with figurations of gods who were typical of heroic cycles. As I have said, in more recent times, this was a subconscious legacy. The supernatural element became obscured by secondary and spurious elements of the myth and the saga, as did the universal element contained in the idea of Asgard-Midgard, the center of the world. The contact of Germanic people with the Roman and Christian world had a double effect. On the one hand, their invasion resulted in a devastation of the material structure of the empire, while from an internal point of view, it turned out to be a vivifying contribution that eventually established the presuppositions of a new and virile civilization destined to reaffirm the Roman symbol. In later times, in the same way, an essential rectification of Christianity and Catholicism took place, especially with regard to a general view of life. On the other hand, both the idea of Roman universalism and the Christian principle, in its generic aspect of affirmation of a supernatural order, produced an awakening of the highest vocation of the Nordic Germanic stocks. Both ideas also contributed to the integration on a higher plane and to the revivification in a new form of what had often been materialized and particularized in them in the context of traditions of individual races. Conversion to the Christian faith, more than altering the Germanic stock's strength, often purified it and prepared it for a revival of the imperial Roman idea. Many centuries ago, during the coronation of the king of the Franks, the formula Renovatio Romani Imperii was spoken. Not only did they identify Rome as the symbolic source of their imperium and of their right, but the Germanic princes also ended up siding against the hegemonic demands of the Church. Thus they became the protagonists of a great new historical movement that promoted a traditional restoration. From a political perspective, the congenital ethos of the Germanic races conferred to the imperial reality a living, stable, and differentiated character. The life of the ancient Nordic Germanic societies was based on the three principles of personality, freedom, and faithfulness. This life never knew the promiscuous sense of the community, nor the inability of the individual to make the most of himself other than in the context of a given abstract institution. In these societies, to be free was the measure of one's nobility. And yet this freedom was not anarchical and individualistic, but it was capable of a dedication that went beyond the person, and it knew the transfiguring value that characterized the principle of faithfulness toward one who is worthy of obedience and to whom people willingly submit themselves. Thus, groups of devoted subjects rallied around leaders to whom the ancient saying did apply, quote, "The supreme nobility of a Roman emperor does not consist in being a master of slaves, but in being a lord of free men, who loves freedom even in those who serve him." Unquote. Also the state, almost like in the ancient Roman aristocratic concept, was centered on the council of leaders, each member being a free man, the lord of his lands, and the leader of the group of his faithful. Beyond this council, the unity of the state, and to a degree its super-political aspect, was embodied by the king, since he belonged, unlike mere military leaders, to one of the stocks of divine origin. The Goths, for example, called their kings Amals, the pure ones, or the heavenly ones. Originally, the material and spiritual unity of the nation was manifested only in the event of a particular action or the realization of a common mission, especially an offensive or a defensive one. And in that circumstance, a new condition set in. Next to the king, a leader, dux or herzogo, was elected, and a new rigid hierarchy was spontaneously established. The free man became the leader's immediate subordinate. The latter's authority allowed him to take the life of his subject if he failed in his duties. According to the testimony left to us by Tacitus, quote, "The prime obligation of the retinue's allegiance is to protect and guard him, and to credit their own brave deeds to his glory. The chieftains fight for victory, the retinue for the chieftain." Unquote. Once the mission was accomplished, the original independence and pluralism were re-established. The Scandinavian counts called their leader the enemy of gold, since, as a leader, he was not allowed to keep any gold for himself, and also the host of heroes, because of the pride he took in hosting his faithful warriors, whom he regarded as his companions and equals in his house. Even among the Franks prior to Charlemagne, participation in a particular mission occurred on a voluntary basis. The king invited people to participate. He appealed to them. At times, the princes themselves proposed a course of action. In any event, there was neither duty nor impersonal service, since everywhere there were free and highly personalized relationships of command and obedience, mutual understanding and faithfulness. Thus, the idea of free personality was the foundation of any unity and hierarchy. This was the Nordic seed from which the feudal system arose as the background to the new imperial idea. The development that led to such a regime began with the convergence of the ideas of king and leader. The king became the embodiment of the unity of the group, even in time of peace. This was possible through the strengthening and the extension of the warrior principle of faithfulness to times of peace. A group of faithful retainers, for example, the Norse huskarlar, the Langobardic Gesindii, the Gothic palatines, the Frankish antrustiones or convivii regis, consisting of free men gathered around the king. These people regarded being in the service of their lord and the defense of his honor and right as both a privilege and a realization of a way of being more elevated than if they were merely answerable to no one but themselves. The feudal constitution was realized through the progressive extension of this principle, originally manifested in the Frankish royalty, to various elements of the community. During the period of conquests, a second aspect of the above-mentioned development took place: the bestowal of conquered lands as fiefs in return for the commitment to faithfulness. The Frankish nobility spread into areas that did not coincide with those of any given nation and became a bonding and unifying element. From a formal point of view, this development appeared to involve an alteration of the previous constitution. To rule over a fief was regarded as a regal benefit contingent upon loyalty and service to the king. In reality, the feudal regime was a principle to be followed rather than a rigid reality. It was the general idea of an organic law of order that left ample room for the dynamic interaction of free forces fighting either side by side or against each other without attenuations or alterations. Subject before lord, lord before lord. And that caused everything, freedom, honor, glory, destiny, property, to be based on bravery and on the personal factor, since nothing, or virtually nothing, was based on a collective element, public power, or abstract law. As it has rightfully been remarked, in the feudal system of the origins, the fundamental and distinctive feature of regality was not that of a public power, but rather that of forces that were in the presence of other forces, each one responsible to itself for its own authority and dignity. Thus, such a state of affairs often resembled a state of war rather than that of a society. It was precisely because of this, however, that a particular differentiation of energies occurred. Never has man been treated so harshly as in the feudal system, and yet not only for the feudal lords who had the responsibility of protecting their rights and honor, but also for the subjects, this regime was a school of independence and of virility rather than of servility. In this regime, the relationships of faithfulness and of honor played a larger role than in any other Western time period. Generally speaking, in this type of society, beyond the promiscuity of the Lower Empire and the chaos of the period of the invasions, everybody was able to find the place appropriate to his own nature, as is always the case wherever we find an immaterial catalyst within the social organism. For the last time in Western history, the quadripartition of society into serfs, merchants, warrior nobility, and representatives of spiritual authority, the clergy in the Gulf and the ascetic knightly orders in the Ghibelline system, took form and affirmed itself in an almost spontaneous way. The fact that the feudal world of personality and of action did not exhaust the deepest possibilities of medieval man was proven by the fact that his fides was able to develop in a sublimated form and be purified into the universal. Such was the form that had the empire as its reference point. The empire was perceived as a superpolitical reality, an institution of supernatural origin that formed one power with the divine kingdom. While in the empire the same spirit that shaped the individual feudal and regal units continued to act, its peak was the emperor, who was regarded not as a mere man, but rather as a deus homo totus deificatus et sanctificatus adorandus quia praesul princeps et summus est, according to the characteristic expression of the time. Thus, the emperor embodied the function of a center in the eminent sense of the word and demanded from his subjects and from the feudal lords a spiritual acknowledgement similar to what the Church claimed for herself in order to realize a higher European traditional unity. Since two suns cannot coexist in the same planetary system, and since the image of the two suns was often applied to the duality of church and empire, the struggle between these two universal powers, which were the supreme reference points of the great ordinatio ad unum of the feudal world, was bound to erupt. On both sides there were compromises and more or less conscious concessions to the opposing principle. The meaning of such a struggle, however, eludes both those who stop at a superficial level and at everything that from a metaphysical point of view is regarded as a mere occasional cause, thus seeing in it only a political competition and a clash of interests and ambitions rather than a material and spiritual struggle, and those who regard this conflict as one between two opponents who are fighting over the same thing, each claiming the prerogative of the same type of universal power. On the contrary, the struggle hides the contrast between two incompatible visions. This contrast points once again to the antithesis of North and South, of solar and lunar spirituality. The universal ideal of a religious kind advocated by the Church is opposed to the imperial ideal, which consists in a secret tendency to reconstruct the unity of the two powers, of the regal and the hieratic, or the sacred and the virile. Although the imperial idea, in its external expressions, often claimed for itself the dominion of the corpus and of the ordo of the medieval ecumene, and although the emperors often embodied, in a mere formal way, the living lex and subjected themselves to an asceticism of power, the idea of sacred regality appeared yet again on a universal plane. Wherever history hinted only implicitly at this higher aspiration, it was the myth that bespoke it. The myth was not opposed to history, but rather revealed its deeper dimension. I have previously suggested that in the medieval imperial legend there are numerous elements that refer more or less directly to the idea of the supreme center. These elements, through various symbols, allude to a mysterious relationship between this center and the universal authority and legitimacy of the Ghibelline emperor. The objects symbolizing initiatic regality were entrusted to him, and at times the motif of the hero who never died, and who had been brought to a mountain or to a subterranean seat, was applied to him. In the emperor dwelt the force that was expected to reawaken at the end of a cycle, cause the dry tree to bloom, and assist him in the last battle against Gog and Magog's onslaught. Especially in relation to the Hohenstaufen, the idea of a divine and Roman stock asserted itself. This stock was believed not only to be in charge of the regnum, but also to be able to penetrate the mysteries of God, which other people can only perceive vaguely through images. The counterpart of all this was a secret spirituality, as I have spoken of in Chapter 14, that was typical of yet another high point of the Ghibelline and feudal world: chivalry. By producing chivalry, that world demonstrated once again the efficiency of a superior principle. Chivalry was the natural complement of the imperial idea. Between these two, there was the same relationship as existed between the clergy and the church. Chivalry was like a race of the spirit, in which the purity of the blood played an important role as well. The northern Aryan element present in it was purified until it reached a universal type and ideal in terms that corresponded to what the civis Romanus had originally been in the world. Even in chivalry, we can distinctively see the extent to which the fundamental themes of early Christianity had been overcome and how the Church herself was forced to sanction, or at least to tolerate, a complex of principles, values, and customs that can hardly be reconciled with the spirit of her origins. Without repeating what has been said previously, I would like to recap the main points. Within a nominally Christian world, chivalry upheld, without any substantial alterations, an Aryan ethics in the following things. 1. Upholding the ideal of the hero rather than of the saint, and of the conqueror rather than of the martyr. 2. Regarding faithfulness and honor rather than caritas and humbleness as the highest virtues. 3. regarding cowardice and dishonor, rather than sin, as the worst possible evil. 4. Ignoring or hardly putting into practice the evangelical precepts of not opposing evil and not retaliating against offenses, but rather methodically punishing unfairness and evil. 5. Excluding from its ranks those who followed the Christian precept, "Thou shalt not kill," to the letter. And 6. Refusing to love one's enemy and instead fighting him and being magnanimous only after defeating him. Secondly, the test of arms that consisted in settling all disputes through strength, regarded as a virtue entrusted by God to man in order to promote the triumph of justice, truth, and the law here on earth, became a fundamental idea that reached far beyond the context of feudal honor and law into the context of theology, in which it was applied under the name of God's ordeal, even in matters of faith. This idea was not really a Christian one. It was rather inspired by the mystical doctrine of victory that ignored the dualism proper to religious views, united spirit and might, and saw in victory some sort of divine consecration. The theistic, watered-down version of this doctrine, according to which during the Middle Ages people usually thought that victory was brought about by a direct intervention of God, did not affect the innermost spirit of these customs. If chivalry professed faithfulness to the Church as well, many elements suggest that this was a devotion similar to that attributed to various ideals and to the woman to whom a knight committed his own life. What really mattered to the knight, and to his way, was a generic attitude of heroic subordination of both his happiness and his life, rather than the issue of faith in a specific and theological sense. I have already suggested that both chivalry and the Crusades, besides their outer and exoteric aspect, also had an esoteric dimension. As far as chivalry is concerned, I have already mentioned that it had its mysteries, a temple that most definitely did not correspond to the Church of Rome, and a literature and sagas in which ancient pre-Christian traditions became alive again. Among these things, the most characteristic was the saga of the Grail, because of the emergence within it of the theme of initiatic reintegration, the goal of which was to restore a fallen kingdom. This theme developed a secret language that often concealed an uttermost disdain for the Roman curia. Even within the great historical knightly orders, which were characterized by the peculiar tendency to reunite the types of the warrior and the ascetic, we find underground currents that, whenever they surfaced, brought upon these orders the suspicion and persecution of the official religion. In reality, chivalry was animated by the impulse toward a traditional restoration in the highest sense of the word, with the silent or explicit overcoming of the Christian religious spirit. See, for instance, the symbolic ritual of the rejection of the cross allegedly practiced among the Knights Templar. The ideal center of all this was the empire. This is how the legends arose that revived the theme of the dry tree, the blossoming of which was attributed to an emperor who will wage war against the clergy, so much so that at times he came to be regarded as the Antichrist. See, for instance, the Compendium Theologiae. This was, on the part of the Church, an obscure and distorted expression of the perception of a spirituality irreconcilable with the Christian spirituality. In the period in which victory seemed to be within the grasp of Frederick II, popular prophecies claimed, quote, "The tall cedar of Lebanon will be cut down. There will only be one God, namely a monarch. Woe to the clergy! If it ever falls, a new order is ready to be implemented." Unquote. During the Crusades, for the first and only time in post-Roman Europe, the ideal of the unity of nations, represented in peacetime by the empire, was achieved on the plane of action in the wake of a wonderful élan, and as if in a mysterious reenactment of the great prehistoric movement from north to south and from west to east. The analysis of the deep forces that produced and directed the Crusades does not fit in with the ideas typical of a two-dimensional historiography. In the movement toward Jerusalem, what often became manifested was an occult current against papal Rome that was fostered by Rome itself. In this current, chivalry was the militia, and the heroic Ghibelline ideal was the liveliest force. This current culminated in an emperor who was stigmatized by Gregory IX as one who, quote, "threatens to replace the Christian faith with the ancient rites of the pagan populations, and who, by sitting in the temple, usurps the functions of the priesthood," unquote. The figure of Godfrey of Bouillon, the most significant representative of Crusader chivalry, who was called Lux Monarchorum, which again reveals the ascetical and warrior element proper to this knightly aristocracy, was that of a Ghibelline prince who ascended to the throne of Jerusalem after visiting Rome with blood and iron, killing the anti-emperor Rudolf von Reinfeld and expelling the Pope from the Holy City. The legend also established a meaningful kinship between this king of the Crusaders and the mythical Knight of the Swan, the French Helios, the German Lohengrin, who in turn embodies symbols that were imperially Roman, his symbolic genealogical descent from Caesar himself. Solar, the etymological relation existing between Helios, and Elijah, and Hyperborean, the swan that leads Lohengrin from the heavenly seat, was also the animal representing Apollo among the Hyperboreans and a recurrent theme in the paleographic traces of the northern Aryan cult. The body of such historical and mythical elements causes Godfrey of Bouillon to be a symbol during the Crusades, because of the meaning of that secret force that had merely external and contingent manifestation in the political struggle of the Teutonic emperors and in the victory of Otto I. In the ethics of chivalry and the harsh articulation of the feudal system that was so distant from the social ideal of the primitive church. In the resurrected principle of a warrior caste that had been reintegrated in a way that was both ascetical and sacred. And in the sacred ideal of the empire and the Crusades, the Christian influence encountered very precise limitations. On the one hand, the Church partially accepted these limitations. She allowed herself to be dominated, it became Romanized, in order to dominate and to remain in control. On the other hand, she resisted by attempting to replace the top of the political hierarchy and to overcome the empire. The rending of the social fabric continued. The forces that were awakened occasionally escaped from the control of the people who had evoked them. When both adversaries disengaged from the mortal duel in which they were locked, they separately underwent a process of decadence. The tension toward the spiritual synthesis weakened. The Church increasingly renounced its claim to temporal power, and royalty its claim to spiritual power. Following the Ghibelline civilization, which we may regard as the splendid spring season of a Europe that was destined to doom, the process of decadence will continue inexorably. Chapter 33. Decline of the Medieval World and the Birth of Nations. The decadence of the Holy Roman Empire, and, generally speaking, of the principle of true sovereignty, was determined by a range of causes from above and below. One of the main causes was the gradual secularization and materialization of the political idea. As far as the empire was concerned, the struggle Frederick II waged against the Church, though it was undertaken for the defense of its supernatural character, was associated with an initial upheaval in the following sense. On the one hand, there were a. the incipient humanism, liberalism, and rationalism of the Sicilian court, b. the institution of a body of lay judges and administrative functionaries, and c. the importance given to the law by legislators and by those whom a rightful religious rigorism, that reacted to the early products of culture and free thought with autos da fe and executions, contemptuously qualified as theologi philosophantes. On the other hand, there was the centralizing and anti-feudal tendency of some recent imperial institutions. The moment an empire ceases to be sacred, it also ceases to be an empire. The inner vision animating the empire and its authority decline, and once the plane of matter and of mere politics is reached, they totally disappear, since such a plane, by its very nature, excludes every universalism and higher unity. As early as 1338, King Ludwig IV of Bavaria declared that the imperial consecration was no longer necessary, and that the elected prince was the legitimate emperor by virtue of this election. Charles IV of Bohemia completed this emancipation with the Golden Bull. Since the consecration, however, was not substituted with something metaphysically comparable, the emperors themselves irrevocably compromised their transcendent dignitas. From then on, they lost heaven's mandate, and the Holy Empire survived only nominally. Frederick III of Austria was the last emperor to be crowned in Rome in 1452, after the rite had been reduced to an empty and soulless ceremony. Conversely, it has rightfully been suggested that the feudal system is that which characterizes the majority of the great traditional eras and the one most suited for the regular development of traditional structures. In this type of regime, the principle of plurality and of relative political autonomy of the individual parts is emphasized, as is the proper context of that universal element, that unum quod non est pars, that alone can really organize and unify these parts, not by contrasting, but by presiding over each one of them through the transcendent, superpolitical, and regulating function that the universal embodies, according to Dante. In this event, royalty works together with the feudal aristocracy, and the imperial function does not limit the autonomy of the single principalities or kingdoms, as it assumes the single nationalities without altering them. Conversely, when on the one hand the dignitas, which can rule triumphantly beyond the multiple temporal and contingent, falls into decline, and when, on the other hand, the capability of a fides and a spiritual acknowledgement on the part of the single subordinated elements fails, then what arises is either a centralizing tendency and political absolutism that attempts to hold the whole together through a violent political and state-enforced unity rather than through an essentially superpolitical and spiritual unity, or purely particularistic and dissociative processes. Either way accomplishes the destruction of medieval civilization. The kings begin to claim for their own fiefs the same principle of absolute authority that is typical of the empire, thus spreading a new and subversive idea, the national state. By virtue of an analogous process, a variety of communes, free cities, republics, and other political entities that have a tendency to establish their independence begin to resist and rebel, not only against the imperial authority, but against the nobility too. At this point, the European ecumene begins to fall apart. The principle of a common body of laws declines, even though it leaves enough space for the articulations of a singular jus, that is, a legislation that corresponds to the same language and a common spirit. Chivalry itself begins to decline, and with it the ideal of a human type molded by principles of a purely ethical and spiritual nature. Knights begin to defend the rights and to uphold the temporal ambitions of their lords, and eventually of their respective national states. The great forces brought together by the superpolitical ideal of holy war or just war are replaced by combinations of both peace and war, which are increasingly brought about by diplomatic shrewdness. Christian Europe powerlessly witnesses the fall of the Eastern Empire and of Constantinople at the hands of the Ottomans. Moreover, a king of France, Francis I, inflicted the first deadly blow to the myth of Christendom that was the foundation of European unity, when, in his struggle against the representative of the Holy Roman Empire, he did not hesitate to side with the rebellious Protestant princes, and even with the Sultan himself. The League of Cognac, in 1526, saw the head of the Church of Rome do something similar. Clement VII, the ally of the King of France, went to war against the emperor, siding with the Sultan right when the onslaught of Suleiman II in Hungary threatened Europe and when Protestants in arms were about to ravage its heart. Also, a priest in the service of the King of France, Cardinal Richelieu, during the last phase of the 30 Years' War, sided with the Protestant League against the emperor until, following the Peace of Augsburg in 1555, the Treaties of Westphalia in 1648 swept away the last residue of the religious element, decreed the reciprocal tolerance between Protestant and Catholic nations, and granted to the rebellious princes an almost total independence from the empire. From that period on, the supreme interest and the reason for struggle will not even be the ideal defense of a feudal or dynastic privilege, but mere disputes over parts of the European territory. The empire was definitely replaced by imperialisms, that is, by the petty attempts of the national states to assert themselves either militarily or economically over other nations. This upheaval was in primis et ante omnia, promoted by the French monarchy in a very specific anti-imperial manner. In the context of these developments, besides the crisis suffered by the imperial idea, the idea of royalty in general became increasingly secularized. The king became merely a warrior and the political leader of his state. He embodied for a little longer a virile function and an absolute principle of authority, yet without any reference to a transcendent reality, other than in the empty residual formulation of the divine right as it was defined in Catholic nations after the Council of Trent and during the age of the Counter-Reformation. At that time the Church declared itself ready to sanction and consecrate the absolutism of sovereigns, who had lost their sacred inner vocations as long as they were willing to be the secular arm of the Church, which by then had chosen to act indirectly upon European political affairs. For this reason, in the period following the decline of imperial Europe, we witness in individual states the failure of the ideological premises that justified the struggle with the Church in the name of a higher principle. A more or less external acknowledgement was given to the authority of Rome in matters of religion in return for something useful to the reason of state. Conversely, there were openly declared attempts to subordinate immediately the spiritual to the temporal sphere, as in the Anglican or Gallican upheaval, and later on in the Protestant world with the national churches under state control. With the unfolding of the modern era, it is possible to witness the establishment of countries as if they were schisms, and their reciprocal opposition not only as political and temporal units, but also as almost mystical entities refusing to submit to any superordained authority. One thing becomes very clear. If the empire declines, and if it continues to exist only nominally, its antagonist, the Church, after enjoying untrammeled freedom from its ancient foe, did not know how to assume its legacy and demonstrated its inability to organize the Western world according to the Gulf ideal. What replaced the empire was not the Church at the head of a reinvigorated Christendom, but the multiplicity of national states that were increasingly intolerant of any higher principle of authority. Moreover, the deconsecration of the rulers, as well as their insubordination toward the empire, by depriving the organisms over which they presided of the chrism bestowed by a higher principle, unavoidably pushed them into the orbit of lower forces that were destined to slowly prevail. Generally speaking, whenever a caste rebels against a higher caste and claims its independence, the higher caste unavoidably loses the character that it had within the hierarchy and thereby reflects the character of the immediately lower caste. Absolutism, the materialistic transposition of the traditional idea of unity, paved the way for demagogy and for republican, national, anti-monarchical revolutions. And in those countries in which the kings, in their struggle against feudal aristocracy and their work of political centralization, favored the claims of the bourgeoisie and of the plebs, the process ended even faster. Philip the Fair, who anticipated and exemplified the various stages of the involutive process, is often singled out as an example. With the Pope's complicity, he destroyed the Templar order that was the most characteristic expression of the tendency to reconstruct the unity of the priestly and the warrior elements that was the soul of medieval chivalry. He started the process of lay emancipation of the state from the Church, which was promoted without interruptions by his successors, just as the struggle against the feudal nobility was carried on, especially by Louis XI and by Louis XIV, without feeling any qualms about using the support of the bourgeoisie and without disavowing the rebellious spirit of lower social strata. Philip the Fair also favored the development of an anti-traditional culture, since his legislators were the true forerunners of modern laicism, being much earlier than the Renaissance humanists. If, on the one hand, it is significant that a priest, Cardinal Richelieu, employed the principle of centralization against the nobility by replacing the feudal structures with the leveling, modern binomial form, government and nation. On the other hand, Louis XIV, with his formation of public powers and systematic development of national unity, together with the political, military, and economic strengthening of this very unity, prepared the body, so to speak, for the incarnation of a new principle, the people and the nation as a mere collectivity. Thus, the anti-aristocratic action of the kings of France, whose constant opposition to the Holy Empire has been noted, through the Marquis of Mirabeau, promoted the logical rebellion against these kings and their expulsion from their contaminated thrones. We can argue that since France initiated this upheaval and conferred an increasingly centralizing and nationalist character to the idea of state, she was the first to witness the demise of the monarchical system and the advent of the republican regime in the sense of a decisive and manifest shift of power to the third estate. Thus, in the whole of European nations, France became the main hotbed of the revolutionary ferment and of the lay and rationalistic mentality, which is highly deleterious for any surviving residue of the traditional spirit. There is another specific and interesting complementary aspect of historical nemesis. The emancipation of the empire from the states that had become absolutist was followed by the emancipation of sovereign, free, and autonomous individuals from the state. The former usurpation attracted and presaged the latter. Eventually, in the atomized and anarchical states, as sovereign nations, the usurped sovereignty of the state was destined to be replaced with popular sovereignty, in the context of which every authority and law are legitimate only and exclusively as the expressions of the will of the citizens who are single sovereign individuals. This is the democratized and liberal state, a prelude to the last phase of this general involution, that is, a purely collectivized society. Beside the causes from above, however, we should not forget the causes from below, which are distinct though parallel to the former ones. Every traditional organization is a dynamic system that presupposes forces of chaos, inferior impulses and interests, as well as lower social and ethnic strata that are dominated and restrained by the principle of form. It also includes the dynamism of the two antagonistic poles. The superior pole, connected to the supernatural element of the higher strata, attempts to lift up the other pole, while the lower pole, which is connected to the mass or demos, attempts to pull down the higher pole. The emergence and liberation, that is, revolt, of the lower strata are the counterpart of every weakening of the representatives of the higher principle and every deviation or degeneration of the top of the hierarchy. Therefore, because of the previously mentioned processes, the right of demanding of one's subjects the double fides, spiritual and feudal, increasingly degenerated. Thus, the way was paved for a materialization of this fides in a political sense and for the aforesaid revolt. In fact, just as faithfulness with a spiritual foundation is unconditional, likewise, that which is connected to the temporal plane is conditioned and contingent and liable to be revoked depending on the empirical circumstances. Also, the dualism of church and state and the persistent opposition of the Church to the Empire were destined to contribute to lowering every fides to this inferior and precarious level. After all, during the Middle Ages, it was the Church that blessed the betrayal of the fides by siding with the Italian communes and lending her moral and material support to their revolt against the Empire. The revolt of the communes, beyond the external aspect, simply represented the insurrection of the particular against the universal, in relation to a type of social organization that was no longer even modeled after the warrior caste, but after the third caste, the bourgeoisie and the merchant class, who usurped the dignity of the political government and the right to bear arms, fortified its cities, raised its battle flags, and organized its armies against the imperial cohorts and the defensive alliance of the feudal nobility. Here began the movement from below and the rise of the tide of the inferior forces. While the Italian communes anticipated the profane and anti-traditional ideal of a social organization based on the economic and mercantile factor and the Jewish commerce with gold, their revolt demonstrated how, in some areas, the sensibility that embraced the spiritual and ethical meaning of loyalty and hierarchy was already at that time on the verge of becoming extinct. The emperor came to be perceived as a mere political leader, whose political claims could be challenged. This marked the advent of that bad freedom that will destroy and deny every principle of true authority, abandon the inferior forces to themselves, and reduce to a merely human, economic, and social plane any political form, culminating in the omnipotence of the merchants first and of organized labor later. It is significant that the principal hotbed of this cancer was the Italian soil that had previously been the cradle of the Roman world. In the historical struggle of the communes, which were supported by the Church against the imperial armies and the Corpus Secularium Principium, we find the last echoes of the struggle between North and South, tradition and anti-tradition. The truth is that Frederick I, a figure whom the plebeian falsification of the Italian patriotic history has repeatedly attempted to discredit, fought in the name of a higher principle and out of a sense of duty derived from his own function against a lay and particularistic usurpation that was based, among other things, on unprovoked violations of pacts and oaths. Dante called him the good Barbarossa, and regarded him as the legitimate representative of the empire and the source of any true authority. Moreover, Dante regarded the revolt of the Lombard cities as an illegal and biased struggle due to his noble contempt for the newcomers and upstarts, and for the elements of the new and impure power of the communes, Likewise, he saw in the self-government of the individual populations and in the new nationalistic idea a subversive heresy. In reality, the Ottos and the Suevians waged their struggle not so much in order to impose a material acknowledgement or because of territorial ambitions, but rather for the ideal revendication and the defense of a superpolitical right. They demanded obedience not as Teutonic princes, but as Roman, Romanorum reges, yet supranational emperors. They fought against the rebellious race of merchants and burghers in the name of honor and spirit. The latter came to be regarded as rebels, not so much against the emperor, but rather against God, obviare Deo. By divine injunction, iubente Deo, the prince waged war against them as the representative of Charlemagne, brandishing the avenging sword in order to restore the ancient order, reditor res publica. Finally, especially in the case of Italy, in the so-called signories, the counterpart of the successors of the communes, it is possible to detect another aspect of the new climate, of which Machiavelli's prince represented a clear barometric index. During these times, the only person considered fit for government was a powerful individual who would rule not by virtue of a consecration, his nobility, and his representing a higher principle and a tradition, but rather in his own name, and by employing cunning, violence, and the means of politics, which by then was regarded as an art, a technique devoid of scruples, honor, and truth, with religion having become only an instrument to be employed in its service. Dante correctly said, Italorum principum, qui non heroico more sed plebeo, secuntur superbiam. Thus, the substance of such government was not heroic, but plebeian. The ancient virtus descended to this level, as did the sense of superiority to both good and evil, typically exhibited by those who ruled on the basis of a non-human law. On the one hand, we see the reappearance of the model of ancient tyrannies. On the other hand, we find the expression of that unrestrained individualism that characterizes these new times according to multiple forms. Here we also find the anticipation, in a radical way, of the type of absolute politics and the will to power that in later times will be implemented on a much greater scale. The cycle of the medieval restoration ended with these processes. Somehow, we can say that the gynecocratic Southern ideal triumphed again. In the context of this ideal, the virile principle, apart from the above-mentioned extreme forms, carried only a material, that is, political and temporal meaning, even when it was embodied in the person of the monarch. Conversely, the Church remained the depository of spirituality in the lunar form of devotional religion and, at most, in the monastic and contemplative orders. After this schism occurred, the privilege of blood and the land, or the expressions of a mere will to power, became definitely predominant. An unavoidable consequence of this was the particularism of the towns, the homelands, and the various nationalisms. What followed was the incipient revolt of the demos, the collective element that was at the bottom of the traditional social order and that now attempted to take control of the leveled social structures and the unified public powers that were created during the previous anti-feudal phase. The struggle that had most characterized the Middle Ages, that of the heroic, virile principle against the Church, ended. From now on, Western man would yearn for autonomy and emancipation from the religious bond only in the forms of a deviation, in what could be characterized as a demonic distortion of Ghibellinism that was foreshadowed with the taking up of Lutheranism by the German princes. Generally speaking, after the Middle Ages, the West as a civilization became emancipated from the Church and from the Catholic Weltanschauung only by becoming secularized under the aegis of naturalism and of rationalism, and by extolling as a sign of conquest the impoverishment proper to a perspective and a will that do not recognize anything beyond man and beyond what is conditioned by the human element. One of the commonplaces of modern historiography is the polemical exaltation of the civilization of the Renaissance over and against medieval civilization. This is not just the expression of a typical misunderstanding, since this mentality is the effect of one among the innumerable deceptions purposely spread in modern culture by the leaders of global subversion. The truth is that after the collapse of the ancient world, if there ever was a civilization that deserves the name of Renaissance, this was the civilization of the Middle Ages. In its objectivity, its virile spirit, its hierarchical structure, its proud anti-humanistic simplicity so often permeated by the sense of the sacred, the Middle Ages represented a return to the origins. I am not looking at the real Middle Ages and its classical features through rose-colored lenses. The character of the civilization coming after it must be understood otherwise than it has been. During the Middle Ages, the tension that had an essentially metaphysical orientation degenerated and changed polarity. The potential that was previously found in the vertical dimension, upwards, as in the symbol of Gothic cathedrals, flowed outward into the horizontal dimension, thus producing phenomena that made an impression on the superficial observer. In the domain of culture, this potential produced the tumultuous outburst of multiple forms of a creativity almost entirely deprived of any traditional or even symbolic element, and also, on an external plane, the almost explosive scattering of European populations all over the world during the age of discoveries, explorations, and colonial conquests that occurred during the Renaissance and the age of humanism. These were the effects of a scattering of forces resembling the scattering of forces that follows the disintegration of an organism. According to some, the Renaissance represented a revival of the ancient classical civilization that allegedly had been rediscovered and reaffirmed against the dark world of medieval Christianity. This is a major blunder. The Renaissance either borrowed decadent forms from the ancient world rather than the forms of the origins permeated by sacred and superpersonal elements, or, totally neglecting such elements, it employed the ancient legacy in a radically new fashion. During the Renaissance, paganism contributed essentially to the development of the simple affirmation of man and to fostering the exaltation of the individual, who became intoxicated with the products of an art, erudition, and speculation that lacked any transcendent and metaphysical element. In relation to this, it is necessary to point out the phenomenon of neutralization. Civilization, even as an ideal, ceased to have a unitary axis. The center no longer directed the individual parts, not only in the political, but in the cultural context as well. There no longer was a common organizing force responsible for animating culture. In the spiritual space the empire formerly encompassed unitarily in the ecumenical symbol, there arose by disassociation dead or neutral zones that corresponded to the various branches of the new culture. Art, philosophy, science, and law each developed within their own field of competence, displaying a systematic and flaunted indifference toward anything that could encompass them, free them from their isolation, or give them true principles. Such was the freedom of the new culture. The 17th century, together with the end of the 30 Years' War and the fundamental overthrow of the empire, was the age in which this upheaval assumed a radical form, anticipating what is proper to the modern age. Thus ended the medieval impulse to pick up again that torch that ancient Rome had received from the heroic Olympian Hellas. The tradition of initiatory regality ceased to have context with historical reality and with the representatives of any European temporal power. It continued to exist only underground, in secret currents such as Hermeticism and Rosicrucianism, which increasingly withdrew inward as the modern world was taking form, when the organizations that they animated did not themselves undergo a process of involution and inversion. As a myth, medieval civilization left its testament in two legends. According to the first legend, every year, on the night of the anniversary of the suppression of the Order of the Knights Templar, an armed shadow wearing a red cross on its white mantle allegedly appears in the crypt of the Templars to inquire who wants to free the Holy Sepulchre. No one, is the reply, since the temple has been destroyed. According to the second legend, Frederick I still lives with his knights, although asleep, on the Kyffhäuser Heights, inside a symbolic mountain. He awaits the appointed time when he will descend to the valleys below at the head of his faithful order in order to fight the last battle, whose successful outcome will cause the dry tree to bloom again and a new age to begin. Chapter 34. Unrealism and Individualism. In order to follow the further phases of the decline of the West, it is necessary to refer to what I have previously said about the first crises undergone by traditional civilizations, and to assume as a reference point the fundamental truth of the world of tradition concerning the two regions of world and superworld. According to traditional man, these two regions formed one reality. The establishment of an objective and efficacious contact between them was the presupposition of any higher form of civilization and life. The interruption of such a contact, the centering of all the possibilities in only one of these worlds, that is, in the human and temporal world, the replacement of the experience of the overworld with ephemeral ghosts and with the byproducts of a merely human nature, these are the characteristics of modern civilization in general. This civilization has reached the stage in which the various forces of decadence, which were manifested in previous times, but which had been successfully slowed down either by reactions or by the power of opposite principles, finally reach a complete and fearful efficiency. In a general sense, humanism may be regarded as the main trait and password of the new civilization that claims to have emancipated itself from the darkness of the Middle Ages. This civilization will only be limited to the human dimension. In this type of civilization, everything will begin and end with man, including the heavens, the hells, the glorifications, and the curses. The human experience will be confined to this world, which is not the real world, with its feverish and yearning creatures, its artistic vanities and its geniuses, its countless machines, factories, and leaders. The earliest version of humanism was individualism. Individualism should be regarded as the constitution of an illusory center outside the real center, as the prevaricating pretense of a self that is merely a mortal ego endowed with a body, and as byproduct of purely natural faculties that, with the aid of arts and profane sciences, create and support various appearances with no consistency outside that false and vain center. These truths and laws are marked by the contingency and caducity proper to what belongs to the world of becoming. Hence, there is a radical unrealism and inorganic character to all modern phenomena. Nothing is endowed any longer with true life, and everything will be a byproduct. The extinct being is replaced in every domain with the will and the self as a sinister, rationalistic, and mechanical propping up of a cadaver. The countless conquests and creations of the new man appear as the crawling of worms that occurs in the process of putrefaction. Thus the way is opened to all paroxysms, to innovating in iconoclastic manias, and to the world of a fundamental rhetoric in which, once the spirit was replaced with a pale image of itself, the incestuous fornications of man in the form of religion, philosophy, art, science, and politics will know no bounds. On a religious plane, unrealism is essentially related to the loss of the initiatic tradition. I have previously pointed out that in the past, only initiation ensured the objective participation of man in the superworld. Following the end of the ancient world, and with the advent of Christianity, however, there no longer were the necessary conditions for the initiatory reality to constitute the supreme reference point of a traditional civilization. In this regard, spiritualism was one of the factors that acted in the most negative way. The appearance and the diffusion of the strange idea of the immortality of the soul, which was regarded as the natural privilege of each and every one, eventually contributed to the loss of understanding of the meaning and necessity of initiation as the real operation that alone can free a person from all conditionings and destroy the mortal nature. What arose as a surrogate was the mystery of Christ and the idea of redemption in Christ. In this context, a theme that partially derived from the doctrine of the mysteries, death and resurrection, lost its initiatory character and was eventually applied to the merely religious plane of faith. This surrogate, generally speaking, consisted in a particular morality, and in leading a life in view of the sanctions that, according to the new belief, awaited the immortal soul in the afterlife. If, on the one hand, the imperial medieval idea was often pervaded by the initiatory element, on the other hand, though the representative of the Church developed a doctrine of the sacraments, revived the pontifical symbolism, and spoke of regeneration, nevertheless, the idea of initiation as such, which was opposite to its spirit, remained basically alien to it. Thus, an anomaly was created that lacked something in comparison with every other complete traditional form, Islam included. Christian dualism, in its specific character, represented a powerful incentive to subjectivism, and therefore to unrealism, in regard to the problem of the sacred. The sacred, from a matter of reality and transcendent experience, became either a matter of faith based on sentiment, or the object of theological speculation. The few examples of a purified Christian mysticism could not prevent God and gods, angels and demons, intelligible essences and their dwellings from assuming the form of myth. The Christianized West ceased to have a knowledge of these things as symbols of potential superrational experiences, super-individual conditions of existence, and deep dimensions of integral being. The ancient world had witnessed the degeneration of symbolism into a mythology that became increasingly opaque and mute, and that eventually became the object of artistic fantasy. When the experience of the sacred was reduced to faith, sentiment, and moralism, and when the intuitio intellectualis was reduced to a mere concept of scholastic philosophy, the unrealism of the spirit entirely took over the domain of the supernatural. This course underwent a further development with Protestantism, the contemporaneity of which, with humanism and with the Renaissance, is significant. Prescinding from its final meaning in the history of civilization, its antagonistic role during the Middle Ages, and its lack of an initiatic and esoteric dimension, we nevertheless must acknowledge a certain traditional character to the Church that lifted it above what had been mere Christianity, because it established a system of dogmas, symbols, myths, rituals, and sacred institutions in which, though often indirectly, elements of a superior knowledge were sometimes preserved. By rigidly upholding the principle of authority and dogma, by defending the transcendent and superrational character of revelation in the domain of knowledge and the principle of the transcendence of grace in the domain of action, the Church defended from any heresy, almost desperately, the non-human character of its deposit. This extreme effort of Catholicism, which explains much of whatever is crude and violent in its history, however, encountered a limit. The dam could not hold, and some forms that could be justified in a merely religious context could not retain the character of absoluteness that is proper to what is non-human. This was especially true not only because a superior knowledge was lacking, but also considering that the secularization of the Church, the corruption, and the unworthiness of a great number of its representatives, and the increasing importance that political and contingent interests acquired within it, became increasingly visible. Thus the stage was set for a reaction destined to inflict a serious blow to the traditional element that was added to Christianity, to exasperate the unrealist subjectivism, and to uphold individualism in a religious context. For this is what the Reformation accomplished. It is not a coincidence that Luther's invectives against the papacy, the devil's creature in Rome, and against Rome as the kingdom of Babylon, and as a radically pagan reality totally inimical to the Christian spirit, were very similar to those invectives employed by the early Christians and by the Jewish apocalyptic texts against the city of the eagle and of the battle-axe. By rejecting everything in Catholicism that was tradition and opposed to the simple Gospels, Luther demonstrated a fundamental misunderstanding of that superior content that cannot be reduced either to the Jewish southern substratum or to the world of mere devotion, which in the Church had developed through secret influences from above. The Ghibelline emperors rose up against papal Rome in the name of Rome, thus upholding again the superior idea of the Sacrum Imperium against both the merely religious spirituality of the Church and her hegemonic claims. Instead, Luther rose up against papal Rome out of an intense dislike for what was a positive aspect, that is, the traditional, hierarchical, and ritual component that existed within the Catholic compromise. In many regards, Luther facilitated a mutilating emancipation, even in the domain of politics. By supporting the Reformation, the Germanic princes, instead of assuming the legacy of Frederick II, went over to the anti-imperial coalition. In the author of the Warnung an seine lieben Deutschen, who presented himself as the prophet of the German people, these princes saw one who legitimated their revolt against the imperial principle of authority with his doctrines, and who allowed them to disguise their insubordination in the form of an anti-Roman crusade waged in the name of the gospel, according to which they had no other goal than to be free German rulers and to be emancipated from any supranational hierarchical bond. Luther also contributed to an involutive process in another way. His doctrine subordinated religion to the state in all of its concrete manifestations. Because the government of the states was the responsibility of mere secular rulers, because Luther foreshadowed a democratic theme that was later on perfected by Calvin, the rulers do not govern by virtue of their nature, but because they are the representatives of the community. Because a characteristic of the Reformation was the radical negation of the Olympian or heroic ideal, or any possibility on man's part to go beyond his limitations, either through asceticism or consecration, and so to be qualified to exercise even the right from above, which is typical of true leaders. Because of all these reasons, Luther's views concerning secular authority, die weltliche Obrigkeit, practically amounted to an inversion of the traditional doctrine concerning the regal primacy, and thus left the doors open for the usurpation of spiritual authority on the part of the temporal power. When defining the theme of the Leviathan, or of the absolute state, Hobbes similarly proclaimed, Civitatem et ecclesiam eadem rem esse. From the point of view of the metaphysics of history, the positive and objective contribution of Protestantism consists in having emphasized that in mankind living in recent times a truly spiritual principle was no longer immediately present, and that therefore mankind had to portray this principle as something transcendent. On this basis, Catholicism itself had already assumed the myth of original sin. Protestantism exasperated this myth by proclaiming the fundamental powerlessness of man to achieve salvation through his own efforts. Generally speaking, it regarded the whole of humankind as a damned mass, condemned to automatically commit evil. To the truth obscurely foreshadowed by that myth, Protestantism added tints typical of an authentic Syrian masochism that were expressed in rather revolting images. Over and against the ancient ideal of spiritual virility, Luther did not hesitate to call a royal wedding one in which the soul, portrayed as a prostitute and as the most wretched and sinful creature, plays the role of the woman. See Luther's De Libertate Christiana. And to compare man to a beast of burden on which either God or the devil ride at will, without his being able to do anything about it. See Luther's De Servo Arbitrio. While what should have followed from the acknowledgement of the above-mentioned existential situation was the affirmation of the need for the support proper to a ritual and hierarchical system, or the affirmation of the strictest type of asceticism, Luther denied both things. The entire system of Luther's thought was visibly conditioned by his personal equation and by the gloomy character of his inner life as a failed monk and a man who was unable to overcome his own nature, influenced as it was by his passions, sensuality, and anger. This personal equation was reflected in the peculiar doctrine, according to which the 10 Commandments had not been given by God to men to be implemented in this life, but so that man, after acknowledging his inability to fulfill them, his nothingness, as well as concupiscence's invincibility and his inner tendency to sin, would entrust himself to a personal God and trust desperately in his free grace. This justification by faith alone, and the ensuing condemnation of the power of works, led Luther to attack the monastic life and the ascetical life, which he called vain and hopeless, thus deterring Western man from pursuing those residual possibilities of reintegration available in the contemplative life that Catholicism had preserved and that had produced figures like Bernard of Clairvaux, Jan van Ruysbroek, Bonaventura, and Meister Eckhart. Secondly, the Reformation denied the principle of authority and hierarchy in the dimension of the sacred. The idea that a human being, as a pontifex, could be infallible in matters of sacred doctrine, and also legitimately claim the right to an authority beyond criticism, was regarded as aberrant and absurd. According to the Reformers, Christ did not give to any church, not even to a Protestant church, the privilege of infallibility. Thus, anybody is able to reach conclusions in matters of doctrine and interpretation of the sacred text through a free and individual examination outside any control and any tradition. Not only was the distinction between laity and priesthood in the field of knowledge basically abolished, but also denied was the priestly dignity understood not as an empty attribute, but in reference to those who, unlike other people, are endowed with a supernatural chrism and who carry an indoles indelebilis that allows them to activate the rites, these being residues of the ancient notion of the Lord of the Rites. Therefore, the objective non-human meaning that not only the dogma and the symbols, but the system of rites and the sacraments could have as well, was denied and rejected. One might object that all this no longer existed in Catholicism, or that it existed only formally or indirectly. But in that case, the way leading to an authentic Reformation should have been one and one alone: to act in earnest and replace the unworthy representatives of the spiritual principle and tradition with worthy ones. Instead, Protestantism has led to a destruction and a denial that were not balanced with any true constructive principle, but rather only with an illusion, namely, sheer faith. According to Protestantism, salvation consisted in the mere subjective assurance of being counted in the ranks of those who have been saved by faith in Christ and chosen by divine grace. In this fashion, mankind progressed along the path of spiritual unrealism. The materialistic repercussion did not delay its appearance. After rejecting the objective notion of spirituality as a reality ranking higher than profane existence, the Protestant doctrine allowed man to feel, in all aspects of life, as a being who was simultaneously spiritual and earthly, justified and sinner. In the end, this led to a radical secularization of all higher vocations. Again, not to sacralization, but to moralism and Puritanism. It was in the historical development of Protestantism, especially in Anglo-Saxon Calvinism and Puritanism, that the religious idea became increasingly disassociated from any transcendent interest and thus susceptible to being used to sanctify any temporal achievement to the point of generating a kind of mysticism of social service, work, progress, and even profit. These forms of Anglo-Saxon Protestantism were characterized by communities of believers with no leader to represent a transcendent principle of authority. Thus, the ideal of the state was reduced to that of the mere society of free Christian citizens. In this type of society, profit became the sign of divine election, that once the prevalent criterion became the economic one, corresponds to wealth and to prosperity. In this we can clearly distinguish one of the aspects of the above-mentioned degrading regression. This Calvinist theory was really the materialistic and lay counterfeit of the ancient mystical doctrine of victory. For quite a long time, this theory has supplied an ethical and religious justification for the rise to power of the merchant class and of the Third Estate during the cycle of the modern democracies and capitalism. The individualism intrinsic in the Protestant theory of private interpretation of Scripture was connected with another aspect of modern humanism: rationalism. The single individual who got rid of the dogmatic tradition and the principle of spiritual authority, by claiming to have within himself the capability of right discernment, gradually ended up promoting the cult of that which in him, as a human being, is the basis of all judgments, namely, the faculty of reason, thus turning it into the criterion of all certitudes, truths, and norms. This is precisely what happened in the West shortly after the Reformation. Naturally, there were some germs of rationalism in ancient Hellas, exemplified in the Socratic replacement of the concept of reality with reality itself, and in the Middle Ages, in the theology that was heavily influenced by philosophy. Beginning with the Renaissance, however, rationalism became differentiated and assumed, in one of its most important currents, a new character. From speculative in nature, it became aggressive and generated the Enlightenment, encyclopedism, and anti-religious and revolutionary criticism. In this regard, it is necessary to acknowledge the effects of further processes of involution and inversion that display an even more sinister character because they negatively affected some surviving organizations of an initiatic type, as in the case of the Illuminati and of modern Masonry. The superiority over dogma and over the merely religious Western forms, a superiority granted to the initiate by the process of spiritual enlightenment, was claimed by those who upheld the sovereign power of reason. Members of such organizations promoted this inversion until they transformed the groups that they led into active instruments of the diffusion of anti-traditional and rationalist thought. One of the most tangible examples of this is the role Masonry played in the American Revolution, as well as in the underground ideological preparation of the French Revolution and in the revolutions that occurred in Spain, Turkey, and Italy, among others. This is how the secret front of world subversion and counter-tradition was formed, not just through general influences alone, but also through specific centers of action. In yet another one of its fifth columns, which was limited to the domain of speculative thought, rationalism was destined to develop along unrealist lines and to generate absolute idealism and panlogism. The identity of spirit and thought, of concept and reality was upheld. Logical hypostases, such as the transcendental ego, replaced the real ego as well as any premonition of the true supernatural principle within man. The so-called critical thought that has reached consciousness of itself declared, quote, "Everything that is real is rational, and everything that is rational is real," unquote, which truly represents the extreme form of unrealism. Rather than in similar philosophical abstractions, rationalism played a much more important role in a practical way in the construction of the modern world by joining forces with empiricism and experimentalism in the context of scientism. Again, the birth of modern naturalistic and scientific thought coincided with the Renaissance and with the Reformation, since these phenomena were the expressions of the same one global upheaval. Individualism is necessarily associated with naturalism. With the revolt of individualism, all consciousness of the superworld was lost. The only thing that was still regarded as all-inclusive and certain was the material view of the world, or nature seen as exteriority and a collection of phenomena. A new way to look at the world had emerged. In the past there had been anticipations of this upheaval, but they remained sporadic apparitions that were never transformed into forces responsible for shaping civilizations. It was at this time that reality became synonymous with materiality. The new ideal of science was concerned exclusively with the physical dimension and was eventually confined to a construction. This ideal no longer represented the synthesis of an intellectual intuition, but rather the effort of purely human faculties to unify the multiple varieties of impressions and sensible apparitions from the outside inductively, with the sense of touch rather than of sight. The conquest of science merely consisted in the discovery of mathematical relations, laws of consistency and uniform succession, hypotheses, and abstract principles, the value of which was exclusively determined by the capability of predicting, more or less exactly, the eventual outcome, yet without providing any essential knowledge and without revealing meanings capable of leading to an inner liberation and elevation. This dead knowledge of dead objects led to the sinister art of producing artificial, automatic, and obscurely demonic entities. The advent of rationalism and scientism was unavoidably followed by the advent of technology and machines, which have become the center and the apotheosis of the new human world. Moreover, modern science is responsible for the systematic profanation of the two domains of action and contemplation, and also for the plebs' rise to power in the European nations. It was science that degraded and democratized the very notion of knowledge by establishing the uniform criterion of truth and certainty based on the soulless world of numbers and the superstition represented by the positivist method, which is indifferent toward everything that presents a qualitative and symbolic character in empirical data. It was science that precluded any appreciation of the traditional disciplines. Through the mirage of evident phenomena that are accessible to everyone, science has upheld the superiority of lay culture by creating the myth of the scholar and of the scientist. It was science that, by dispelling the darkness of superstition and of religion, and by insinuating the image of natural necessity, has progressively and objectively destroyed any possibility of a subtle relationship with the secret powers of things. It was science that snatched away from man the voice of the sea, the earth, and the heavens, and created the myth of the new age of progress, opening doors for everybody and fomenting the great rebellion of the slaves. It is science that today, by providing the instruments for the control and employment of every force of nature according to the ideals of a demonic conquest, has engendered the most formidable temptation ever to confront man, that he may mistake his renunciation as an act of real power and something to be proud of, and mistake a shadow of power for the real thing. This process of detachment, of loss of the superworld and tradition, of all-powerful laicism and triumphant rationalism and naturalism is identical both on the plane of the relationship between man and reality and on the plane of society, the state, and morality. When dealing with the issue of the death of civilizations, I have mentioned that an inner adherence of humble and ignorant people to leaders and traditional institutions was justified, in that it represented a way leading to a fruitful hierarchical relationship with beings who knew and who were and who kept alive a non-human spirituality of which any traditional law was the embodiment and the adaptation. But when such a reference point is no longer present, or when it is present only in a symbolic way, then subordination is vain and obedience is sterile. The final outcome is a petrification and not a ritual participation. And so, in the modern and humanized world that lacks the dimension of transcendence, any law of the hierarchical order and stability was bound to disappear, especially on the outer plane, until the achievement of the state of radical atomization of the single individual, not only in matters of religion, but also in the political domain through the denial of any traditional value, institution, and authority. Once the fides was secularized, the revolt against spiritual authority was followed by the revolt against temporal authority, and by the revendication of human rights, by the affirmation of freedom and the equality of all human beings, by the definitive abolition of the idea of caste, which came to be understood in socio-economic forms as functional class, and of privilege, and by the disintegration of the traditional social structures promoted by libertarianism. But the law of action-reaction determines a collectivist upheaval to follow automatically every individualistic usurpation. The casteless, the emancipated slave, and the glorified pariah, the modern free man, has against himself the mass of the other casteless, and, in the end, the brute power of the collectivity. Thus, the process of disintegration continues, and what ensues is a regression from the personal to the anonymous, the herd, and the pure chaotic and inorganic realm of quantity. Just as the scientific enterprise has sought from the outside to recreate the multiplicity of particular phenomena, while having lost that inner and true unity that exists only in the context of metaphysical knowledge, so have moderns tried to replace the unity that in ancient societies consisted of living traditions and sacred law with an exterior, anodyne, and mechanical unity in which individuals are brought together without an organic relation to each other, and without seeing any superior principle or figure, the obeying of which would mean consent, and submission to which would represent an acknowledgement and elevation. In this way, new collective forms arise that are essentially based on the conditions of material existence and on the various factors of a merely social life, which in turn is dominated by the impersonal and leveling system of public powers. These collective forms soon overthrow individualism. And whether they present themselves in the guise of democracies or national states, republics, or dictatorships, they begin to be carried along by independent subhuman forces. The most decisive episode in the unleashing of the European plebes, the French Revolution, already displays the typical traits of this overthrow. When studying the French Revolution, it is possible to see how these forces soon escape from the control of those who have evoked them. Once the revolution was unleashed, it seems as if it assumed a life of its own, leading men rather than the other way around. It eventually devoured its own children, one by one. Its leaders, rather than real personalities, appear to be the embodiment of the revolutionary spirit and to be carried along as inane and automatic objects. They ride the wave, so to speak, as long as they follow the current and are useful to the goals set by the revolution. But as soon as they try to dominate it or to stop it, the maelstrom submerges them. Some specific traits of the French Revolution include the speed and the power with which it spread, and the speed with which events followed one another, and obstacles in its way were overcome. In these traits, what is visible is the emergence of a non-human element and a sub-personal reality that has a mind and a life of its own, and that employs men as mere tools. This very same phenomenon may be observed, though in different degrees and forms, in some salient aspects of modern society in general, especially after the collapse of the last dams. Politically, the anonymous character of the structures that credit the people and the nation with the origin of all powers is interrupted only to generate phenomena that resemble totally the ancient popular tyrannies. That is, personalities that enjoy a brief popularity by virtue of their being masters in awakening the irrational forces of the demos and in directing their course, all the while lacking an authentically superior principle and thus having only an illusory dominion over what they have awakened. The acceleration that characterizes all falling bodies causes the phase of individualism and rationalism to be overcome and to be followed by the emergence of irrational and elemental forces characterized by mystical overtones. It is here that we encounter further developments in the well-known process of regression. In the domain of culture, this regression is accompanied by an upheaval that has been characterized with the expression treason of the clerics. The people who still reacted against the materialism of the masses by adhering to disinterested forms of activity and to superior values, and who, by opposing their own faithfulness to higher interests and principles to the masses' passionate and irrational life, represented the vestiges of transcendence that at least prevented the inferior elements from turning their ambitions and their way of life into the only religion. These very same people in recent times have extolled that plebeian realism and that deconsecrated and inferior existence, and have conferred upon it the aura of a mysticism, a morality, and a religion. Not only did they begin to cultivate realistic passions, particularisms, and political rivalries, not only did they begin frantically to pursue temporal achievements and conquests, right at the time their moderating and contrasting role was needed the most to stem the surging power of the inferior element, but, worse yet, they began to celebrate the only human possibilities that are worthy and fit to be cultivated, and the only ones from which man can draw the fullness of the moral and spiritual life. Thus, these people have supplied the passions and the instincts of the masses with powerful doctrinal, philosophical, and even religious justifications, with the result of strengthening their power and at the same time covering with ridicule and contempt any transcendent interest or principle that is truly over and above the particularisms of race or nation and free of all human socio-political conditionings. In this we can recognize again the phenomenon of a pathological inversion of polarity. The human person, in his superior faculties, becomes the instrument of other forces that replace him and that often use him to bring about spiritual havoc, without him even realizing it. After all, when the intellectual faculties were applied in a systematic and concerted way to the naturalistic inquiry, this represented a treason. The profane science that derived from this type of inquiry portrayed itself as the true science. It sided with rationalism in the attack against tradition and religion, and it put itself in the service of the material needs of life, the economy, industry, production and overproduction, and the lust for power and riches. The law and morals became secularized along the same lines. They no longer were from above and oriented downwards. They lost every spiritual justification and purpose, and they acquired a merely social and human meaning. It is significant that in some of the more recent ideologies they have claimed the same ancient authority, though with an inverted direction, from below and upwards. I am referring to the morality that recognizes a value in the individual only insomuch as he is a member of a collective, a cephalous entity that identifies his destiny and happiness with the latter's and denounces as decadence and as alienation any form of activity that is not socially relevant and in the service of the organized plebes that are on their way to conquering the planet. I will return to these considerations when discussing the specific forms with which the present cycle is about to end. At this point, I will only mention the definitive overthrow of individualism that originated the process of disintegration. An individualism that no longer exists other than in the residues and the velleity of a pale and powerless humanism typical of bourgeois literates. With the principle according to which man, rather than as an individual, must be made to feel part of a group, faction, party, or collectivity, and have a value only in relationship with these units, we find the reproduction of the relationship that primitive and savage man had toward the totem of his tribe, and of the worst type of fetishism. In general, modern man has looked at the shift from the civilization of being to a civilization of becoming as a real step forward. The valorization of the purely temporal aspect of reality in the name of history, hence historicism, has been one of the consequences of this shift. Once contact with the origins was lost, the indefinite, senseless, and accelerated motion of what has rightly been called an escape forward in the name of evolution and progress has become the main feature of modern civilization. Quite frankly, the germs of this superstitious mythology applied to time may be found in Judeo-Christian eschatology and messianism as well as in early Catholic apologetics, which valorized the novelty of the Christian revelation so much that in Ambrose's polemics against the Roman tradition we can find an early formulation of the theory of progress. The rediscovery of man promoted by the Renaissance represented a fertile habitat for the growth of those germs, up to the period of the Enlightenment and scientism. Ever since then, the impressive development of the sciences of nature and technology, as well as of inventions, has acted like opium, distracting man's mind and preventing him from perceiving the underlying and essential meaning of the entire movement. the abandonment of being and the dissolution of any centrality in man, and his identification with the current of becoming which has become stronger than him. And when the fantastic ideas of the coarsest kind of progressivism are at risk of being unmasked, the new religions of life and the élan vital, as well as Faustian activity and myth, make their appearance and become new intellectual drugs that ensure that the movement may not be interrupted but spurred on, so that it may acquire a meaning in itself, both for man and for existence in general. Again, the overthrow of the civilization of being is very evident. The center has shifted toward that evasive elemental power of the inferior region that in the world of tradition has always been considered an inimical force. In this world, the task of anybody who yearned for a higher existence, as foreshadowed in the heroic and Olympian myth, consisted in subduing that force and in subjecting it to a form, a dominion, and an enlightenment of the soul. The human energies that were traditionally oriented in the direction of disidentification and of liberation, or which, at the very least, recognized the supreme dignity in this approach, so much so as to establish the system of hierarchical participations, after a sudden polar shift, have entered into the service of the forces of becoming, by upholding, helping, exciting, and accelerating the rhythm of these forces in the modern world. On this basis, what we find in modern activity, instead of a path toward the super-individual, as in the case of the ancient possibilities of heroic asceticism, is a path to the sub-individual. Destructive incursions of the irrational and of the collective element into the already shaking structures of human personality are thus promoted and furthered. Nor in some sectors is there a lack of a certain frantic element analogous to that of ancient Dionysicism, though on a lower and darker plane, since every reference to the sacred is absent, and since the human circuits are the only ones to welcome and to absorb the evoked forces. The spiritual overcoming of time, achieved by rising up to the experience of what is eternal, is today replaced with its counterfeit, namely the mechanical and illusory overcoming of time produced by the speed, immediacy, and simultaneity, live, the media would say, employed in modern technology. Those who see the part of themselves that is not contingent upon time are able to comprehend it with one glance as it presents itself the stream of becoming. Just as one who by climbing to the top of a tower is able to gain an overall view and understand the unity of individual things that could otherwise only be perceived had they been experienced successively, conversely, those who, with an opposite movement, immerse themselves in becoming and delude themselves about being able to possess it, will only know the excitement, the vertigo, the convulsive acceleration of speed, and the excesses resulting from sensation and agitation. This precipitation of those who identify themselves with becoming, who pick up speed, disrupt duration, destroy intervals, and abolish distances, eventually flows into immediacy and thus into a real disintegration of inner unity. Being and stability are regarded by our contemporaries as akin to death. They cannot live unless they act, fret, or distract themselves with this or that. Their spirit, provided we can still talk about a spirit in their case, feeds only on sensations and on dynamism, thus becoming the vehicle for the incarnation of darker forces. Thus, the modern myths of action appear to be the forerunners of a last and decisive phase. After the disembodied and sidereal certainties of the superworld have faded into the distance like mountain peaks on a cloudy day, beyond the rationalist constructions and the technological devastations, beyond the impure fires of the collective vital substance, and beyond the fogs and the mirages of modern culture, a new era appears to be coming, in which Luciferian and theophobic individualism will be definitively overcome, and new unrestrainable powers will drag along in their wake this world of machines and these intoxicated and spent beings who in the course of their downfall have erected titanic temples for them and have opened the ways of the earth. It is significant that the modern world shows a return of the themes that were proper to the ancient southern gynocratic civilizations. Is it not true that socialism and communism are materialized and technological revivals of the ancient telluric southern principle of equality and promiscuity of all beings in Mother Earth? In the modern world, the predominant ideal of virility has been reduced to merely the physical and phallic components, just like in the aphrodistic gynocracy. the plebeian feeling of the motherland that triumphed with the French Revolution and was developed by nationalistic ideologies as the mysticism of the common folk and the sacred and omnipotent motherland, is nothing less than the revival of a form of feminine totemism. In the democratic regimes, the fact that kings and the heads of state lack any real autonomy bears witness to the loss of the absolute principle of fatherly sovereignty and the return of those who have in the mother, that is, in the substance of the demos, the source of their being. Heterism and Amazonism today are also present in new forms, such as the disintegration of the family, modern sensuality, and the incessant and turbid quest for women and immediate sexual gratification, as well as in the masculinization of the woman, her emancipation, and her standing above men who have become enslaved to their senses or turned into beasts of burden. Concerning Dionysus's mask, I have previously identified it with ceaseless activity and with the philosophy of becoming. And so today we witness a revival, mutatis mutandis, of the same civilization of decadence that appeared in the ancient Mediterranean world, though in its lowest forms. What is lacking, in fact, is a sense of the sacred, as well as any equivalent of the chaste and calm Demetrian possibility. Rather than the survival of the positive religion that became prominent in the West, today the symptoms are rather the dark evocations proper to the various mediumistic, spiritualistic, and neo-theosophical currents that emphasize the subconscious and are characterized by a pantheistic and materialist mysticism. These currents proliferate and grow in a way that is almost epidemic wherever, for example, in Anglo-Saxon countries, the materialization of the virile type and ordinary existence has reached its peak, and wherever Protestantism has secularized and impoverished the religious ideal. Thus, the parallel is almost complete, and the cycle is about to close. Chapter 35. The Regression of the Castes. As my intent was to offer a bird's-eye view of history, in the previous pages I have presented all the elements necessary to formulate an objective law at work in the various stages of the process of decadence, that is, the law of the regression of the castes. A progressive shift of power and type of civilization has occurred from one caste to the next since prehistoric times, from sacred leaders to a warrior aristocracy to the merchants and finally to the serfs. These castes in traditional civilizations corresponded to the qualitative differentiation of the main human possibilities. In the face of this general movement, anything concerning the various conflicts among peoples, the life of nations, or other historical accidents plays only a secondary and contingent role. I have already discussed the dawn of the age of the first caste. In the West, the representatives of the divine royalty and the leaders who embody the two powers, spiritual and temporal, in what I have called spiritual virility and Olympian sovereignty, belong to a very distant and almost mythical past. We have seen how, through the general deterioration of the light of the North, the process of decadence has unfolded. In the Ghibelline ideal of the Holy Roman Empire, I have identified the last echo of the highest tradition. Once the apex disappeared, authority descended to the level immediately below, that is, to the caste of the warriors. The stage was then set for monarchs, who were mere military leaders, lords of temporal justice, and, in more recent times, politically absolute sovereigns. In other words, regality of blood replaced regality of the spirit. In a few instances, it is still possible to find the idea of divine right, but only as a formula lacking in real content. We find such rulers in antiquity behind institutions that retain the traits of the ancient sacred regime only in a formal way. In any event, in the West, with the dissolution of the medieval ecumene, the passage into the second phase became all-encompassing and definitive. During this stage, the fides, cementing the state, no longer had a religious character, but only a warrior one. It meant loyalty, faithfulness, honor. This was essentially the age and the cycle of the great European monarchies. Then a second collapse occurred as the aristocracies began to fall into decay and the monarchies to shake at the foundations. Through revolutions and constitutions, they became useless institutions subject to the will of the nation, and sometimes they were even ousted by different regimes. The principle characterizing this state of affairs was, "The king reigns, but he does not rule." Together with parliamentary republics, the formation of the capitalist oligarchies revealed the shift of power from the second caste, the warrior, to the modern equivalent of the third caste, the mercantile class. The kings of the coal, oil, and iron industries replaced the previous kings of blood and of spirit. Antiquity, too, sometimes knew this phenomenon in sporadic forms. In Rome and in Greece, the aristocracy of wealth repeatedly forced the hand of the hierarchical structure by pursuing aristocratic positions, undermining sacred laws and traditional institutions, and infiltrating the militia, priesthood, or consulship. In later times, what occurred was the rebellion of the communes and the rise of the various medieval formations of mercantile power. The solemn proclamation of the rights of the Third Estate in France represented the decisive stage, followed by the varieties of bourgeois revolution of the third caste, which employed liberal and democratic ideologies for its own purposes. Correspondingly, this era was characterized by the theory of the social contract. At this time, the social bond was no longer a fides of a warrior type, based on relationships of faithfulness and honor. Instead, it took on a utilitarian and economic character. It consisted of an agreement based on personal convenience and on material interests that only a merchant could have conceived. Gold became a means and a powerful tool. Those who knew how to acquire it and to multiply it, through capitalism, high finance, and industrial trusts behind the appearances of democracy, virtually controlled political power and the instruments employed in the art of opinion-making. Aristocracy gave way to plutocracy, the warrior to the banker and industrialist. The economy triumphed on all fronts. Trafficking with money and charging interest, activities previously confined to the ghettos, invaded the new civilization. According to the expression of W. Sombart, in the promised land of Protestant Puritanism, Americanism, capitalism, and the distilled Jewish spirit coexist. It is natural that given these congenial premises, the modern representatives of secularized Judaism saw the ways to achieve world domination open up before them. In this regard, Karl Marx wrote, quote, "What are the mundane principles of Judaism? Practical necessity and the pursuit of one's own advantage. What is its earthly god? Money. The Jew has emancipated himself in a typically Jewish fashion, not only in that he has taken control of the power of money, but also in that through him money has become a world power, and the practical Jewish spirit has become the spirit of the Christian people. The Jews have emancipated themselves insofar as the Christians have become Jews. The God of the Jews has become secularized and has become the God of the earth. The exchange is the true God of the Jews." Unquote. In reality, the codification of the traffic with gold as a loan charged with interest, to which the Jews had been previously devoted since they had no other means through which they could affirm themselves, may be said to be the very foundation of the acceptance of the aberrant development of all that is banking, high finance, and pure economy, which are spreading like a cancer in the modern world. This is the fundamental time in the age of the merchants. Finally, the crisis of bourgeois society, class struggle, the proletarian revolt against capitalism, the manifesto promulgated at the Third International, or Comintern, in 1919, and the correlative organization of the groups and the masses in the cadres proper to a socialist civilization of labor. All these bear witness to the third collapse, in which power tends to pass into the hands of the lowest of the traditional castes, the caste of the beasts of burden, and the standardized individuals. The result of this transfer of power was a reduction of horizon and value to the plane of matter, the machine, and the reign of quantity. The prelude to this was the Russian Revolution. Thus, the new ideal became the proletarian ideal of a universal and communist civilization. We may compare the above-mentioned phenomenon of the awakening and gushing forth of elemental subhuman forces within the structures of the modern world to a person who can no longer endure the tension of the spirit, the first caste, and eventually not even the tension of the will as a free force that animates the body, the warrior caste, and who thus gives in to the subpersonal forces of the organic system and all of a sudden reacts almost magnetically under the impulse of another life that replaces his own. The ideas and the passions of the demos soon escape man's control, and they begin to act as if they had acquired an autonomous and dreadful life of their own. These passions pit nations and collectivities against each other and result in unprecedented conflicts and crises. At the end of the process, once the total collapse has occurred, there awaits an international system under the brutal symbols of the hammer and the sickle. Such are the horizons facing the contemporary world. Just as it is only by adhering to free activity that man can truly be free and realize his own self, likewise, by focusing on practical and utilitarian goals, economic achievements, and whatever was once the exclusive domain of the inferior castes, man abdicates, disintegrates, loses his center, and opens himself up to infernal forces of which he is destined to become the unwilling and unconscious instrument. Moreover, contemporary society looks like an organism that has shifted from a human to a subhuman type, in which every activity and reaction is determined by the needs and the dictates of purely physical life. Man's dominating principles are those typical of the material part of traditional hierarchies, gold and work. This is how things are today. These two elements, almost without exception, affect every possibility of existence and give shape to the ideologies and myths that clearly testify to the gravity of the modern perversion of all values. Not only does the quadripartite regression have a socio-political scope, but it also invests every domain of civilization. In architecture, the regression is symbolized by the shift from the temple, the first caste, as the dominant building, to the fortress and castle, the caste of the warriors, to the city-state surrounded by protecting walls, the age of the merchants, to the factory, and finally to the rational and dull buildings that are the hives of mass man. The family, which in the origins had a sacred foundation, shifted to an authoritarian model, patria potestas in a mere juridical sense, then to a bourgeois and conventional one, until it will finally dissolve when the party, the people, and society will supersede it in importance and dignity. The notion of war underwent analogous phases. From the doctrine of the sacred war and of the mors triumphalis, a shift occurred to war waged in the name of the right and of the honor of one's lord, the warrior caste. In the third stage, conflicts are brought about by national ambitions that are contingent upon the plans and the interests of a supremacist economy and industry, the caste of the merchants. Finally, there arose the communist theory, according to which war among nations isn't just a bourgeois residue, since the only just war is the world revolution of the proletarian class waged against the capitalist and the so-called imperialist world, the caste of the serfs. In the aesthetic dimension, a shift occurred from a symbolic sacred art, closely related to the possibilities of predicting future events and magic, the first caste, to the predominance of epic art and poems, the caste of the warriors. This was followed by a shift to a romantic, conventional, sentimentalist, erotic, and psychological art that is produced for the consumption of the bourgeois class, until finally new social, or socially involved views of art begin to emerge that advocate an art for the use and consumption of the masses. The traditional world knew the super-individual unity characterizing the orders. In the West, first came ascetic monastic orders. These were followed by knightly orders, the caste of the warriors, which in turn were followed by the unity sworn to in Masonic lodges, which worked hard to prepare the revolution of the Third Estate and the advent of democracy. Finally, there came the network of revolutionary and activist cadres of the Communist International, the last caste, bent on the destruction of the previous socio-political order. It is on the plane of ethics that the process of degradation is particularly visible. While the first age was characterized by the ideal of spiritual virility, initiation, and an ethics aimed at overcoming all human bonds, and while the age of the warrior was characterized by the ideal of heroism, victory, and lordship, as well as by the aristocratic ethics of honor, faithfulness, and chivalry, during the age of the merchants, the predominant ideals were of pure economics, profit, prosperity, and of science as an instrument of a technical and industrial progress that propels production and new profits in a consumer society. Finally, the advent of the serfs corresponds to the elevation of the slave's principle, work, to the status of a religion. It is the hatred harbored by the slave that sadistically proclaims, as in 2 Thessalonians chapter 3, verse 10, "If anyone will not work, neither let him eat." The slave's self-congratulating stupidity creates sacred incenses with the exhalations of human sweat. hence expressions such as work ennobles man, the religion of work, and work as a social and ethical duty. We have previously learned that the ancient world despised work only because it knew action. The opposition of action to work as an opposition between the spiritual pure and free pole and the material impure pole impregnated only with human possibilities was at the basis of that contempt. The loss of the sense of this opposition and the animal-like subordination of the former to the latter characterizes the last ages. And where in ancient times every work, through an inner transfiguration owing to its purity and its meaning as an offering oriented upwards, could redeem itself until it became a symbol of action, now, following an upheaval in the opposite direction, which can be observed during the age of the serfs, every residue of action tends to be degraded to the form of work. The degeneration of the ancient aristocratic and sacred ethics into the modern plebeian and materialistic morality is expressively characterized by such a shift from the plane of action to the plane of work. Superior men who lived in a not-so-distant past either acted or directed actions. Modern man works. The only real difference today is that which exists between the various kinds of work. There are intellectual workers and those who use their limbs and machines. In any event, the notion of action is dying out in the modern world, together with that of absolute personality. Moreover, among all the commissioned arts, antiquity regarded as most disgraceful those devoted to the pursuit of pleasure. Minimae quae artes eas probandae, quae ministrae sunt voluptatum. This, after all, is precisely the kind of work respected the most in this day and age. Beginning with the scientist, technician, and politician, and with the rationalized system of productive organization, work supposedly leads to the realization of an ideal more fitting for the human animal, an easier life that is more enjoyable and safer, with the maximization of one's well-being and physical comfort. The contemporary breed of artists and of creative minds of the bourgeoisie is the equivalent of that class of luxury servants that catered to the pleasure and distractions of the Roman patriciate, and later on of the medieval feudal lords. Then again, while the themes proper to this degradation find their most characteristic expressions on the social plane and in contemporary life, they do not fail to make an appearance on the ideal and speculative plane. It was precisely during the age of humanism that the anti-traditional and plebeian theme emerged in the views of Giordano Bruno, who, by inverting traditional values, extolled the age of human effort and work over and against the Golden Age, of which he knew absolutely nothing, in a masochistic fashion and with authentic stupidity. Bruno called divine the brutish drive of human need, since such a drive is responsible for producing increasingly wonderful arts and inventions, for removing mankind further from that golden age that he regarded as animalistic and lazy, and for drawing human beings closer to God. In all this, we find an anticipation of those ideologies that, by virtue of being significantly connected to the age of the French Revolution, regarded work as the main element of the social myth, and revived the messianic theme in terms of work and machines, all the while singing the praises of progress. Moreover, modern man, whether consciously or unconsciously, began to apply to the universe and project on an ideal plane the experiences that he nurtured in the workshops and factories, and by which the soul became a product. Bergson, who exalted the élan vital, is the one who drew the analogy, as only a modern could, between technical, productive activity inspired by a mere practical principle and the ways of intelligence itself. Having covered with ridicule the ancient inert ideal of knowledge as contemplation, quote, "The entire effort of modern epistemology in its most radical trajectories consists in assimilating knowledge to productive work, according to the postulates, to know is to do, and one can only really know what one does." Unquote. Verum et factum convertuntur. And since, according to the unrealism typical of these currents, A, to be means to know, B, the spirit is identified with the idea, and C, the productive and immanent knowing process is identified with the process of reality, the way of the fourth caste is reflected in the highest regions and posits itself as their foundational truth. Likewise, there is an activism on the plane of philosophical theories that appears to be in agreement with the world created by the advent of the last caste and its civilization of work. Generally speaking, this advent is reflected in the above-mentioned modern ideologies of progress and evolution, which have distorted with a scientific irresponsibility any superior vision of history, promoted the definitive abandonment of traditional truths, and created the most specious alibis for the justification and glorification of modern man. The myth of evolutionism is nothing else but the profession of faith of the upstart. If in recent times the West does not believe in a transcendent origin, but rather an origin from below, and if the West no longer believes in the nobility of the origins, but in the notion that civilization arises out of barbarism, religion from superstition, man from animal, as in Darwin, thought from matter, and every spiritual form from the sublimation or transposition of the stuff that originates the instinct, libido, and complexes of the collective unconscious, as in Freud and Jung, and so on, we can see in all this not so much the result of a deviated quest, but rather, and above all, an alibi, or something that a civilization created by both lower beings and the revolution of the serfs and pariahs against the ancient aristocratic society necessarily had to believe in and wish to be true. There is not a dimension in which, in one form or another, the evolutionary myth has not succeeded in infiltrating with destructive consequences. The results have been the overthrow of every value, the suppression of all sense of truth, the elaboration and connecting together, as in an unbreakable magical circle, of the world inhabited by a deconsecrated and deluded mankind. In agreement with historicism, so-called post-Hegelian idealism came to identify the essence of the absolute spirit with its becoming and its self-creation. This spirit was no longer conceived as a being that is, that dominates, and that possesses itself. The self-made man has almost become the new metaphysical model. It is not easy to separate the process of regression along the way of gold, the age of merchants, from the regression along the way of work, the age of serfs, since these ways are interdependent. For all practical purposes, just as today work as a universal duty is no longer perceived as a repugnant, absurd, and unnatural value, likewise, to be paid does not seem repugnant, but on the contrary, it seems very natural. Money, which no longer burns the hand it touches, has established an invisible bond of slavery that is worse and more depraved than that which the high spiritual stature of lords and conquerors used to retain and justify. Just as any form of action tends to become yet another form of work, so it is always associated with payment. And while on the one hand action reduced to work is judged by its efficiency in contemporary societies, just as man is valued by his practical success and by his profit, and while, as someone has remarked, Calvin acted as a pimp by seeing that profit and wealth were shrouded in the mysticism of a divine election, on the other hand, the specter of hunger and unemployment lurks upon these new slaves as a more fearful threat than the threat of the whip in ancient times. In any event, it is possible to distinguish a general phase in which the yearning for profit displayed by single individuals who pursue wealth and power is the central motif, the phase that corresponds to the advent of the third caste, from a further phase that is still unfolding, characterized by a sovereign economy that has become almost independent or collectivized, the advent of the last caste. In this regard, it is interesting to note that the regression of the principle of action to the form proper to the inferior castes, work, or production, is often accompanied by an analogous regression with regard to the principle of asceticism. What arises is almost a new asceticism of gold and work, because, as it is exemplified by representative figures of this phase, to work and amass a fortune become things that are yearned for and loved for their own sake, as if they were a vocation. Thus we often see, especially in America, powerful capitalists who enjoy their wealth less than the last of their employees. Rather than owning riches and being free from them, and thus employing them to fund forms of magnificence, quality, and sensibility for various precious and privileged spectacles, as was the case in ancient aristocracies, these people appear to be merely the managers of their fortunes. Rich though they may be, they pursue an increasing number of activities. It is almost as if they were impersonal and ascetical instruments whose activity is devoted to gathering, multiplying, and casting into ever wider nets that sometimes affect the lives of millions of people and the destinies of entire nations, the faceless forces of money and of production. Fiat productio, Periat homo, Sombart correctly remarked when noticing that the spiritual destruction and emptiness that man has created around himself after he became Homo economicus, and a great capitalist entrepreneur, force him to turn his activity of profit, business, and prosperity into an end in itself, to love it and will it for its own sake, lest he fall victim to the vertigo of the abyss and the horror of a life that is totally meaningless. Even the relationship of the modern economy to machines is significant with regard to the arousal of forces that surpass the plans of those who initially evoke them and carry everything along with them. Once all interest for anything superior and transcendent was either lost or laughed at, the only reference point remaining was man's need in a purely material and animal sense. Moreover, the traditional principle of the limitation of one's need within the context of a normal economy, a balanced economy based on consumption, was replaced with the principle of acceptance and multiplication of need, which paralleled the so-called Industrial Revolution and the advent of the age of machines. Technological innovations have automatically led mankind from production to overproduction. After the activist frenzy was awoken and the frantic circulation of capital, which is multiplied through production in order to be put again in circulation through further productive investments, was set in motion, mankind has finally arrived at a point where the relationship between need and machine, or work, have been totally reversed. It is no longer need that requires mechanical work, but mechanical work, or production, that generates new needs. In a regime of superproduction, in order for all the products to be sold, it is necessary that the needs of single individuals, far from being reduced, be maintained and even multiplied, so that consumption may increase and the mechanism be kept running in order to avoid the fatal congestion that would bring about one of the following two consequences. Either war, understood as the means for a violent affirmation by a greater economic and productive power that claims not to have enough space, or unemployment, industrial shutdowns as a response to the crisis on the job market and in consumerism, with its ensuing crises and social tensions precipitating the insurrection of the Fourth Estate. As a fire starts another fire until an entire area goes up in flames, this is how the economy has affected the inner essence of modern man through the world that he himself created. This present civilization, starting from Western hotbeds, has extended the contagion to every land that was still healthy and has brought to all strata of society and all races the following gifts: restlessness, dissatisfaction, resentment, the need to go further and faster, and the inability to possess one's life in simplicity, independence, and balance. Modern civilization has pushed man onward. It has generated in him the need for an increasingly greater number of things. It has made him more and more insufficient to himself and powerless. Thus, every new invention and technological discovery, rather than a conquest, really represents a defeat and a new whiplash in an ever faster race blindly taking place within a system of conditionings that are increasingly serious and irreversible, and that for the most part go unnoticed. This is how the various paths converge. Technological civilization, the dominant role of the economy, and the civilization of production and consumption all complement the exaltation of becoming and progress. In other words, they contribute to the manifestation of the demonic element in the modern world. Regarding the degenerated forms of asceticism, I would like to point out the spirit of a phenomenon that is more properly connected to the plane of work, that is, of the fourth caste. The modern world knows a sublimated version of work, in which the latter becomes disinterested, disjoined from the economic factor and from the idea of a practical or productive goal, and takes an almost ascetic form. I am talking about sport. Sport is a way of working in which the productive objective no longer matters. Thus, sport is willed for its own sake as mere activity. Someone has rightly pointed out that sport is the blue-collar religion. Sport is a typical counterfeit of action in the traditional sense of the word, a pointless activity. It is nevertheless still characterized by the same triviality of work and belongs to the same physical and lightless group of activities that are pursued at the various crossroads in which plebeian contamination occurs. Although through the practice of sport it is possible to achieve a temporary evocation of deep forces, what this amounts to is the enjoyment of sensations and a sense of vertigo, and at most, the excitement derived from directing one's energies and winning a competition, without any higher and transfiguring reference, any sense of sacrifice or de-individualizing offering being present. Physical individuality is cherished and strengthened by sport. Thus, the chain is confirmed and every residue of subtler sensibility is suffocated. The human being, instead of growing into an organic being, tends to be reduced to a bundle of reflexes and almost to a mechanism. It is also very significant that the lower strata of society are the ones that show more enthusiasm for sports, displaying their enthusiasm in great collective forms. Sport may be identified as one of the forewarning signs of that type of society represented by Shigalyev in Dostoevsky's The Possessed. After the required time has elapsed for a methodical and reasoned education aimed at extirpating the evil represented by the I and by free will, and no longer realizing they are slaves, all the Shigalevs will return to experience the innocence and the happiness of a new Eden. This Eden differs from the biblical one only because work will be the dominating universal law. Work as sport and sport as work in a world that has lost the sense of historical cycles, as well as the sense of true personality, would probably be the best way to implement such a messianic ideal. Thus, it is not a coincidence that in several societies, whether spontaneously or thanks to the state, great sports organizations have arisen as the appendices of various classes of workers, and vice versa. Chapter 36. Nationalism and Collectivism. If the apex of traditional civilizations consisted in the principle of universalism, then modern civilization is essentially under the aegis of collectivism. The collective is to the universal what matter is to form. The first step of what in a traditional sense has always been regarded as culture consists in the differentiation of the promiscuous substance of the collective and in the affirmation of personal beings through adherence to superior principles and interests. When the single individual has succeeded in giving a law and a form to his own nature, and thus in belonging to himself, rather than depending on the merely physical part of his being, then the preliminary condition for a superior order, in which the personality is not abolished but integrated, is already present. Such is the order of traditional participations, in which every individual function and caste acquire their right place and reason for being through the acknowledgement of what is superior to them and their organic connection with it. At best, the universal is achieved in the sense of the crowning part of a building, the strong foundations of which consist of both the various differentiated and formed personalities, each one faithful to its own function, and in partial organisms or units endowed with corresponding laws and rights that do not contradict each other, but rather coordinate and complement each other through a common spirituality and a common active propensity to a super-individual commitment. From what has been said previously, it is possible to see that in modern society the opposite direction is prevailing, that is, the direction of regress toward the collective rather than progress toward the universal, with the single individual becoming increasingly unable to have a meaning other than as a function of something in which he ceases to have a personality. This becomes increasingly evident as the world of the Fourth Estate approaches. Thus, modern nationalism may be regarded as, at best, a transition phase. It is necessary to distinguish between nationality and nationalism. The Middle Ages knew nationalities, but not nationalisms. Nationality is a natural factor that encompasses a certain group of common elementary characteristics that are retained both in the hierarchical differentiation and in the hierarchical participation, which they do not oppose. Therefore, during the Middle Ages, castes, social bodies, and orders were articulated within various nationalities, and while the types of the warrior, noble, merchant, and artisan conform to the characteristics of this or of that nation, these articulations represented at the same time wider international units. Hence the possibility for the members of the same caste who came from different nations to understand each other better than the members of different castes within the same nation. Modern nationalism represents, with regard to this, a movement in the opposite direction. Modern nationalism is not based on a natural unity, but on an artificial and centralizing one. The need for this type of unity was increasingly felt at the same time as the natural and healthy sense of nationality was lost, and as individuals approached the state of pure quantity, of being merely the masses, after every authentic tradition and qualitative articulation was destroyed. Nationalism acts upon these masses through myths and suggestions that are likely to galvanize them, awaken elementary instincts in them, flatter them with the perspectives and fancies of supremacy, exclusivism, and power. Regardless of its myths, the substance of modern nationalism is not an ethnos, but a demos, and its prototype always remains the plebeian one produced by the French Revolution. This is why nationalism has a double face. It accentuates and elevates to the state of absolute value a particularistic principle. Therefore, the possibilities of mutual understanding and cooperation between nations are reduced to a bare minimum, without even considering the forms of leveling guaranteed by modern civilization. What seems to continue here is the same tendency through which the arising of national states corresponded to the disintegration of the European ecumene. It is well known that in Europe during the 19th century, nationalism was synonymous with revolution, and acted in the precise sense of a dissolution of the surviving supranational organisms and a weakening of the political principle of legitimate sovereignty in the traditional sense of the word. Yet, when considering the relationships between the whole and the single individual as personality, what emerges in nationalism is an opposite aspect, namely the cumulative and collectivizing element. In the context of modern nationalism, what emerges is the previously mentioned inversion. The nation, the homeland, becomes the primary element in terms of being a self-subsisting entity that requires from the individual belonging to it an unconditional dedication, as if it were a moral and not merely a natural and political entity. Even culture stops being the support for the formation and elevation of the person and becomes essentially relevant only by virtue of its national character. Thus, in the most radical forms of nationalism, the liberal ideal and the ideal of neutral culture undergo a crisis and are regarded with suspicion, though from the opposite perspective to the one in which liberalism and the neutral, secular, and apolitical culture appeared as a degeneration, or as a crumbling in comparison to previous organic civilizations. Even when nationalism speaks of tradition, it has nothing to do with what used to go by that name in ancient civilizations. It is rather a myth or a fictitious continuity based on a minimum common denominator that consists in the mere belonging to a given group. Through the concept of tradition, nationalism aims at consolidating a collective dimension by placing behind the individual the mythical, deified, and collectivized unity of all those who preceded him. In this sense, Chesterton was right to call this type of tradition the democracy of the dead. Here, the dimension of transcendence, or of what is superior to history, is totally lacking. According to these aspects, it can be said that modern nationalism, on the one hand, confirms the renunciation of the pursuit of the upwards-oriented direction and the unification through what is supernatural and potentially universal, while on the other hand it distinguishes itself only by virtue of a mere difference of degree from the anonymity proper to the ideal of the Fourth Estate with its internationals, bent, as a matter of principle, on perverting every notion of homeland and of the national state. In reality, wherever the people have become sovereign, and the king or the leader is no longer considered as being from above or to be ruling by God's grace, but instead by the will of the nation, even where the expression to rule by God's grace has been preserved, it amounts to an empty formula. It is precisely at this point that the abyss that separates a political organism of a traditional type from communism is virtually overcome. The fracture has thus occurred. All the values have shifted and been turned upside down. At this point, one can only wait for the final stage to be ushered in. Thus, it is more than for mere tactical purposes that the leaders of world subversion in the last form, as it has been embodied in Soviet communism, have as their main goal the excitement, nourishing, and supporting of nationalism, even where nationalism, by virtue of being anti-communist, should at least in principle turn against them. They see far away, just like those who employed nationalism for their own purposes during the early revolution, that is, liberalism, when they said nation, but really meant anti-tradition, or the denial of the principle of true sovereignty. They recognize the collective potential of nationalism, which beyond contingent antitheses will finally dispose of the organisms that it controls. Hence, the difference in degree between nationalism and the tendencies of a democratic and communitarian character that oppose the forces of particularism and spirit of division inherent in nationalism. In these tendencies, the regressive phenomenon that is at the foundation of modern nationalism is also visible. At work in it is the impulse toward a wider agglomerate, leveled on a global scale. As Julian Benda said, the last perspective is that humanity, and not just a fraction of it, will take itself as the object of its cult. There is today a trend toward universal brotherhood. This brotherhood, far from abolishing the nationalist spirit and its particularisms and pride, will eventually become its supreme form, as the nation will be called man, and God will be regarded either as an enemy or as an inoperative fiction. When mankind becomes unified in an immense enterprise and accustomed to organized production, technology, division of labor, and prosperity, despising any free activity oriented to transcendence, it will achieve what in similar currents is conceived as the ultimate goal of the true civilizing effort. One final consideration concerning modern nationalism. While on the one hand it corresponds to a construction and an artificial entity, on the other hand, through the power of the myths and the confusing ideas that are evoked in order to hold together and galvanize a given human group, this entity remains open to influences that make it act according to the general plan of subversion. Modern nationalisms, with their intransigence, blind egoism, and crude will to power, their antagonisms, social unrest, and the wars they have generated, have truly been the instruments for the completion of a destructive process, the shift from the age of the Third Estate to that of the Fourth Estate. In so doing, they have dug their own graves. Europe had the chance, if not to stop, at least to contain the disaggregative process in a rather wide geopolitical area after the fall of Napoleon, who, though he revived the imperial symbol and yearned for a Roman consecration, still remained the son of the Great Revolution, the virus of which he helped to spread into the remaining states of traditional and aristocratic Europe as a result of the upheavals brought about by his victorious campaigns. Through the Holy Alliance, it would have been possible to create a dam against the fate of the last times. Metternich may have rightly been considered the last great European. Nobody was able to see like him with the same far-sighted lucidity and the same overall view the interplay of subversive forces, as well as the only way immediately to neutralize them. Metternich saw all the most essential points, that revolutions are not spontaneous outbursts or mass phenomena, but rather artificial phenomena that are provoked by forces that have the same function in the healthy body of people and states that bacteria have in the generation of diseases in the human body. That nationalism, as it emerged in his own day and age, was only the mask of revolution. That revolution was essentially an international event, and that the individual revolutionary phenomena are only localized and partial manifestations of the same subversive current of global proportions. Metternich also saw very clearly the concatenation of the various degrees of revolution. Liberalism and constitutionalism unavoidably paved the way for democracy, which in turn paves the way for socialism, which in turn paves the way for radicalism, and finally for communism. The entire liberal revolution of the Third Estate only being instrumental in preparing the way for the revolution of the Fourth Estate, which is destined to inexorably remove the representatives of the former and their world as soon as they have completed their assignment as the avant-garde in charge of opening a breach. This is why Metternich saw folly in coming to terms with subversion. If you give it a hand, it will soon take the arm, and the rest of the body as well. Having understood the revolutionary phenomenon in its unity and essence, Metternich indicated the only possible antidote: a similar supranational front of all the traditional states and the establishment of a defensive and offensive league of all the monarchs of divine right. This is what his Holy Alliance was meant to be. Unfortunately, the material and spiritual requirements for the full implementation of this grandiose idea were lacking. Around Metternich there were not enough capable men and leaders. The unity of a defensive front on the political and social plane was a clear and evident concept. What was not so clear was the idea that was capable of being a positive reference point and a chrism for this alliance, so that it could really be holy. To begin with, in the context of religion there was no unity, since the League was not limited only to Catholic monarchs, but it also included Protestant and Orthodox ones as well. Thus this alliance did not even have the direct and immediate sanction of the Catholic Church, the head of which never joined it. What was really needed was a revival of the spirit of the Middle Ages. Better yet, of the Crusades. What was really needed was not just the mere repressive action, and the commitment to military intervention wherever a revolutionary flame began to flicker within the territories covered by the alliance, but rather something like a new Templarism, an order, a block of men united by a common idea and relentless in action, who could give in every country a living witness to the return of a superior human type. Men such as these were needed rather than the courtiers, ministers of police, prudent church leaders, and diplomats only concerned with finding a balanced solution. At the same time, an attack should have been launched on the ideal plane for a view of the world and of life. But who were the representatives of the pure traditional spirit, who in that period would have been capable of extirpating the hotbeds of the rationalistic, illuministic, and scientistic mentality that were the true ferment of the revolution? Where were those who would have disavowed that culture that, beginning in the 1700s, the royal courts and the aristocracies found it fashionable to be part of? Or those who would have been able to cover with ridicule, rather than with chains, all those who romantically portrayed themselves as the apostles and martyrs of the great and noble ideas of the revolution and the freedom of the people? Lacking a true soul, and having jumped at the center of Europe's attention at the time when the Holy Roman Empire had ceased to exist even nominally, owing to the voluntary renunciation of the Habsburgs, Vienna was famous mainly as the city of waltzes. The Holy Alliance, after ensuing a parenthesis of relative peace and order in Europe, was eventually dissolved, and revolutionary nationalisms, which disintegrated the previous political and dynastic units, no longer found any tough resistance to halt their onslaught. With World War I, the Russian Revolution, and World War II, the decisive events of the last age are ushered in. In 1914, the Central Empires still represented within the Western world a remainder of the feudal and aristocratic Europe, despite the undeniable aspects of militaristic hegemonism and some questionable collusions with capitalism, especially in Wilhelm's Germany. The coalition against the Central Empires was expressly a coalition of the Third Estate against the residual forces of the Second. It was a coalition of nationalisms and the great democracies more or less inspired by the immortal principles of the French Revolution, which some people wanted to replicate on an international scale, and which, in fact, did not prevent the humanitarian and patriotic ideology from playing into the hands of a greedy and supremacist high finance. As few other times before, World War I displays the traits of a conflict not between states and nations, but rather between ideologies of different castes. The immediate and willfully pursued results of this war were the destruction of the German monarchy and Catholic Austria. The indirect results were the collapse of the Tsar's empire, the communist revolution, and the establishment in Europe of a socio-political situation that was so chaotic and contradictory as to contain all the premises of a new conflagration. World War II was this new conflagration. In this war, the ideological lineups were not as precise as in the previous war. States like Germany and Italy, that had appropriated the authoritarian and anti-democratic idea and had sided against left-wing forces by their initially upholding in this war the right of nations in need of living space as they struggled against world plutocracy, almost appeared to espouse Marxism on the international plane by giving to the war they waged the meaning of an insurrection of the Fourth Estate against the great democracies in which the power of the Third Estate had been consolidated. But overall, and especially after the United States entered into the conflict, what appeared to be a prevalent ideology was one that had already shaped World War I, namely, the crusade of the democratic nations, bent on liberating the people still enslaved to what were looked upon as backward political systems. The latter was destined rapidly to become a mere facade with regard to new political alignments. In their alliance with the Soviet Union, which was willed in order to bring down the powers of the Axis, and in their persevering in a mindless radicalism, the democratic powers repeated the error of those who think they can employ with impunity and for their own purposes the forces of subversion, and who, by following a fatal logic, ignore the fact that when the forces representing two different degrees of subversion meet or clash, those corresponding to the higher degree will eventually prevail. In reality, it can clearly be seen how, from the Soviet side, the democratic crusade had been conceived only as a preparatory stage in the global plans of communism. The end of the war marked the end of the hybrid alliance, and the real outcome of World War II was the elimination of Europe as a main protagonist in world politics, the sweeping away of any intermediate form, and the opposition of America and Russia as the supranational exponents of the forces of the Third and Fourth Estates, respectively. It really does not matter what the outcome of an eventual conflict between these two powers will be. The determinisms of some kind of immanent justice are at work. In any event, the process will reach the end. A third world war and its social repercussions will eventually determine the triumph of the Fourth Estate, either in a violent way, or as an evolution, or in both forms. There is more. On the plane of the political powers pursuing world domination, Russia and America appear today in an antagonistic relationship. And yet if one examines in their essence the dominant themes in both civilizations, and if their ideals are closely scrutinized, as well as the effective transformations that, following a central tendency, all the values and the interests of life have undergone in both of them, then it is possible to notice a convergence and a congeniality. Russia and America appear as two different expressions of the same thing, as two ways leading to the formation of that human type that is the ultimate conclusion of the processes that preside over the development of the modern world. It may be worthwhile to focus briefly on these convergences, not only as political convergences, but also as civilizations. Russia and America are like two ends of the same pair of pincers that are closing in from the east and the west around the nucleus of ancient Europe, which is too depleted in its energies and in its men to put up an effective resistance. The external conflicts, new crises, and new destructions will only be the means to definitely open the way for the varieties of the world of the Fourth Estate. Chapter 37. The End of the Cycle. Part 1. Russia. In the Bolshevik Revolution, there are some traits worth examining. The revolution had very few of the romantic, stormy, chaotic, and irrational overtones that characterized other revolutions, especially the French one. On the contrary, it was intelligently planned and well executed. Lenin himself, from beginning to end, studied the problem of proletarian revolution like a mathematician dealing with a complex calculus problem, by analyzing it in a detached and lucid way in all of its details. He was quoted as saying, "Martyrs and heroes are not necessary to the cause of the revolution. What the revolution needs is sound logic and an iron hand. Our task is not to lower the revolution to the level of the amateur, but to transform the amateur into a revolutionary." The counterpart of this view was Trotsky's activity, which made of the uprising and of the coup d'etat not so much a problem of the masses and of the people, but rather a technique requiring the employment of specialized and well-directed teams. In the leaders of the Bolshevik Revolution, it is possible to detect a ruthless ideological coherence. They were absolutely indifferent to the practical consequences and the countless calamities that derive from the application of abstract principles. To them, man as such did not exist. It is almost as if in Bolshevism elemental forces became incarnated in a group of men who coupled the fierce concentration typical of a fanatic with the exact logic, method, and focus on the most effective means typical of a technician. It was only in the second phase, which these leaders gave rise to and largely maintained within pre-established limits, that the uprising of the masses inhabiting the ancient Russian Empire and the regime of terror aimed at frantically extirpating what was connected to the ruling classes eventually occurred. Another characteristic trait was that while previous revolutions almost always escaped from the control of those who had started them and ended up devouring their children, this happened only to a small degree in Russia, where a continuity of power and terror was firmly established. Even though the logic of the Red Revolution did not hesitate to eliminate or remove those Bolsheviks who dared to venture outside the orthodox trajectory, and even though it had no regard for individuals and no scruples about the means to be employed for these removals, still, at the center of the revolution, there were never relevant crises or oscillations. This is indeed a characteristic, as well as sinister trait. It foreshadows an era in which the forces of darkness will no longer work behind the scenes, but come out into the open, having found their most suitable incarnation in beings in whom daemonism teams up with a lucid intellect, a method, and a strong will to power. A phenomenon of this kind is one of the most salient characteristics of the terminal point of every cycle. As far as the communist idea is concerned, anybody who forgets that there are two truths in communism is likely to be deceived. The first, esoteric truth, has a dogmatic and immutable character. It corresponds to the basic tenets of the revolution and is formulated in the writings and in the directives of the early Bolshevik period. The second is a changeable and realistic truth, which is forged case by case, often in apparent contrast with the first truth, and characterized by eventual compromises with the ideas of the bourgeois world. For example, the patriotic idea, mitigation in the collectivization of private property, the Slavic myth, and so on. The varieties of this second truth are usually set aside as soon as they have achieved their tactical objective. They are mere instruments at the service of the first truth. Therefore, those who would fall into this trap and believe that Bolshevism is a thing of the past, that it has evolved, and that it is going to take on normal forms of government and international relations, are indeed extremely naive. However, one should not be deceived about the first truth either. The Marxist economic myth is not its primary element. The primary element is the disavowal of every spiritual and transcendent value. The philosophy and the sociology of historical materialism are just expressions of this disavowal and derived from it, not the other way around, and the corresponding communist praxis is but one of the many methods employed systematically to carry it out. Thus, there is an important consequence that can be arrived at by following this path all the way to the end, and that is the integration, or better, the disintegration of the single individual into the so-called collective, which rules supreme. In the communist world, an important goal is the elimination in man of everything that has the value of autonomous personality, and all that may represent an interest unrelated to the needs of the collectivity. More specifically, the mechanization, disintellectualization, and rationalization of every activity, on every plane, are the means employed to this end, rather than being, as in the last European civilization, the much deplored and passively suffered consequences of fatal processes. Once every horizon is reduced to that of the economy, the machine becomes the center of a new messianic promise, and rationalization appears as one of the ways to eliminate the residues and the individualistic rough edges inherited from the bourgeois era. In the USSR, the abolition of private property and enterprise, which exists as a basic idea in the core doctrines of communism beyond various contingent accommodations, represents only an episode and the means to an end. The goal is the realization of collective man, and radical materialism in every domain and with an obvious disproportion with regard to anything that may be deduced from any mere economic myth. It is typical of the communist system to regard the I, the soul, and the notion of mine as bourgeois illusions and prejudices, fixed ideas, and the principles of all evil and disorder from which an adequate, realistic culture and pedagogy must free the man living in the new Marxist-Leninist civilization. This is how a radical elimination of all the individualistic, libertarian, humanist, and romantic falsehoods of the phase I have called Western unrealism is achieved. There is a well-known saying by Zinoviev, quote, "In every intellectual I see an enemy of the Soviet power," unquote. The will to turn art into art for the use of the masses, to stop art from doing psychology and from busying itself with the private concerns of single individuals, and to prevent art from delighting the parasitic higher classes and being an individualistic production, is also well known. The goal is rather to depersonalize art and transform it into, quote, "a powerful hammer spurring on the working class to action," unquote. That science may prescind itself from politics, that is, from the communist idea as a formative power, and be objective, is refuted by communist authorities who see in this a dangerous counter-revolutionary deviation. An example of this mentality was the case of Vasiliev and the other biologists who were sent to Siberia, because the genetic theory that they upheld, which consisted in acknowledging the factors of heredity and of innate disposition, and in viewing man as other than an amorphous substance that takes shape only through the determining action of the environment, as Marxism would have it, did not correspond to the central idea of communism. The most radical theories of evolutionary materialism and sociological scientism found in Western thought are assumed by communism and turned into dogma and into the official view of the state, the results being the brainwashing of the new generations and the contribution to the diffusion of a specific mentality. Enough is known about the anti-religious campaign waged in the USSR, where it does not have the character of mere atheism, but rather of a real counter-religion. The latter betrays the true essence of Bolshevism mentioned above, which thus organizes the most apt means to eliminate the great disease of Western man, namely, that faith and need to believe that became his surrogates once the contact with the superworld was lost. An education of feelings in a similar direction is also contemplated so that the complications of the bourgeois man, sentimentalism, and the obsession with eroticism and the passions may once and for all be eliminated. After the social classes have been leveled, and considering that only the articulations imposed by technocracy and the totalitarian apparatus are respected, even the sexes are leveled. The complete equality of women with men is sanctioned in every domain, since an ideal of communism is to eliminate the differences between men and women, who are henceforth to be considered as comrades. Thus, even the family is looked down upon, not only according to what it represented in the age of the heroic right, but also in the residues proper to the bourgeois period. The so-called ZAGs, an acronym for Registry Offices for Documents of Civil Status, represented a characteristic change in this regard. Anyway, it is well known that in the USSR, education is totally in the hands of the state, so that the child may learn to prefer the collective life to family life. In the first constitution of the USSR, a foreigner was automatically regarded as a member of the Union of the Soviets if he was a proletarian worker, whereas a Russian, if he was not a proletarian worker, was excluded from this union, denaturalized, and regarded as a pariah lacking a juridical personality. According to strict communist orthodoxy, Russia was simply the country in which the world revolution of the Fourth Estate triumphed and was first organized in order to further expand. In addition to a mysticism of the collectivity, the Russian people have traditionally been characterized by a confused messianic impulse regarding themselves as a God-carrying people predestined to a work of universal redemption. All this was developed in an inverted form and updated in Marxist terms. God was transformed into the materialized and collectivized man, and the God-carrying people became the one attempting to impose its civilization on this earth through any available means. The ensuing mitigation of the extremist version of this thesis, exemplified by the stigmatization of Trotskyism, did not prevent the USSR from thinking it had the right, and even the duty, to intervene anywhere in the world to support the cause of communism. From a historical point of view, during the Stalinist phase, the myth of the revolution in the older sense of the word, which was always associated with chaos and disorder, is already a thing of the past. A new form of social order and unity is pursued through totalitarianism. Society becomes a machine in which there is only one engine, the communist state. Man is just a lever or cog in this machine, for which the value of human life is null, and any infamy is allowed, and as soon as man opposes it, he is immediately swept away and broken by its gears. Matter and spirit are enrolled in a common effort, and thus the USSR appears as a block that does not leave anything outside itself. A block that is simultaneously state, trust, and church, as well as a political, ideological, and economical industrial system. This is the ideal of the superstate, as the sinister inversion of the traditional organic ideal. Generally speaking, in the Soviet communist ideal, there are aspects in which some sort of peculiar asceticism or catharsis is at work, to attain the radical overcoming of the individualistic and humanistic element and the return to the principles of absolute reality and impersonality. And yet this overcoming is upside down. In other words, it is not directed upwards but downwards, not toward the superhuman, but toward the subpersonal, not toward organicism, but toward mechanism, not toward spiritual liberation, but toward total social enslavement. For practical purposes, it does not really matter that the primitivism of the great heteroclite mass that comprises the USSR, in which all the racially superior elements have been eliminated through mass purges, may postpone to an indefinite future the effective formation of the new man and the Soviet man. A direction has been imparted. The terminal myth of the world of the Fourth Estate has taken a decisive form, and one of the greatest concentrations of power in the world is at its service. This power is the headquarters of all organized actions, whether covert or open, of the instigation of the international masses and of the colored peoples. Part 2. America. Although Bolshevism, according to Lenin's words, saw the Roman and Germanic world as the, quote, greatest obstacle to the advent of the new man, unquote, and although, by taking advantage of the blinding of the democratic nations that willed a crusade against the powers of the Axis, it has been successful in eliminating that world as far as the direction of European destiny is concerned, as an ideology, it has regarded America as some kind of promised land. With the demise of the old gods, The consequence of the exaltation of the technical and mechanical ideal was a kind of cult of America. The revolutionary storm of Soviet Russia must join the pace of American life, and the task of the new proletarian Russia is to intensify the mechanization already at work in America and to extend it to every domain, have been the official directives. Thus, Gastev proclaimed super-Americanism, and the poet Mayakovsky celebrated Chicago, the electro-dynamo-mechanical metropolis, with his collectivist hymn. Obviously here the hated America, regarded as the bulwark of capitalist imperialism, faded into the background, while America as the civilization of the machine, quantity, and technocracy came into the foreground. References to congeniality, far from being extrinsic, may be confirmed in the elements taken from several other domains. What and how many the divergences are between Russia and America in an ethnic, historical, and temperamental context is well known and does not require any further illustrations. These divergences, however, are powerless before a fundamental fact. Parts of an ideal that in Bolshevism either does not exist as such or is imposed with crude means have been realized in America through an almost spontaneous process, so much so as to acquire a natural and evident character. Thus, in a context much wider than he would have ever imagined, Engels's prophecy has been fulfilled, namely, that the world of capitalism would open the way for the Fourth Estate. America, too, in the essential way it views life in the world, has created a civilization that represents the exact contradiction of the ancient European tradition. It has introduced the religion of praxis and productivity. It has put the quest for profit, great industrial production, and mechanical visible and quantitative achievements over and above any other interest. It has generated a soulless greatness of a purely technological and collective nature, lacking any background of transcendence, inner light, and true spirituality. America has also put the view, in which man is considered in terms of quality and personality within an organic system, in opposition with that view in which man becomes a mere instrument of production and material productivity within a conformist social conglomerate. While in the formation process of the Soviet communist mentality, the mass man who lived mystically in the subsoil of the Slavic race has had a relevant role. The only modern feature is the context in which it can carry out its rational incarnation within an omnipotent political structure. In America, this phenomenon derives from an inflexible determinism, by virtue of which man, in the act of detaching himself from the spiritual dimension, and in pursuing a merely temporal greatness, and having overcome all individualist illusions, ceases to belong to himself and becomes a dependent part of an entity that eventually he can no longer control and that conditions him in multiple ways. The ideal of material conquest that is associated with physical well-being and prosperity has determined the transformations and the perversions that America represents. It has been correctly pointed out that, quote, in its race toward richness and power, America has abandoned the axis of freedom in order to follow that of productivity. All the energies, including those related to the ideals and to religion, lead toward the same productive purpose. We are in the presence of a productive society, almost a theocracy of productivity, which is increasingly aiming at producing things rather than people, or people only as more efficient workers. In the U.S., some kind of mysticism surrounds the supreme rights of the community. The human being, having become a means rather than an end in itself, accepts the role of cog in the machine, without thinking for a second that in the process he may be somewhat belittled. Hence, a collectivism which is willed by the elites and acritically accepted by the masses surreptitiously undermines man's autonomy and strictly channels his actions, thus confirming his very abdication without him realizing it. No protests and no reaction of the great American masses ever ensued against the collective tyranny. They accept it freely, as a natural thing, and almost as if it were expedient." Unquote. On this basis, the same themes emerge, in the sense that even in the more general domain of culture, there is a necessary and spontaneous correspondence with the principles that shape the Soviet world. And therefore, although America is far from banning the culture of intellectuality, it certainly nurtures an instinctive indifference toward it, and to the degree that intellectuality does not become an instrument of something practical, it is almost as if it were a luxury, that those who are intent upon serious things, such as getting rich fast, volunteer work, and sundry campaigns and lobbies to promote various social issues, should not indulge in. Generally speaking, in the USA, while men work, women get involved in spiritual issues. Hence, the strong percentage of women in countless sects and societies in which spiritualism, psychoanalysis, and counterfeits of Eastern doctrines are mixed with humanitarianism, feminism, and sentimentalism, as well as with social versions of Puritanism and scientism, all things that truly reflect the American understanding of spirituality. And when we see America acquire with its dollars some representatives and works of ancient European culture for the benefit and the enjoyment of the upper crust of the Third Estate, the true center lies elsewhere. In America, any inventor who discovers some new tool that will improve production will always win more social approval and acknowledgement than the traditional type of the intellectual. Moreover, anything that is for profit, reality, or action in the material sense of the word will always be valued more than anything that may derive from a line of aristocratic dignity. Thus, even though America has not officially banished ancient philosophy like communism did, it has done something better. Through a William James, it has declared that the useful is the criterion of truth, and that the value of any concept, even metaphysical ones, should be measured by its practical efficiency, which in the context of the American mentality always ends up meaning socio-economic efficiency. So-called pragmatism is one of the most typical features of the entire American civilization. Among others are Dewey's theories and so-called behaviorism, the last being the exact reflection of theories developed from Pavlov's studies concerning conditioned reflexes. It totally excludes the existence of an I and of a substantial principle called consciousness. The consequence of this typically democratic theory is that anybody can become anything they wish to be, provided a certain amount of training and pedagogy be supplied. In other words, man in himself is believed to be a shapeless and moldable substance, just like communism wants him to be when it regards as anti-revolutionary and anti-Marxist the genetic theory of innate qualities elaborated in the field of biology. The power that advertising enjoys in the USA can be explained by the inner inconsistency and passivity of the American soul, which in many respects displays the two-dimensional characteristics of puberty rather than youth. Soviet communism officially professes atheism. America does not go that far, and yet, without realizing it, and often believing the contrary, it is running down a path in which nothing is left of what in the context of Catholicism had a religious meaning. I have previously discussed what religiosity is reduced to in Protestantism. Once every principle of authority and hierarchy has been rejected, and religiosity has rid itself of metaphysical interest, dogmas, rituals, symbols, and sacraments, it has thereby been reduced to mere moralism, which in Puritan Anglo-Saxon countries, and especially in America, is employed in the service of a conformist collectivity. Siegfried has correctly pointed out that, quote, "The only true American religion is Calvinism, understood as the view according to which the true cell of the social organism is not the individual but the community," unquote, in which wealth is regarded, in one's mind as well as in others, as a sign of divine election. Thus, quote, "It becomes difficult to distinguish between religious aspiration and the pursuit of wealth. It is regarded as a moral and even as a desirable thing for the religious spirit to become a factor of social progress and of economic development," unquote. Consequently, the traditional virtues that are required to achieve any supernatural goal eventually come to be regarded as useless and even harmful. In the eyes of a typical American, the ascetic is regarded as one who wastes time, when he is not looked down upon as a social parasite. The hero, in the ancient sense, is regarded as some kind of fanatic or lunatic to be neutralized through pacifism and humanitarianism, while the fanatical Puritan moralist is himself surrounded by a bright aura. Is all this that far off from Lenin's recommendation to ostracize every view that is supernatural or extraneous to class interests, and to wipe out as an infectious disease any residue of independent spirituality? Does not the technocratic ideology arise both in America and in Russia from the ranks of secularized and all-powerful men? Let us reflect on the second point. Through the new economic policy, or NEP, in Russia, private capitalism was abolished only to be replaced with state capitalism. The latter consisted of a centralized capitalism without any visible capitalists, and it engaged in a mastodonic yet hopeless enterprise. In theory, every Soviet citizen was both a worker and an investor in the all-inclusive socialist state. For practical purposes, he was an investor who never received dividends. Aside from what he was given to make a living, the fruits of his work went to the party, which in turn invested it in other companies and industries without allowing it to stop circulating and to end up in anybody's pocket. The result was the ever greater power of collective man, though not without a specific relation to the plans of global revolution and subversion. Let us recall what has been said about the role that asceticism plays in capitalism, a typically American phenomenon, and about wealth, which in America, instead of being the goal of one's work and the means to display a greatness that transcends mere economic fortunes, becomes the means to generate more work, new profits, and so on in an endless and interrupted chain. Once we keep this in mind, we will see that in America, what asserts itself here and there in a spontaneous way and in the context of freedom is the same style that the centralized structures of the communist state try to realize in a violent way. Moreover, in the appalling size of the American metropolis, in which the individual, the nomad of the asphalt, realizes his nothingness before the immense reign of quantity, before the group's trusts and omnipotent standards, before the jungle of skyscrapers and factories, while the dominators are chained to the very things they dominate. In all this, the collective dimension is increasingly revealed in a greater form of anonymity than in the tyranny exercised by the Soviet system over its primitive and abulic subjects. The intellectual standardization, conformism, and mandatory normalization that is organized on a grand scale are typically American phenomena, though they happen to coincide with the Soviet ideal of the official view of the state that is to be imposed on the collectivity. It has rightly been observed that every American, whether he be named Wilson or Roosevelt, Bryan or Rockefeller, is an evangelist who cannot leave his fellow men alone, who constantly feels the need to preach and work for the conversion, purification, and elevation of each and everyone to the standard moral level of America, which he believes to be superior and higher than all others. This attitude originated with abolitionism during the Civil War and culminated with the double democratic crusade in Europe envisioned by Wilson and by Roosevelt. And yet even in minor matters, whether it be prohibitionism or the feminist, pacifist, or environmental propaganda, we always find the same spirit, the same leveling and standardizing will and the petulant intrusion of the collective and the social dimension in the individual sphere. Nothing is further from the truth than the claim that the American soul is open-minded and unbiased. On the contrary, it is ridden with countless taboos of which people are sometimes not even aware. I have said before that one of the reasons why the Bolshevik ideology took a liking to America is due to the fact that it fully realized how, in the latter's type of civilization, technology contributes to the idea of depersonalization. The moral standard corresponds to the American's practical standard. The comforts available to everyone and the superproduction of consumerist civilization that characterize the USA have been purchased with the enslavement of millions of people to the automatism of work, as if in their work they have been formed by an extreme level of specialization that narrows the mental field of action and dulls every sensibility. Instead of the type of the artisan, for whom every job was an art and whose production carried the imprint of personality, since it presupposed a personal, direct, and qualitative knowledge of that particular trade, we have today a herd of pariah who dumbly witness the work of machines, the secrets of which are known only to the person in charge of repairing them. Stalin and Ford can be said to meet here, and thus a vicious circle is established. The standardization inherent in every mechanical and quantitative product determines and imposes the standardization on those who purchase them. The uniformity of tastes and progressive reduction to a few types corresponds to what is directly manifested in people's minds. In America, everything works toward this goal. Conformism in terms of matter of fact and like-mindedness is the password on all planes of existence. Thus, when the dams are not broken by the phenomenon of organized crime and by other uncontrolled forms of supercompensation, I have previously mentioned the Beat Generation, the American soul is protected from any transcendent vocation by its optimistic, sports-minded, and simplistic view of the world. Thus, the great majority of Americans could be said to represent a refutation on a large scale of the Cartesian principle cogito ergo sum. They do not think and are. Better yet, in many cases they are dangerous individuals, and in several instances their primitivism goes way beyond the Slavic primitivism of Homo Sovieticus. Obviously, the leveling process applies to the sexes as well. The Soviet emancipation of the woman parallels that emancipation that in America the feminist idiocy, deriving from democracy all its logical conclusions, had achieved a long time ago in conjunction with the materialistic and practical degradation of man. Through countless and repeated divorces, the disintegration of the family in America is characterized by the same pace that we could expect in a society that knows only comrades. The women, having given up their true nature, believe they can elevate themselves by taking on and practicing all kinds of traditionally masculine activities. These women are chaste in their immorality and banal even in their lowest perversions. Quite often they find in alcohol the way to rid themselves of the repressed or deviated energies of their own nature. Moreover, young women seem to know very little of the polarity and elemental magnetism of sex as they indulge in a comradely and sportive promiscuity. These phenomena are typically American, even though their contagious diffusion all over the world makes it difficult for people to trace their origin to America. Actually, if there is a difference between this promiscuity and that envisioned by communism, it is resolved in a pejorative sense by a gynecocratic factor. Since every woman and young girl in America and other Anglo-Saxon countries considers it only natural that some kind of preeminence and existential respectability be bestowed upon her as if it were her inalienable right. In the early days of Bolshevism, somebody formulated the ideal of a cacophonous collectivist music that was meant to purify music itself of its sentimental bourgeois content. This is what America has realized on a large scale and spread all over the world through a very significant phenomenon: jazz. In the ballrooms of American cities, where hundreds of couples shake like epileptic and automatic puppets to the sounds of black music, what is awakened is truly a mass state and the life of a mechanized collective entity. Very few phenomena are so indicative of the general structure of the modern world in its last phase as this, since what characterizes it is the coexistence of a mechanical inanimate element consisting in movement of a primitivist and subpersonal type that transports man into a climate of turbid sensations. A petrified forest wrecked by chaos, said H. Miller. Moreover, what in Bolshevism was programmed and occasionally realized in theatrical representations of the awakening of the proletarian world in view of a systematic activation of the masses, in America found its equivalent long ago, but on a larger scale and in a spontaneous form. I am referring to the senseless delirium of sporting events, which are based on a plebeian and materialist degradation of the cult of action. These frenzies represent the phenomena of the incursion of the collective and the regression into the collective. Walt Whitman, the American poet and mystic of democracy, may be regarded as the forerunner of that collective poetry that urges one to action, which is one of the communist ideals and programs. A similar kind of lyricism permeates several aspects of the American life: sports, ceaseless activity, productivity, and volunteer work. Just as in the case of the USSR, we can only wait for adequate developments to resolve the primitivist and chaotic residues of the Slavic soul. Likewise, in America, one can logically expect the individualistic residues of the spirit of the cowboys, pioneers, and what is still to transpire from the deeds of gangsters and anarchical existentialists to be eventually reduced and taken up in the mainstream. If this was the proper context, it would be easy to produce more evidence concerning the similarities between the two countries that would allow us to see in communist Russia and in America two faces of the same coin, or two movements whose destructive paths converge. The former is a reality unfolding under the iron fist of a dictatorship, and through a radical nationalization and rationalization. The latter is a spontaneous realization, and therefore more worrisome, of a mankind that accepts and even wants to be what it is, that feels healthy, free, and strong, and that implements the same tendencies as communism, but without the fanatical and fatalistic dedication of the communist Slav. And yet, behind both civilizations, those who have the eyes to see can detect the warning signs of the advent of the nameless beast. Despite all, there are some who still believe that American democracy is the antidote for Soviet communism and the only alternative for the so-called free world. Generally speaking, a danger is clearly recognized in the presence of a brutal, physical attack from the outside, but not one coming from the inside. For quite some time, Europe has been under the influence of America, and therefore has undergone the perversion of traditional values and ideals inherent in the North American world. This has happened as some sort of fatal reaction. America represents a far west, and it contains the further and radical development of the basic trends that have been adopted by modern Western civilization. Thus, it is not possible to put up a valid resistance to the modern world while still holding on to the principles and especially to the technological and productive mirage on which this world is based. With the development of this accelerating influence, chances are that the closing of the pincers from East and West around a Europe, which following World War II has no new ideas to offer and that ceased to enjoy the rank of an autonomous and hegemonic world power even in the political arena, will not even be perceived with a sense of capitulation. The final collapse will not even have the character of a tragedy. The communist world and America, in their being persuaded of having a universal mission to accomplish, represent a reality to be reckoned with. An eventual conflict between them will be, on the plane of world subversion, the last of the violent operations and will require the beastly holocaust of millions of human lives. And so, the last phase of the involution and shift of power through all four traditional castes and the advent of a collectivized humanity will eventually be achieved. And even if the feared catastrophe of a nuclear holocaust is averted, this civilization of titans, iron, crystal, and cement metropolises, of swarming masses, statistics, and technology that keeps the forces of matter at the leash, will appear as a world that wobbles in its orbit. One day it will wrest itself free and lose itself in a space in which there is no light other than the sinister glow cast by the acceleration of its own fall. Conclusion. Those who have been forced by the sheer evidence of the facts to acknowledge what they have called the decline of the West usually make their considerations follow various appeals aimed at erecting some defenses or provoking reactions. I personally do not have any illusions, nor do I want to delude others or abandon what I consider a sober and objective perception of reality for the consolation provided by an easy and cheap optimism. The only ones who can still harbor some hope are those who have accepted conditioned perspectives and who are suffering from the very disease they are attempting to defeat. Conversely, those who, having assumed as reference points the spirit and forms that characterize every authentic and traditional civilization, were able to travel upstream to the origins and see the phases of the unfolding of history, are also aware of the immense effort it would take not only to return, but to even approximate a normal, traditional social order. These people are therefore bound to see the future differently from other people. The listener will have to acknowledge that the transformations and the events the West has undergone so far are not arbitrary and contingent, but rather proceed from a very specific chain of causes. I am not espousing the perspective of determinism, since I believe that in this chain there is no fate at work other than the one that men have created for themselves. The river of history flows along the riverbed it has carved for itself. It is not easy, however, to think it possible to reverse the flow when the current has become overwhelming and all too powerful. Those who deny that some kind of determinism was at work in the process of the fall must also admit that there is no determinism in the opposite sense. In other words, it still has to be established whether, after the end of a cycle, a new ascending phase will be continuous with the previous ones. In any event, the West can be saved only by a return to the traditional spirit in the context of a new unitary European consciousness. What could possibly be the basis for such a return? I said, in the context of a unitary European consciousness. This is the real dilemma. The West needs to return to tradition in a large, universal, unanimous way that encompasses every form of life and of light. In the sense, that is, of a unitary spirit and order that may rule supreme over every man, in every group and people, in every sector of existence. I am not referring to tradition in an aristocratic and secret sense, as the deposit entrusted to a few, or to an elite acting behind the scenes of history. Tradition has always existed in this subterranean sense, and it still exists today. It will never get lost because of any contingency affecting the destinies of people. And yet the presence of tradition in this sense has not prevented the decline of Western civilization. Somebody has correctly remarked that tradition is a precious vein, but only a vein. There is a need for other veins. Besides, all the veins must converge, although only the central and occult vein dominates by going underground. Unless the right environment is present, there is no resonance. If the inner and outer conditions that allow all human activities to acquire again a meaning are lacking, if the people do not ask everything of life, and by elevating it to the dignity of a right and an offering, do not orient it around a non-human axis, then every effort is vain. There is no seed that will bear fruit, and the action of an elite remains paralyzed. Today, these conditions do not exist. Man, like never before, has lost every possibility of contact with metaphysical reality and with everything that is before and behind him. It is not a matter of creeds, philosophies, or attitudes. All these things, ultimately, do not matter. As I said at the beginning, in modern man there is a materialism that, through a legacy of centuries, has become almost a structure and a basic trait of his being. This materialism, without modern man being aware of it, kills every possibility, deflects every intent, paralyzes every attempt, and damns every effort, even those oriented to a sterile, inorganic, artificial construction. The following factors contribute to strengthening this yoke. A. The lifestyle and all the contingencies of daily life from which none of our contemporaries may remove themselves. B. The type of education prevalent today. C. Everything that consciously or unconsciously is experienced as a conditioning and an influence originating from the environment and from the collective psyche. D. The idols, prejudices, forms of judgment and feeling of the false conscience and the false notion rooted in man's spirit. What is really needed is a total catharsis and a radical house cleaning, capable of liberating man from his false self, the things he takes pride in, his works, hopes, and fears. Indeed, the tide of progress has been very powerful, if this, and nothing short of it, is what is needed for a transcendent reference point to be acknowledged again, and for an absolute traditional fides to appear again, bestow on everything, man included, a new meaning, and reabsorb and redeem in a new purity everything that has been profaned and degraded. But if such a work of inner liberation can hardly be achieved by single individuals, how could it be conceived for the masses? If it is beyond the reach of those who keep playing with the fetishes of science, art, history, faith, and philosophy, how could it be within the reach of the masses caught in the web of collectivism and swept away by the omnipotence of the economic and technological element, the frenzy of activism, political passions, and everything that converges in a demonic ideal of power or illusory and shallow prosperity? Moreover, the West seems to be lacking a superior idea capable of becoming the basis for a realization of the traditional spirit, and even of an approach to it. Among those who have denounced the crisis of the modern world in the most uncompromising way, there are some who have put their trust in the possibilities inherent in Catholicism. By acknowledging that if the West has ever had an order that conformed to tradition, it was thanks to the Church, some have thought that Europe's return to a Catholicism integrated with tradition may be the way leading to a revival of the West. And yet, this too is an illusion. First of all, how is it possible that Catholicism may have today that strength to operate a radical and universal conversion of which it has proved itself unable even when there existed material, moral, and intellectual conditions infinitely more advantageous? Would Catholicism be able to take again that body it lost so many centuries ago, a body that today has taken a life and spirit of its own, and that science and lay culture have profaned in every fiber? Even when Catholicism formally professes the Christian faith, it no longer represents anything essential or decisive in the actual lives of both individuals and entire nations. It is not a matter of adaptations and of compromises. The game of compromises and adaptations has lasted way too long, and it did not prevent the decline of the West. Either religion becomes unanimous, absolute, and returns to manifest the live and operating power of transcendence, or it is nothing. Here, too, it is not a matter of the possible marginal integrations in the person of this or that exceptional individual Catholic. It is only in the block of orthodoxy, animated by a totally different spirit, that Catholicism, despite its spurious nature, could theoretically provide a reference point to many divided and scattered forces. And yet, how could Catholicism possibly overcome the partisan and anti-traditional exclusivism typical of its doctrine and elevate itself to a superior, metaphysical, and esoteric perspective capable of freeing it from its own limitations? Is it not very obvious that Catholicism today is trying to reconcile itself in every way with modern thought, and that the ascetical and contemplative element in it is increasingly neglected in favor of the moralistic and social dimension? Is it not obvious that in the political domain, the Church lives day by day, dealing with this or that system, and avoids committing itself to any one and uncompromising direction, being obsessed with keeping up to date and staying on top of things, even to the point of engaging in a dialogue with Marxism? Spiritually speaking, a tradition that merely amounts to a system of faith, scholarly theology, and symbols and rites that are no longer understood in their deepest meaning cannot act in a universal and vivifying fashion. Also, it is problematic to what degree the Catholic clergy still preserves some of the features of a body that is effectively invested with a power from above. Materially speaking, within the context of European Christianity, it would first be necessary to remove the Protestant and Orthodox schisms, itself a utopian prerequisite for a rigorous return to the starting point. Moreover, an eventual defensive solidarity of the Christian churches against the onslaught of militant anti-religious forces should not be mistaken for a reaffirmation of a universal idea. Nor should the issue of power be neglected, considering the general conditions of the last age. What is needed is the presence of a bloc of power, economic, military, and industrial, capable of confronting the Eastern and Western forces fighting for world domination, and capable of creating a dam and a united front. Moreover, the idea that the West owes to Catholicism all the elements of tradition it ever knew cannot be accepted without specific reservations. The composite character of Catholicism should not be forgotten. I have previously remarked that wherever this character manifested itself as a force promoting order and hierarchy, thus providing a support for European society, this was mainly thanks to the influences of the Roman Germanic world. Conversely, whenever the specifically Christian component triumphed, Catholicism acted in the West in an anti-traditional rather than traditional way. The lunar priestly spirit, its peculiar dualism, the various views of Jewish origin that became an integral part of the Christian spirit, all these things represented in Catholicism an obstacle that prevented the possibility of its infusing into Europe a spirituality in conformity with and proper to what I have called the Northern Light. Moreover, Catholicism has caused the more real forces, after they found the way leading upwards obstructed, to flow into the material domain and realize in it the characteristic values of the Western soul. It is well known that it was in the terms of a reaction against Catholicism that, beginning with the Renaissance, the reaffirmation of man and life took place. This represented an evident deviation, and yet it was largely precipitated by the context I have just described. Thus, overall, it must be said very clearly that those who think they are men of tradition, simply by virtue of being inspired by Catholicism, do indeed stop halfway, and are utterly unable to recognize the first rings in the long chain of causes, and are thus blind to the world of the origins and absolute values. It is possible to see the two antagonistic yet complementary aspects of the same situation in a Western materialism oriented in a virile way and in the presence of a spirituality that cannot be separated from the non-Western Southern elements, and that also lacks the superior metaphysical and esoteric dimension. An analogous structural dualism impairs any attempt at traditional restoration before it starts, by channeling it in the wrong direction. In the actual civilization, things are such that any evocation of the spirituality of the origins that could remove the impasse, overcome the scission, transport and elevate to the plane of light the powers of action locked in the dark and barbaric world of modern greatness, would unavoidably have a problematic outcome, much more so than it did at the time of the Renaissance. In the modern world, the tendency to conceive virility, personality, action, and autonomy in merely material and human terms is way too strong. Thus, it is extremely unlikely that a doctrine inspired by the original sense that all this had in the light of traditional and transcendent references could avoid being brought back to the same terms, and thus not so much transform the profane into the sacred, but the other way around. In fact, today, when talking about the rights of a sovereign state before the Church, who could conceive anything besides the plebeian and lay claims of temporal power against spiritual authority? Or anything besides the usurping deeds of the new superstates and the new nationalist and collectivist mysticisms? When talking today about super-individuality, could the mind possibly go beyond the Superman notion, which is Nietzsche at his worst? And again, when someone talks today about the civilization of action being a possibility as worthy as the civilization of contemplation, would not everybody recognize in this the triumph in our times of those forms that demonstrate their unquestionable superiority over any past era by virtue of the mechanical, technological, and military superiority that European society has achieved in less than a century precisely through its cult of action? And even the most recent revival of myths, such as the Roman and the Nordic Germanic myths, and the myths of the race, the Aryan spirit, and so on, have they not taken very questionable directions in the context of the political upheavals that have accelerated the final collapses in Europe? Therefore, we must conclude that the way is doubly blocked. The prison in which Western man is confined is one of the worst ever to be devised, because it does not have walls. It is not easy to get up again when there is nothing on which one can lean and push himself up. By increasingly undermining the effective influence of Christianity and Catholicism, the West is abandoning its last references to a spirituality that is not its own. And yet, in the forms that are proper to it, the West is not pure spirit, and is also unable to create its own spirit. Therefore, it seems unavoidable that fate will run its course. I have said it before. It is likely that having reached the penultimate step, and being on the edge of the universal advent of the truth and the power of the fourth and the last of the ancient castes, mankind is ready to enter the last stage, and touch the bottom of the Dark Age, or Iron Age, foretold in traditional teachings, the general features of which largely correspond to those of contemporary civilization. Just like people, civilizations also undergo their own cycle, consisting of a beginning, a development, and an end. The more they are immersed in what is contingent, the more this law is inescapable. This obviously is not enough to frighten those who are rooted in what cannot be altered and what remains as a perennial presence by virtue of its being above time. Even though it may be destined to disappear, modern civilization is certainly not the first to become extinct, nor is it the one after which none will follow. In the life of what is conditioned by space and time, lights are continually being put out and kindled again. Cycles end, and new ones begin. As I have said, the doctrine of the cycles was known to traditional man, and only the ignorance of modern man has induced him to believe that his civilization, which is characterized by the deepest roots in the temporal and contingent element, will enjoy a different and privileged fate. To those who have a vision in conformity with reality, the problem is rather, to what degree can there be a relationship of continuity between the dying world and the world to come? In other words, what elements of the old world will survive and be carried forth into the new one? The predominant view in the ancient traditional teachings is that some kind of gap separates one cycle from the next. The new cycle allegedly will be characterized not by a gradual getting up and reconstruction, but by a new beginning, a sudden mutation brought about by a divine and metaphysical event, just like an old tree does not flourish again, but dies, and a new tree grows out of its seeds. This view clearly shows that the relationships of continuity between two cycles are only relative, and, in any event, do not affect the masses and great structures of a civilization. These relationships only concern essential vital elements, much in the way the seed is related to the new plant. Thus, one of the many illusions that needs to be rejected is the one nourished by those who try to see a superordained logic behind the processes of dissolution, and who think that somehow the old world had to die in order to bring forth the new world toward which mankind is heading. And yet, the only world toward which we are heading is simply that which picks up and reassumes in an extreme way that which has acted during the phase of destruction. Such a world cannot be the basis for anything meaningful, nor can it provide the material from which traditional values may be revived again, precisely because it is the organized and embodied negation of these values. There is no future, in the positive sense of the word, for modern civilization as a whole. Thus, it is a mere fancy harbored by those who dream about a goal and a future that somehow may justify what man has destroyed both inside and outside himself. The possibilities still available in the last times concern only a minority, and may be distinguished as follows. Beside the great currents of the world, there are still individuals who are rooted in terra firma. Generally speaking, they are unknown people who shun the spotlight of modern popularity and culture. They live on spiritual heights. They do not belong to this world. Though they are scattered over the earth and often ignorant of each other's existence, they are united by an invisible bond and form an unbreakable chain in the traditional spirit. This nucleus does not act. It only exercises the function to which the symbolism of the perennial fire corresponded. By virtue of these people, tradition is present despite all. The flame burns invisibly, and something still connects the world to the superworld. They are those who are awake, whom in Greek are called the egregoroi. There are an increasing number of individuals who experience a confused and yet real need for liberation, though they do not know in the name of what. To orient these people and shield them from the spiritual dangers of the actual world, to lead them to see the truth and sharpen their will to join the ranks of the first type of people is what can still be done. And yet this too affects only a minority, and we should not delude ourselves that in this way there will be sizable changes in the overall destinies of the multitudes. In any event, this is the only justification for tangible action that can be carried out by men of tradition living in the modern world, in a milieu with which they have no connection. In order for the above-mentioned guiding action to be successful, it is necessary to have watchers at hand who will bear witness to the values of tradition in ever more uncompromising and firm ways as the anti-traditional forces grow in strength. Even though these values today cannot be achieved, it does not mean that they amount to mere ideas. They are measures. And when even the elemental capability to measure was totally lost, then the last night would surely fall. Let people of our time talk about these things with condescension, as if they were anachronistic and anti-historical. We know that this is an alibi for their defeat. Let us leave modern men to their truths, and let us only be concerned about one thing: to keep standing amid a world of ruins. Even though today an efficacious, general, and realizing action stands almost no chance at all, the ranks that I mentioned before can still set up inner defenses. In an ancient ascetical text, it is said that while in the beginning the law from above could be implemented, those who came afterward were only capable of half of what had previously been done. In the last times very few works will be done, but for people living in these times the great temptation will arise again. Those who will endure during this time will be greater than the people of old who were very rich in works. To make the values of truth, reality, and tradition highly visible to those who do not want this, but who confusedly seek something else, means to offer some reference points so that the great temptation may not prevail in everybody in those situations in which matter seems to have become stronger than the spirit. Finally, we must consider a third possibility. To some, the path of acceleration may be the most suitable approach to a solution, considering that given certain conditions, many reactions are the equivalent of those cramps that only prolong agony and by delaying the end also delay the advent of the new principle. Thus, it would be expedient to take on, together with a special inner attitude, the most destructive processes of the modern era, in order to use them for liberation. This would be like turning a poison against oneself, or like riding a tiger. When regarding the process of decadence in Western society, I identified unrealism as its most typical feature. The individual at a given historical moment finds himself to be totally ignorant of spirituality as a reality. He even experiences the sense of self in terms of thought and reflection. This amounts to psychologism. Eventually, his thought and reflection create a world of mirages, phantasms, and idols that replace spiritual reality. This is the humanistic myth of culture, which is nothing but a cave filled with shadows. Together with the abstract world of thought, there arises the romantic world of the soul. What emerges are the various creatures of sentimentalism and faith, of individualistic and humanitarian pathos, of sensualism and superfluous heroism, of humility and revolt. And yet we have already seen that this unrealistic world is heading to its downfall, and that deeper elemental forces have almost swept away the myths of romantic and individualist man in a world where realism prevails over any idealism or sentimentalism, and the humanistic cult of the soul is definitely overcome. I have indicated currents that see the presuppositions for a new universal civilization in the destruction of the I and the liberation of man from the spirit. Regarding the way that has been mentioned, it is necessary to establish up to what point it is possible to benefit from such destructive upheavals. Up to what point, thanks to an inner determination and orientation toward transcendence, may the non-human element of the modern realistic and activist world, instead of being a path to the subhuman dimension, as is the case of the majority of the most recent forms, foster experiences of a higher life and a higher freedom. This is all we can say about a certain category of men, in view of the fulfillment of the times, a category that by virtue of its own nature must be that of a minority. This dangerous path may be trodden. It is a real test. In order for it to be complete in its resolve, it is necessary to meet the following conditions. All the bridges are to be cut, no support found, and no returns possible. Also, the only way out must be forward. It is typical of a heroic vocation to face the greatest wave, knowing that two destinies lie ahead, that of those who will die with the dissolution of the modern world, and that of those who will find themselves in the main and regal stream of the new current. Before the vision of the Iron Age, Hesiod exclaimed, "May I have not been born in it!" But Hesiod, after all, was a Pelasgic spirit, unaware of a higher vocation. For other natures, there is a different truth. To them applies the teaching that was also known in the East. Although the Kali Yuga is an age of great destructions, those who live during it and manage to remain standing may achieve fruits that were not easily achieved by men living in other ages. Appendix: On the Dark Age. In reference to what I previously said concerning what ancient traditions called the Dark Age, or Kali Yuga, I will now describe some of the features of this age found in an ancient Hindu text, the Vishnu Purana. I will interject some commentary, signaled by a different tone of voice, regarding what I consider to be the contemporary applications. Quote, "Outcasts and barbarians will be masters of the banks of the Indus, Darvika, the Chandrabhaga, and Kashmir. These will all be contemporary rulers of this age, reigning over the earth. Kings, or rulers, of violent temper. They will seize upon the property of their subjects. They will be of limited power, and will for the most part rapidly rise and fall. Their lives will be short, their desires insatiable, and they will display but little piety. The people of various countries intermingling with them will follow their example. The prevailing caste will be the Shudra. Vaishyas will abandon agriculture and commerce and gain a livelihood by servitude or the exercise of mechanical arts, proletarization and industrialization. Kshatriyas, instead of protecting, will plunder their subjects, and under the pretext of levying customs will rob merchants of their property. Crisis of capitalism and of private property, socialization, nationalization, and communism. Wealth, inner, and piety, following one's dharma, will decrease day by day until the whole world will be wholly depraved. Then property alone will confer rank, the quantity of dollars, economic classes. Wealth, material, will be the only source of devotion. Passion will be the sole bond of union between the sexes. Falsehood will be the only means of success in litigation. Earth will be venerated but for its mineral treasures, unscrupulous exploitation of the soil, demise of the cult of the earth. Brahmanical clothes will constitute a Brahmin. Weakness will be the cause of dependence. Cowardice, death of fides and honor in the modern political forms. Simple ablution, devoid of the power of the true rite, will be purification. Can there really be anything more in the alleged salvation procured by the Christian sacraments? In the Kali age, men corrupted by unbelievers will say, "Of what authority are the Vedas? What are the gods or Brahmans?" Observance of caste, order, and institutes, traditional, will not prevail in the Kali age. Marriages in this age will not be comfortable to the ritual, nor will the rules that connect the spiritual preceptor and his disciple be in force. A regenerated man will be initiated in any way whatever, democracy applied to the spiritual plane, and such acts of penance as may be performed will be unattended by any results. This refers to a humanistic and conformist religion. All orders of life will be common alike to all persons. He who gives away much money will be the master of men, and family descent will no longer be a title of supremacy. The end of traditional nobility, advent of bourgeoisie, plutocracy. Men will fix their desires upon riches, even though dishonestly acquired. Men of all degrees will conceit themselves to be equal with Brahmans. The prevarication and presumption of the intellectuals and modern culture. The people will be almost always in dread of dearth and apprehensive of scarcity, and will hence ever be watching the appearances of the sky. The meaning of the religious and superstitious residues typical of modern masses. The women will pay no attention to the commands of their husbands or parents. They will be selfish, abject, and slatternly. They will be scolds and liars. They will be indecent and immoral in their conduct, and will ever attach themselves to dissolute men. Men having deviated into heresy, inequity will flourish, and the duration of life will therefore decrease." Unquote. Nevertheless, in the Vishnu Purana, there are also references to elements of the primordial or Manu's race that have been preserved in this dark age in order to be the seed of new generations. What appears again is the well-known idea of a new and final epiphany from above. Quote, "When the practices taught by the Vedas and the institutes of law shall nearly have ceased, and the close of the Kali age shall be nigh, a portion of that divine being who exists of his own spiritual nature in the character of Brahma, and who is the beginning and the end, and who comprehends all things, shall descend upon earth. He will then re-establish righteousness upon earth, and the minds of those who live at the end of the Kali age shall be awakened, and shall be as pellucid as crystal. The men who are thus changed by virtue of that peculiar time shall be the seeds of new human beings, and shall give birth to a race who shall follow the laws of the Krita age, or age of purity, primordial age." Unquote. In the same text and chapter, it is said that the stock from which this divine principle will be born lives in the village of Shambhala. Shambhala, as I previously suggested, refers to the metaphysics of the center and the pole, to the Hyperborean mystery and the forces of the primordial tradition. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Revolt Against the Modern World by Julius Evola, read by Michael Moynihan. This audiobook was produced by Inner Traditions Audio. Executive producer, Ehud C. Sperling. Text copyright 1969 by Edizioni Mediterranee, Roma. Translation copyright 1995 by Inner Traditions International. Production copyright 2021 by Inner Traditions Audio. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.